I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communications, Works, Labour, Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're here today to continue the debate on the Appropriation Bill 2024, otherwise known as the budget speech, which the Honourable Colonel said is money is hoped for and not seen. And the Honourable Colonel also caused me some problems this morning, Madam Speaker, because I had already decided in my mind that I was going to speak first and get it out of the way. But after I came and I saw this person in this attire, it completely threw me off. So as the young people would say, he came, what's the phrase, on fleek. So he threw me off, so we had to allow him to go first because they said age before beauty or beauty before age. But either one, he would have beat me in. So I had to allow him to go first, Madam Speaker. Both of them, Madam Speaker, he had beat me in. So we're here to do a budget. And we need to ask ourselves, why do we pass these budgets? We pass these budgets for the benefit of the people of Montserrat who were elected to represent us. They're not just numbers on a paper, they have to represent something. So this budget, Madam Speaker, I'm going to call it Joyanne budget. And she warned me that I shouldn't call her name more than once. So when I say that name, it means the one with the E at the end, and it doesn't refer to her. And I was also told that there's a lot of negative talk going around Montserrat. There's a lot of things happening in the world. When you see what's happening in Gaza, when you see what's happening in Ukraine, when you see what's happening in all these places of the world, and you look at Montserrat, and you realize despite all the turmoils and trouble that's happening in the rest of the world, we have a lot to be grateful for. And when we look back on the history of Montserrat and where we have come from, and where we want to go, and all the trials and tribulations that we have gone through, and we are still here, there's a lot to be thankful for. Because there's two ways to look at events. You can wake up and see dirty dishes in your sink and complain that you have dishes to wash, or you can remember
Honourable members,
that the reason.
I was just reminding the honourable members that the noise travels, especially in the small space. So try to keep the noise level down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of the honourable members on that side are excited because they're not here often. So when they come here, they need to make their presence known when they come to visit us. So we understand why they need to speak, Madam Speaker. As we said, you can find a sink full of dishes, and you can complain that you have dishes to wash, or you can realize that the reason you have dishes to wash is because you had dinner the night before. You can complain you have laundry to do, but you have laundry to do because you have clothes to wear. You can complain there's toys on the ground that you have to clean up, but it's because you had the ability to provide toys for your children. So it depends, Madam Speaker, how we choose to look at things, and we always have to look on the bright side of things, otherwise we're going to depress ourselves and don't realize all the different blessings that we have. So we have to be thankful for all the things that we have. And before I actually commence into the speech, Madam Speaker, because the speech was presented by the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Easton Taylor Farrell. And for the past couple of days and the past couple of months, we realize that a lot of people have been leaving us, and we'll wait until people have passed to get up and say these wonderful things about them, and we don't give credit for the work that people have done. And something that we need to do, Madam Speaker, because we would not have this budget in the state with all the numbers that we have here for the people of Montserrat if it was not for the hard work of the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Easton Taylor Farrell, his Financial Secretary, the Honourable Lindona Lambert, and the team that work with them. But when you look, Madam Speaker, at the numbers over the past years, because we know it's a funny time of the year now, we love to say things, but we have to look at the numbers and what the numbers represent. Because we look at 2014, 2015, Madam Speaker, the amount of budgetary aid was 71.7 million. 2015, 2016, in the start of the last administration, real budget, the one they negotiated for, was 79,700,000. 2016, 2017, 79,200, and 2017, 2018, 78 million. 2018, 2019, 78 million. 2019, 2020, 79,600,000. Then there was a change in government. 2020, 2021, 93,758,000. 2021, 2022, 86,140,000. 2022, 2023, 88 million. And 2023, 2024, 97 million. And if you look at the numbers in this budget, Madam Speaker, it's 101 million. And I heard again, our visitor, who we need to take around so that he sees the place, is using phrases, Madam Speaker. If you look again over the 5 years, it did not move at all, Madam Speaker, and those what the number says. And those numbers are there, as the Honorable Buffon pointed out. You need to have trust, our administrative power had to have trust in the Minister of Finance when he went and he made his business cases. And it is one thing, because I travel with him, Madam Speaker, to JMC and other areas. When the Honorable Farrell sits down in a room, you understand that when he's asking for things for the people of Montserrat, that he's genuine about it, and he's not asking about it for himself, he's not asking about it for glory, he's asking about it because he genuinely cares for the people of Montserrat, and it comes across in the meetings. Any meeting I sit down with, and he's speaking, and you sit down and listen, you realize that this is a man that has a genuine love for the people of Montserrat, and it's something that the people have accepted, that the plans that he puts in place, they are going to be executed. The things that he said that are needed, they're actually needed. And that is reflected, despite the talking, it is reflected in the amount of assistance and the amount of things that we've been able to get. It's also reflected, as the Honorable Buffon pointed out. A lot of times, we as the ministers, we want things done in our ministries, we want projects and programs to be executed, and he would cut the things in his budget, something finance always complain about, that we keep taking their money. They would start off the year with their plans, we would come back and say we want something, and he would make noise and say we always want money, and he would cut the things in his budget to ensure that the other ministries get their programs done. He does not mind that we look good, and he takes the blame, because in the end, he understands as a leader, it is his job to shepherd us and to ensure that things are done properly for the benefit of Montserrat, not for his glorification, not like it is rumored from other leaders when they get the EDF funds proclaim the Minister of Communication can't get all the money because he just going to look good and we want some too. That statement has not been uttered by the Honorable Premier, Madam Speaker. It is about doing things for the people of Montserrat. And I'm also confident that when he travels to London and he has meetings with people, that he will not be informing them that be careful what money the other ministers get, because we know that they are corrupt. And we do not have to worry, for example, Madam Speaker, with things at that side, because we understand the leader that we have. So, Madam Speaker, in 2000, and I have to start with that because this budget would not have existed in the form, and all the various programs and monies that we spent on the people would not have existed if it was not for the hard work of the Honorable Easton Taylor Farrell. So why do we have these budgets? We have these budgets because we are trying to do things, Madam Speaker. And the biggest Madam Speaker, that shows how somebody understands their role and understand what they need to do and understand when the time has come is the transition to someone else and the process. And there are some people who cannot do this and will not do that even after they've been away for 8 years. They still can't keep away, Madam Speaker, because it is about them. But we have a leader who understands that he has set this foundation, which I'm going to go through, for us to go forward, who understand there comes a time when you have to transition, and understand it is your duty to assist those younger than you to take over those roles. Because if we do not, Madam Speaker, which I'm going to mention in various parts of my speech, if we do not get to a stage where we are shepherding and helping those younger than us, what's going to happen when we leave the scene. It is a country, and a country consists of various people across all sectors, and it's not about one person, it's about all of us working together on what I'm calling, Madam Speaker, the Montserrat project. Because there's various projects that we're talking about, but in the end, the project is to create an island, a place where we all can live comfortable, where we all can have the things that we want, where we can have peace and tranquility, where we can all practice our different faiths based on our conscience and live with all our neighbors in peace and tranquility. That is what we are trying to achieve. Because after the Garden of Eden was closed, you needed someplace else to signify what the Garden of Eden was, and that was Montserrat. And we have to ensure, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we keep Montserrat that way as a jewel to the rest of the world of how things can happen and will happen. And we are on that pathway. So we can say a lot of negative things, but we look at all the things that Montserrat have been through, whether volcano, whether hurricanes, whether COVID, wherever it is, all the disasters that have befallen Montserrat, Madam Speaker, whether PDM or whatever, we have survived it, and we are still here, and we are going to grow stronger and stronger, Madam Speaker, because we the people have decided that we can get these things done, and we are on a journey to that destination. And even though sometime on the journey you go to a tunnel, and the tunnel get dark, it doesn't mean you jump off the train. It means you stay on the train because you have the right train, you have the right destination, and you have the right people taking you there. And that is this MCAP administration, Madam Speaker, who will take us on this path and on this journey where we need to go. And as the Honorable Colonel loves to mention, lest we forget, because to understand where we're going, we have to remember where we came from and why we came into the position that we're in. So lest we forget. So there's been 5 years this administration have been in power. There have been 5, it's going to be the 5th budget debate on this side that I'm participating in. So, Madam Speaker, we have to go back to that phrase to my well-dressed gentleman, lest we forget. Lest we forget when we came in, that you could not land at the airport when it rains. The airport was shut down, John A. Osborne Airport. Once there was rain coming, the airport was shut down. That is what happened when we came in. That situation has been rectified. MCWLE and their technicians have resurfaced the runway. There's a brand new runway now, and it doesn't matter if it rains or not, planes can come in and go out. I see regulations about the control tower. There is now a new control tower. All the lights on our streets have been changed to LED. There has been a full online driving system. There's a port now, Madam Speaker, that has commenced, an actual port, not a ceremony of a port. I know the Honorable Colonel mentioned the budget is things hoped for and not seen, but I realized before you had the opening ceremony for, I guess it was an opening ceremony in faith, so you have to give them credit for that. They were hopeful that somebody would come and finish what they couldn't have done. And they were right, Madam Speaker, because we did come and we did find the extra £14 million, and we did start the project. So I have to congratulate the Honorable Lewis on having the faith of having the opening ceremony without the money. Sometimes you have to jump out of the airplane and build the parachute as you fall. And he did that. He jumped out of the airplane, and we came and we put the trampoline under, and everything is working out for the betterment of Montserrat. So we're working together, Honorable Lewis, you don't have to worry. There was also the 750 solar KV project, which was again commenced under the Honorable Lewis, and is almost completed. And all of these things have happened, Madam Speaker, plus the legislation that has been done by MCWA, the Ship Registry, the Remote Workers Program, the Licensing Officer, the Labor Code Amendment, the Traffic Code Amendment, the Cybercrime Amendment, the Telecommunication Regulations, Geothermal Resource Development Act, the bus rates, the Airport Security Program and Resource Requirements, the MUL bill was amended, the Port Authority Amendment Bill, the Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill, Info Communication Development Act, and the Energy Sector Policy. All of these programs was done, Madam Speaker, and they weren't done because they were done because you had people in the ministry who are doing the work. And a lot of times we forget that these things happen because you have people, despite what you hear about the civil service and other places, we must be very careful that we do not throw everybody into the same category. Yes, there are people, as in every organization, who can do better. Yes, there are people in every organization who are not doing the work and is lazy and need training and all of these things. Nobody is saying that, Madam Speaker. But we must remember the converse. There are also people who are working very hard. There are also people that give up their weekends to try and get things done. There are people that are working, not being compensated adequately, and still do it because they love Montserrat. And these things in the ministry and in the government, I'm speaking or representing the ministry, could not have achieved these things if they weren't dedicated to the craft and if they weren't doing it. So I have to thank the entire ministry, from the PS, from the clerical officers to the directors, to everybody who have put in the work to ensure that MCLE, formerly MCLE, we're coming to, the Ministry of Communication, Works, Labor and Energy, has shown remarkable progress in driving Montserrat development forward, to strategic investments in policy reforms and adept financial management. The ministry has significantly contributed to the island's infrastructure, digital economy, energy sustainability, and labor market improvements. And if you look at all the, which I'm going to go through, all of the projects, all of the plans that the ministry has put forward, you do see that we are fulfilling our aim and our mission to build the island infrastructure and people so that we have a sustainable and development country. Because it's not about roads, it's not about port projects, it's about if you're a giant and you go home, that you understand that there's a future for you, that you understand that there's a Montserrat, that yes, we are in this state, but there's a better Montserrat coming, which you will be part of. Is understand that there's an education system you can send your child to. Is to understand there are green spaces in Salem, Bazes, Lookout, that the ministry is putting in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment for your child to go to and play. Is understand there's a health system that's being developed with CT scan, mammogram machine, neonatal things for babies, and a brand new hospital to put these things that will be put in place. Is understand there's sports facilities in terms of Lookout, Davy Hill, the new basketball, multi-sports complex, scholarship opportunities that will be available if you choose to stay in Montserrat. Is understand that Montserrat is on the move, and it is on the move for a couple of reasons. One, we have bright, resilient people who believe in Montserrat, and no matter what happens, they are not leaving Montserrat. We have that, and that's one of the reasons why Montserrat is progressing, because it is 4,300 people that are doing all the things that has been talked about here is being done by less than 5,000 people, and we should never forget that. So when we compare ourselves to G5 countries, and we compare ourselves with countries with 2 million people, and we compare ourselves with islands with 80,000 people and 300,000 people, never forget that we are doing all these things in Montserrat with less than 5,000 people. All the financial regulations, all the different things that have to be put in place, it is we are doing it. And when we say we, I mean all of us who are in Montserrat, whether you're born here, whether you visit here, whether you came here by boat or plane, and whether you're away, but you're still here. It is us, the Montserratians and the lovers of Montserrat, who have done these things. And it is because you have a competent government who are guiding the policy and the decision-making to ensure that these things are happening. And to go back to my point, Madam Speaker, is because you have a leader and a team at the head who is working with everybody to ensure that all of these things are happening. Because if you have infighting and somebody wants to go left and somebody wants to go right, and nobody is bending, at some point the rope that you're pulling on will break and nothing will happen. So unless you have a team who's working together to drive things forward, you will not have progress. Unless you have everybody on the team having the same vision and the same mindset, you're not going to have progress. Sometimes you have to suppress our personal ambition and our personal goals for the betterment of the country, because that's, in the end, that's why we went to the people, to get these things done, Madam Speaker. And then, so when we look at all these accomplishments to the prior years, and I'm now going to go through some of the specific items that the different people have done, you have to ask yourself, Madam Speaker, if you're playing a cricket match and a team went out and scored 220 runs on a flat wicket, and then you bring in another team who had to deal with COVID and inflation and all these other things, and they're on their way to scoring, they're at 80, and they're on their way to scoring their century, why would you take them off and listen to the other team who claim that they're better batsmen when they had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, on a flat wicket, with this ball not swinging, and with the view right and the sunshine, and there's no water on the pitch, and could only score 20 runs, Madam Speaker, and they only scored 20 runs because some of them run out one another. So that's why the whole team didn't get a chance to bat, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, you now have a team who was on their way, 180 not out, and on their way to 100. Why would you change the team? So I agree with the Honourable Buffon on the other side. We are on this side, and with the help of the public, we are going to remain on this side. And you can have a seat on that side, and we'll listen to you, and we'll implement the things that you want to do, because we understand that you say things, Madam Speaker, but you're not saying the things that count, that will help the person to have a better education or to have all these projects. It is not talking about it, it is actually implementing it and getting it done, and that's what the MCAP administration has done, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, so let's start off with the big one, the one I want to start with. We have a budget, and a budget consists of monies that you plan to get. And a lot of time, we hear the conversation as if you have $10 in the budget, and proposals are put forward of how can you spend the $12. You have $10 in the budget, and you hear the opposition and other people getting up talking about how they're going to spend 12. You have 10, you need to show how you can spend 10. If you're going to spend 12, you have to say how you're going to get the other $2, otherwise you're not having a debate. You're having showmanship and gainmanship and politics, or whatever word you want to use. We're here to debate the Appropriation Bill 2024 with specific numbers in it. If there are different ways, it is us who will vote on the legislation, Madam Speaker. That's why we're here to vote, not on the budget statement, and not to vote on all the things I'm saying now, is to vote on the actual appropriation bill with the numbers in it. So if you're going to hear by other speakers things that should have been in it, there's nothing wrong with that, Madam Speaker, but you would like to hear an explanation, either what they're going to cut to get it done, or how are they going to raise the revenue to get it finalized, so that when the Honourable Minister of Finance gets up and we're in the committee stage, we can see if we're going to proceed along that path. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, it's just talking, and it's just all fat and no mabi. We have to have serious discussions about the numbers in the budget. If you look through, Madam Speaker, and you understand the context, we have a certain amount of money. And we have a lot of discussions around the country about the budget and what needs to be done, and it's silly season. And a lot of it is what I love to call melee talk, and that's fine. You could do that in your free time because we love entertainment. But as elected people who are here to do the serious business of the country, you have to leave the melee talk at the door and at lunch and come in here to have a serious discussion about the numbers. So in a country, Madam Speaker, that came out of a volcanic eruption 28 years ago, that has destroyed a lot of our infrastructure. A lot of temporary replacements were put in terms of housing, government headquarters, MUL, or pipes to try to get the country running again. And as the Honourable Buffon pointed out, on the housing side, a lot of these original, let's call them investments, are now failing due to the nature of time, and also due to the fact that they weren't maintained and he has to be spending millions, literal millions, trying to get them back to an acceptable state. We have to also understand as a House, Madam Speaker, and as a country, that applies across the country. Our utility system is old and is failing. Our water system is old and is failing. The buildings that we have put up a long time ago, they're old and they're failing. And you have to start asking yourself questions. When you have money to spend, what are you spending it on? How are you making the decisions to spend it? For example, Madam Speaker, in my ministry, during the COVID crisis, when the COVID first hit and the island shut down, the ministry didn't accept because it was a discussion, agreed to completely cut their maintenance vote to $0, not 10, to $0 to ensure that the health and education of the citizens and people who weren't working so that they could receive benefits continue. Because that's a decision that had to be made. So the roads had to stay in their condition because people eating and working and being educated and being safe is more important than bitumen. That decision cannot be made for political purposes because it's going to make the minister look good. So as people tell me that I was wrong to do it, and I should go ahead and do my roles because how am I get elected back? The point is not to make decisions because it makes your ministry look good, but because you're doing it for the country. And sometimes you can want genuine all your heart to want to do something because you understand it is something the people want. If circumstances change, you have to change your mind, accept the political backlash because it's the right decision to make. So when you look at MUL, and you understand that their generators are failing, you understand the transmission and distribution lines are failing, and the company, as it stands right now, is functionally bankrupt and can only exist because the government is pumping money into it. And there's a lot of conversation with different, what do you want to call them? Pretenders to the throne, there's such a word, who talk about their great negotiation skills and their great ability to get things done, and if they were there, what would they have done? And my response to that, Madam Speaker, is that you were there and it was not done. We end up in a situation now that we have to pay huge sums because we borrowed money to put generators in it, which the company cannot afford and which the government of the Montserrat have to deal with at the current place. We also have great negotiators, I don't know why he's looking at me, who had to get money from the OECS to try and buy a high-speed generator to fix the problem. The actual problem was never fixed. There was a temporary high-speed generator that was put in place, and I keep getting questions about why we didn't buy 3 generators. It's 3 we need to buy. I keep hearing that, Madam Speaker, we need to buy 3 generators. But they themselves couldn't buy 1. So all I'm saying, Madam Speaker, we have bought 2. We have bought, Madam Speaker, this government. And Madam Speaker, can you please inform the visitor? I understand again that he's excited to be here because he's not normally in Montserrat. And Madam Speaker, I also understand when he speaks, he's going to say nothing is happening, but you can't know something is happening when you're not actually here. So we should arrange a tour, Madam Speaker. I'll actually prefer it. I will take him around the island to show him all the things that are happening, Madam Speaker. I'll do it out of the kindness of my heart, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I'm saying, to fix the problem at MUL, a medium-speed generator was procured and is in the process of being installed. And that has happened because of discussion between this government, because of the hard work of the Minister of Finance and our trips to London, because of the hard work of finance and all the people in the Energy Department and MUL and Ken and all of his team who have made that argument and have received it. And I'm going to go back to my statement. There are those who talk about what should be done, and there are those who are doing it. And this budget, again, has in monies to fix the problems in MUL. So we know that the electronic system at MUL is still giving trouble. There is money in the budget for that. We also understand that there's problem in the transmission line, which is causing the fires, and it's causing the issues that we have, and there's money in the budget for that. We also understand that there are problems in the Hope Spring, and these things need to be rectified so that we have running water, because what Montserrat is known for, good water, and we can't let that fail. So there's money that was put in the budget for that. So all of these things are in the budget, and that money had to be taken from somewhere. And a decision had to be made. What's more important to the people of Montserrat, having a functional electrical system, having water in your pipes, or other things? And any government, and they could get up and say they will do it otherwise. Well, I don't have to, as I said, Madam Speaker, I don't have to speculate, because they were in government and they did not do it. So you hear clang, and that clang you hear, Madam Speaker, is them kicking the can down the road. Somebody will solve it. But it's fine. As I said, we came and we are solving it. So we don't need to replace them back. If you have somebody solving a problem, you don't need to put back in the placeholders, put the actual workers in the position, Madam Speaker. So there's money in this budget, Madam Speaker, to do all these things that I've spoken about. And they are not, you can go into it, it was in the Premier speech, and you can find the numbers, and they're there. I know we don't look at the numbers, we look at the budget speech, and we take random notes and politicize it, but if you look into the actual numbers, the monies are there for more, and they had to come from somewhere. Then you have to ask yourself, Madam Speaker, in terms of prioritizing your energy infrastructure, if you have these problems, and there's a famous phrase that my friend from Faith Church here might know, that why you're pouring old wine into new bottles. The other way around. Why are you pouring new wine into old skin? Why are you pouring new wine into old skin? Why are you pouring old wine into your skin? New wine into old skin. New wine into old wine skin. Yes. Into old bottles. Yeah. Go ahead, buddy. I must have touched on. Sorry. Go ahead. Madam Speaker, so if you have a transmission system, and if you have a utility system that's failing, and you have money to spend, how will you spend it? Because even, Madam Speaker, you go and invest, which we have done. So we got EDF funds under EDF 11, 12, I think. There's EDF funds, and you had a choice to spend it on fixing the issues, Madam Speaker, and you chose to create a solar farm instead of fixing the actual transmission and other issues. Then you end up in a situation you are now, which is not about doing fancy things, it's about doing the right things. So yes, there's conversations about renewable energy, and there's conversations about geothermal and all these wonderful fancy things, but despite what I would want, or despite what has been promised or done, if one looks at the actual situation we are facing now, with the generation and transmission of electricity, that has to be fixed first. Yes, you can have concurrent discussions about the other things, but these things need to be fixed first, and then you can have other discussions. So that's where we are, Madam Speaker. And while we await the fancy things, we are still making sure that we're in a position to accomplish them. So in this budget, we still have the money for the geothermal wellhead maintenance to make sure those assets are kept up to the standard, such when at such time it can be dealt with. And my honourable minister who went to COP has something to say about that, because I was supposed to go, but he went and got the experience. To understand, and we must state our position clearly, and I'm going to follow him because he set me up for it. I'm going to follow him. There are countries in the world, and we know who they are, that have created a crisis of climate change. And we do know, Madam Speaker, in all the discussions, it is that crisis which is creating global warming, which is creating greater hurricanes, which is creating floods, droughts, and all this strange weather that you're seeing around the place, Madam Speaker. They have created this crisis, and they are refusing to pay for it. So they have created a situation where they've exploited the resources of the same earth that all of us live on for their economic benefit of their people. And when we argue that you have exploited us, deprived us, and are now prosperous, You need to pass on a part of that wealth and prosperity back to us to help us in our situation.
Yes.
You get fancy talk and fancy promises and fancy programs that you could apply to, but you require 20 forms, and as those 20 forms need to be reviewed by 20 people, then they need to compete for them and all of these things. And I'm saying if, and that is the position of this government, and we're going to maintain it, if you want to be genuine about partnership, and I see there's some consultancy, some UK consultancy going around UK OT partnership, and I'm going to state the position, my position and this government position. If you're serious about this partnership, and if you're serious about helping in the energy transition, the money to do these things have to, or should, and morally and necessarily should come from that purse.
Yeah.
It is not right for us to try because we want to look or we have accomplished something to get private investors to make money off of our geothermal to sell back for our people at a cost that we cannot maintain as a population. So if you're interested in the viability of the island, and if you're interested in the people of Montserrat, I'm saying it publicly so the public understand the position when it comes to geothermal, the funding, as grant funding, has to come from the UK. Because one of the reasons why MUL is in the problem it is in right now, because money was borrowed to help MUL, and the company cannot afford to pay back that money. And we cannot repeat mistakes. So you're free to make mistakes, you're human, but if you come after, you must learn from these mistakes. And we cannot repeat that mistake, Madam Speaker, so that's where we are with that. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, to assist the people of Montserrat and the joyans of this world who have to go home and see their MUL bill and trying to figure out why it's so high, the Energy Department, through resin bid, have a lighting project where you bring in your inefficient light bulbs that cost more money, and for free of cost, you'll get them to replace, Madam Speaker. The government is also, under the resin bid program, is also launching a project where all the SEs in all, I think all the government buildings will be replaced and replaced with more energy efficient SEs so that the current bill, the electricity bill of government, goes down, and which means that there's more money available for doing some of the wonderful things that we want to be done. So that's what the Energy Department is doing. Also, Madam Speaker, next week there will be visits from two departments of the UK, DESNES and DEFRA, and that again came about from meetings that the Honourable Premier went through in the UK, went to the offices, demanded, and I'm using the word demanded, that he meets not just with the technicians, but that he meets with the ministers to have a conversation about the requirements of Montserrat, and they finally listened, and they're finally going to come on ground to understand what we've been saying about our utility system and about our energy system and our water system and what needs to happen. And that has occurred again because of meetings, discussions, and the people that you talk to understand that you're genuine about it and that you're trustworthy. Otherwise, they would not waste their time, Madam Speaker. The other thing that we must talk about in terms of the ministry, the big thing about the ministry, Madam Speaker, there's a balance that has to be done between the phrase that's being used, preventing collapse and economic development. And the problem that Montserrat has faced throughout all the years, based on the amount of money you have, yes, you want to invest in something, but if your generator go, you have to buy a generator. It doesn't matter that you want to invest the money. If you have to make a choice again, yes, you want to invest in all these wonderful things in education, but if your roof of your school is leaking and the children can't go into it, you have to fix the roof of grade school. That's just the realities that's faced on the budget pressure and the decisions that have to be made. So there's always a balance between you have to prevent the collapse of the country and you have to invest into things going forward and drive the technology, drive the world, drive the people of Montserrat forward. if we follow the news, we also realize that the world is transitioning. Things that used to happen before are not happening now. Jobs that used to exist before do not exist currently. The way how money and everything is dealt with is changed. And if we keep, and I listen to the rhetoric, trying to reproduce something that we had before and not trying to prepare ourselves for the future that's coming, we are going to be in a worse situation than we are now. You can use the past and your knowledge from the present to plan for the future. But the future is coming, whether you like it or not, you're going to go there. That's how it works. We haven't figured out how to get back to the past. So you have to look forward and see where the world is going and make your plan accordingly. And we do realize, as a government, that the world is transitioning to a digital economy. It's just what's happening. In the rise of artificial intelligence, the rise of all these things is going to radically disrupt how operations are completed. If you listen to the Honorable Coroner's speech, where you're now putting the health information system online, so that when you go to the hospital and another time you get sick and you go to St. Peter's, you could automatically pull up on the computer to see your files instead of a paper have to be sent back to the hospital to see what's wrong with you. And these have tangible benefits because it means now the doctor has a quicker access to your data and can make a decision quicker in terms of diagnosis or won't misdiagnose you. So these are tangible things for the people of Montserrat. So these systems are coming and they are being installed, which have other dangers, Madam Speaker, in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of protection of people's data, and all the other things that have to be fixed. So the government has also decided if that is where the world is going, and if this is where the transition is happening, we have to be serious about it because we have to take advantage of it. And the government has decided to establish, to pull out of the Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy and Labour, the communication part, and to pull out from DITES, the Department of Information Technology and E-Government Services, out of OPI, and to create a brand new ministry, the Ministry of Communication and Digital Transformation, who will now have the mandate to deal with all those issues. The issues of how do you digital transform government, issues of cybersecurity, issues of data protection, issues of regulation concerning AI, and all of these other technologies that come in. How do you deal with those as a nation? And you cannot shut your eye to such things because we have conversations, and all of us, I'm the youngest in here, but all of us, apart from you, Madam Speaker, all of us pretend that we are still young, but we are not young, we're all middle-aged people and above. We live to 70, half is 35, we're over 35. We're past middle age, we are not young. And we have to come to that realization, Madam Speaker. And sometimes we get disconnected from what's happening. Because in your education system, so you hear the words AI on TV, and you read it about it on your Facebook, and you hear things about ChatGPT and BARD and all these wonderful things. But talk to the students about it. And you will realize that the homework they submit, they didn't write it. Yeah. You realize the essay they submit, they didn't write it. And this is happening not only in Montserrat, it's happening worldwide. And institutions, universities, schools, colleges are trying to figure out how do you deal with that situation. How do you deal with a situation where if you want a legal brief written, it's going to write it, so you're not going to need lawyers anymore? How do you deal with a situation where all these other jobs that we claim that are necessary will disappear, not can disappear, will disappear, just like how blacksmiths for people produce horseshoe disappeared when cars came on stream, just like how people who made candles had to change their business when electricity was invented with light bulbs. These things will happen and are happening, and we could pretend that it's some faraway thing. Why are you worrying about that? They are coming, and they are here, and they're going to change fundamentally labor, everything. So if we're serious as a government about tackling these things and be forward thinking, we have to start putting things in place, and the government has decided to put in place the Ministry of Communication and Digital Transformation, and that will be their mandate, Madam Speaker. Again, it is from vision to reality. We also have a situation where we have a lot of talented young people on island who can do these things, who can do all these wonderful things, and we keep, and again I'm going to make my position public because I'm saying it in private, and if I say it in private to whosoever needs to hear it, I'm also going to say it in public so that the public understand what I'm actually saying when I'm speaking. You have to use, I'm the Minister of Labour, the people that you have to get the work done. Yeah. So if we have talented young programmers and other people, IT spec people on Ireland, you have to create the environment for them to stay here and to do the work, and not always think that you have to get somebody from overseas to come and do it. And I know it's easy to look at what other people are doing and to say this should be done. But I've always realized, Madam Speaker, that's an easy thing to do. And what one needs to do is to first concentrate on what you can do and what you are doing. And the ministry has decided that anything we do will be done by the ministry and the people in the ministry. If they're young people in the ministry, they're going to do it. Yeah. Which is why I'm going to say it again publicly. If you have an acting director of energy, make them the director. Bringing somebody is not going to change the work. We're bringing in young people, 2 engineers that currently training and will be coming this year to do the engineering part of MUL. Just bringing people to train them, but it's those 2 young engineers who are going to take over. If we have, this is things that are happening, Madam Speaker, and it is not speaking, it is doing, and I understand some Madam Speaker, because I could hear the comments, but it doesn't distract me. There are a lot of people that don't understand the difference, so they will come and tell you, I've done a lot of things, and when you ask them what have they done, they list a bunch of ideas. Ideas are something that exists in your head, you haven't done them, you have thought of them. Everybody from a child have an imagination, and they can imagine all kinds of wonderful things. It doesn't mean they have done it, it means they have a wonderful imagination, and they could write stories. It's not about those storytelling, Madam Speaker. It's about actual implementation from vision to reality. Because the things that we have spoken about are things that are actually there. There's a port that's actually being built. There's a hospital project that's actually happening. There's a hot mix plant that's actually here. There's 50-something houses that have actually been replaced. There's a mammogram and a CT scan that's actually on the island. There's a neonatal machine that's actually on the island. These are not things that we're just talking about because they sound good. All the things I've mentioned, they're actually here. The monies that we spoken about are not monies that we expect to get. They're monies that were in the last budget that did all the things, and they're monies in this current budget to do all these things that we're talking about. Yes. So it's easy, Madam Speaker, to get up and say, you're not doing enough for the people, and again, on the labor. But my position is, if you want people to perform, they have to be given the right job. They have to be interested in the job that they're doing. They have to have an understanding how do they fit into the bigger picture of the organization of the country, and they have to be compensated adequately. And those who are not doing the work need to be removed. The work is a whole circle. And that is why the government first looked to the budget right after COVID, because we keep forgetting that there was COVID. Right after COVID, one of the first things that the government of Montserrat did was to look through their budget and discussions. How can you raise the pay, reward the people more? And a 3% increase was given. And there's a lot of talk by the very same people who only gave 1.5% to say that 3% is not enough. But that's double what they gave, Madam Speaker. Not only was that done, the bottom of the scale, 131 people who are at the bottom of the scale, we completely removed those scales and elevated them up, with some of them getting up to 25% salary increase. Some of our nursery school workers, the anomalies in the teachers, the anomalies in the nurses, all of these things were fixed at the cost to the government of over $4 million. That's the actual number to fix those salary issues. So it means there was $4 million extra that had to be found, and that money had to come from somewhere. It just didn't pop up. And, Madam Speaker, we have to understand, again, the great work that was done by the, keep on doing it, because for every other government we do it, we give the head the praise, but all of a sudden for this government, when things are happening, it's no longer the head, it's the ministers that did it. And if all the other governments praise the head, and we're this government, the head must get the praise also. So these things occurred because there were arguments put forward by the Minister of Finance and the team led by the Honorable FS, you don't want me to call her name, who get this work, she's there looking at me, to get all this work done. And we have to be very careful again. We did not have to give up anything to get it. It was extra money. The previous 1.5 salary increase was done by cutting government services. And when the claim was made, it was disputed by the UK. And then prior to that, when the double pay was given, it was disputed by the UK. The 3% was given not only not cutting government services, simultaneously government services budget increased. There was extra money for education transformation. There was extra money for health transformation. There was extra money placed in the budget, so we did not have to cut anything. Again, you go back through, because we said that we're going to look, how does that work? Can we afford it? As Honorable Buffon said, it is stepwise that you try to fix the problems that they're not denying that there are multiple problems. It is sitting down and step by step trying to solve them. The government look back again and again in this budget, from vision to reality, with actual numbers, not promises, agreed again to increase the salaries of civil servants again by 3%. And that's 3% on top of the previous 3%. So I know we keep saying 6%, but it's not 6%, because it's the 3% that was given and another 3% on top of that 3%. Additionally, you realize that we are government of Montserrat and not just a government of the civil service. Civil servants are the ones that assist us in carrying out the mandate of government, and their public servants, and we reward them by paying them from our taxpayers' money. So the businesses work, they pay the taxes, and we have the civil service structure. We are government of the people. So how can we help the entire country in a more holistic way? And the government, again, decided to move. If you work for something, you should be allowed to keep more of it. You work hard for it. Yes, the government have bills and things that they want to do, but you yourself have things to buy for your children to go to school. You yourself have your bills to pay for electricity. You yourself, every now and then, would like to go to Benny's or someplace and have a dinner. And it is your money. So instead of taking the money from you, trying to figure out how to give it back to you, let you keep it. And to do that is to collect less taxes, because we understand the taxes in our people have reached a stage now, and it's an argument that we have made again, it is too high. Yes, you have asked us as a country to raise a certain part of our revenue, and you give the UK, give the additional, but the tax burden on the people of Montserrat is too high and have to be reduced. And that is one of the steps from vision to reality that this government is now taking in this budget, to one, move the tax threshold from $15,000 to $18,000. So if you make less than $18,000, all of it belongs to you, apart from Social Security. The government wants none. It is your money. You work for it. Anything up to $18,000 is yours. That's a decision that has been made. The tax bands have also been expanded. So you're going to be paying less tax overall. So for example, the Joyans of this world will pay half as much money if we do the calculation in taxes to the government, in which, based on what they were paying before. So you keep more of your money. If you do the calculation for a clerical, they keep half of their money, and that's money they now have in their pocket. And that will go across the country for all of us who work hard and try to figure out why we're paying so much money to the government. You will be paying less because the government has realized it is one way to reduce the burden. We also, and we keep forgetting, lest we forget, that when this administration came in, we had looked back and we realized that the taxes on the consumption side are too high, and we did reduce to zero and lower the taxes on feminine products. We did reduce the taxes on fruit juices. That was done, and we keep forgetting that that wasn't done. And we did reduce the taxes on clothes. So all of these things were reduced. So it's a step-by-step process of making decisions of how you can help people see the impact on your budget, because it's all well and good to get up and say, I will take off all taxes, then how do you pay your teachers? How do you pay your nurses? How do you do any of these things? So you still have to have a systematic and a step-by-step process of doing it. So either you're raising more money by some other means, which we are trying to do, or you have to get more money from the UK, which we have done and which we have continuously done, because I've read out the numbers as the years go along, and we realize that those numbers keep increasing. We also realize, Madam Speaker, in order for the country to function, it requires people. And it seems like a trivial statement to make, but it's a deeper statement that we understand. In order for the country to run, it requires people. Which, so again, and I'm going to emphasize this phrase, and I did it in one of my last budgets, there's talking and there's doing. So every election and every phrase this time of the year, we have all this conversation about our non-national brethren and our friends and all these wonderful things, which are words. Words are one thing, actions are the other thing. So for years, from the prior governments, there were issues in work permits and how do you apply for a work permit and whether you have to leave the island and come back to your work permit. And there were multiple complaints made. And there are a couple ways to fix this problem. One of them is you as the minister to continuously call the immigration department or continuously go to the governor and try to fix it and then claim, see, I have fixed the problem, remember me, I did this for you. This kind of personal politics that some of us practice instead of thinking about the global good. Or you fix the actual thing that's causing the problem. So you either put a bucket under the leak or you go in the roof in the rain and patch the roof. There's some that decide action is putting the bucket under the leak, and there's this MCAP administration decide that going on the roof on the rain and patching the roof is the thing that should be done. So we went through, Madam Speaker, and amended the legislation so that if you're on an island and you want to work, you do not have to leave and come back, you're already here. It is not talking, Madam Speaker, it's understand we value their services, and you show the value of their services by removing the impediments of them being on island, not getting up and saying, give them new names and how we love them, all things, doing actual things. So that legislation has been passed. So work permits to the Department of Labor, you no longer have to go overseas and come back, you're already here. Because, Madam Speaker, we could say what we like. If they leave our non-national CARICOM and other friends, the education system will collapse. If they leave, the health system will collapse. If they leave, the private sector will collapse. They are literally keeping with us the island afloat, and we all have to be in this together and make the necessary changes so that life of all of us here can be better. Yeah. So that was done, Madam Speaker. The other issue is about training that the Department of Labor put on, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that, because in terms of, we did a training in terms of customer service. And there's much that can be said about customer service, and it is something that we all have to look in the mirror as a people, as a country. If we're saying that we're a tourist-based society, if you're saying that we want to live with one another and we want to attract people here, and we want to conduct business. How are we treating our customers? And that was put on. With over 100 participants that participate in the program put on by the Department of Labor. There are departments in the ministry, Madam Speaker, in terms of plant hire and mechanical services, who are finally got some pieces of equipment up and running in terms of the D8 and other equipment, and they have continued to assist all the other departments in the work that needs to be done. I'm an honorable member on the right here who's sarcastically tapping his hand because he keeps harassing me to get my equipment to do his work and don't want to pay for it. But, Madam Speaker, it is all of us. It is all of us working together, Madam Speaker, to get something done. And I say that in jest, Madam Speaker, because we all work together. It's just a matter of understanding. There's, as he mentioned in his talk also, there are processes, that accounting processes that's set up in government of how money transferred, and environments and JVs and all kind of appropriation bill and all kind of things of getting things done. So again, the honourable member on the other side, 2 spaces from you, is now looking down on her phone because she doesn't want to hear what I have to say, the Honourable Financial Secretary. Some of these processes need to be streamlined so that the ministries can work more efficiently across one another in terms of the transfer of money. And make money. More fluidly. So get that done. So she's taking notes, and that's what she's doing, Madam Speaker. We'll get that organized for the next financial year when we come back on this side. So, Madam Speaker, the airport works have been in various conversations. The air traffic control tower was signed off by ASI. They're now satisfied that his work, that is fit for purpose. The new automatic weather station was installed in the new tower. We are awaiting a company from Trinidad and Tobago to come and put in all the equipment so that we can formally commission it. A second-hand fire tender was commissioned at the airport. We are also doing a study on whether it's possible to have night flying. What would that entail? What would have to go in place? What lighting system has to be done and all the safety requirements? That work is being done. The baggage machine is now operational. We hired a new air traffic controller, and if you look in the airport, you realize that he has been painted and it has been beautified in a way that was done again through the initiative of MCWLE. And there are other things which I know the Honourable, that has to be done. We're also looking, discussions are happening in terms of the visa, what does it mean? What does it mean in terms of the airlines and access into Montserrat, in terms of the Twin Otter, and what needs to happen to get it here? And there's a phrase, and Madam Speaker, I must expect them to be here, because I expect the situation to be resolved swiftly and quickly after all the, lobbying that's being done. The big part of the ministry where the most of the money is spent is in the infrastructure department, the part that we formally refer to as PWD. That's the part that deals with bridges, roads, and the stuff that people actually see. For years, since I was in the, I remember when I was in the opposition and I went to one of the DFID meetings, there's been discussions about the backlog maintenance in government and how do you get it done, and the millions of dollars that we required to get this done. And every year, I remember the argument being made, we want money for this, and it's not given. Every time it's not given, because we're asking for these huge sums of money. So we sat down in the ministry and said, how can we get these works accomplished? And the team sat down, and I must thank the PW team, Patterson, Cassie, and all the guys that actually sat down and created an actual document. Okay, let's be realistic here. Even if we get $50 million, you cannot, based on the population of Montserrat, based on the workforce that you have, that money cannot be expended how we are saying. So let's sit down and work out the order in which we want these buildings to be done, how much money it would cost to get the building done, and over what time frame it should be done. And the entire document was produced. It went to Cabinet for approval. It went to the Financial Aid Mission, and they finally looked at it and agreed that the plan made sense. And because of that plan, they have increased the maintenance budget of MCWLE to accommodate the buildings and the roads that we have been asking for years. So again, Madam Speaker, it is not just talking, it is sitting down with a comprehensive plan and get the things installed. So we are now using those monies to fix the St. John's Clinic. We are now fixing the Braids Primary School. And in the upcoming year, we expect to fix the fire station. We are now fixing the judges, the courthouse building. We expect to fix the fire station. This building that we are in, the Culture Center, is on the agenda for this year, and some works on the sports center to get it up to a standard. These items are now on the agenda because of the hard work of the ministry, who actually get projects approved because there's a guidance, Madam Speaker. The other thing, the ministry is also responsible for the roads, and there's been a lot of discussions about the roads, and as I mentioned again, in the first 2 years of the administration during the pandemic, there was no work done because there was a decision which I stand by. The hot mix plant has been ordered when it was originally set up and run, because it's not set up to run on the grid, because we already have problems in the grid, and given a choice between blowing out the grid and putting people out of power, or not getting the roads done, the choice has to be to keep the grid running. So a generator was ordered, the generator has been installed, and is now set up as far as we've been reported to. And as the honourable member said, when he left Bases this morning, he saw the crew working. So that road works have recommenced because we have made decisions. And it's not because, the honourable member said, tell me it's not because of lobbying by him why it's being done. And the other thing, the other thing in which we are working on, Madam Speaker, is to, the SLJ has been submitted to Finance and Procurement for approval, is to buy what I would call a planer. So it's a machine that goes on the surface of the road and it takes up the top bitumen without affecting the subbase. Because what happened before, in order to fix some of these roads properly, you bring the machines and the backhoes, etc., and take up the entire road, but it takes up the subbase, which you now have to replace, and it's an extra cost. So we have asked and we have received the funding to buy a planer, which will now go through the road. We haven't received it as yet, which will now go through the road, take up the top, and then you can come through and do the roads properly. So we expect that road to work to start next year. Yes, we can go through and patch up the roads and spend money, and then come back over again and do it over and spend the money twice, but it is your money. It is public funds that we are spending. We are not spending money to make Sammy look good because election coming. You have to always be mindful that the money that we are spending, they are public funds, and I'm not in this issue, Madam Speaker, of spending money twice. So we're going to get the planer, we're going to take up the service of the road, and we are going to have proper roads because we have done the work. We have gotten the monies for it, we have gotten the hot mix plan for it, and we have gotten the planer for it, and it will happen. So that is on the work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so that's what's happening in the ministry. In PWD, the major works that's happening in that section. The other section that's happening, Madam Speaker, the big work that's happening and that we plan to do next year is the St. Peter's Bridge Improvement Works. We plan to do Amos Gut Bridge Improvement Works. We plan to do Bases Road guardrail and maintenance of some of our existing head walls and guardrails. The big project that lies in the ministry, Madam Speaker, is the port, the actual port, not the one envisioned that exists in the mind of others but doesn't exist on paper. The actual one is being constructed. Caissons, which are the big concrete blocks that you pass at Little Bay coming in, which you all drive and we see when we come in here, unless you cannot avoid it, so you drive to come in this direction. So I'm trying to understand the mumbling, Madam Speaker, when the honourable members sit on the other side and say they don't see these things. But there's a whole construction happening there. There's a whole set of pictures of people putting things into the water. But as the Honourable Colonel pointed out, there's none so blind as those that refuse to see. But we need to say something, Madam Speaker, so I understand that they will need to say something. But it can be, they just have to go outside before they speak, Madam Speaker, and invite them to just go outside and look to the left and they'll see it. So they'll understand where is it because they're still looking. So, Madam Speaker, the project is projected to be completed the end of this year, early next year, when we will get back to a state where we can bring in bigger cruise ships, where we can have 2 cruise ships docked, where we can have a container boat on the inside part, and these things here. And that's just not a project in terms of concrete. It is how the taximen will get money. This is how the farmers will have some place to sell their things to. This is where Mole will have some place to sell their water to. This is for our artisans and Mr. Kirk and all the other people who do all these things. We'll have some market to sell their items to. All of those who do wines and other fancy things that we do in Montserrat, Jackson and friends who do all these things, is they will now have a market and of people coming regularly onto the island to get their products off to. So we talk a lot of the projects as if they're concrete. They're not concrete in terms of just a building. These are actual things that will make the life of Montserratians far better and to improve it, which is our job, to put the things in place to get it done. So when we came and the project only had £13 million, and we realized that that could not advance the project, it was through discussions again where the money for that project was doubled. From 13, it was doubled. We had £30 million, and an extra £14 million was gotten. So I know one of the honourable members on my right will get up and try to claim that all these monies that we are spending is money that he got personally. But that £14 million had absolutely nothing to do with that. The $10 million for the addendum had absolutely nothing to do with that. All the money for the generators and the priority infrastructure funds had also nothing to do with that. And while we're on that, Madam Speaker, there was a priority infrastructure project in which they used, the last administration used to construct the Davy Hill houses, etc. There was $1.3 million remaining in that project when we came into government, but we keep hearing the argument that they don't have any money to do housing, as the Honourable Buffon pointed out. There was also $300,000 in a separate line to do housing lookout, which wasn't done. There was also 1.3 million EC dollars in the priority infrastructure project, which was unspent, and which we have spent, which is what some of the work that's being done is from that funds. But the great negotiators, Madam Speaker, could not get that money touched, could not negotiate that money because they were told they can't spend it. We have spent it. Then I've forgotten. So we thank them, Madam Speaker, as they're hinting. We're thanking them for leaving the money for us to spend. So that's fine. So if that's what they did, we do thank them for their generosity in not spending all the money that they had and that they left us something to spend. So we do thank you. You're welcome. You're supposed to say you're welcome. Madam Speaker, we have been on a journey to get from Griffith, from Bramble to Bramble, coming all the way up to Farrell, to get Montserrat in a state where all of us can live happy, to live in a blessed place, that when I go out to the beach, I don't have to worry about somebody going with my child. When I go into the park up a little bit, I don't have to worry about taking out my keys out of my car, about even as a minister being able to know that you can go someplace and you don't have to have security around you. This is a Montserrat that we have, and it's a Montserrat that we have to cherish and protect under all circumstances. We also have to ensure that people have the means of surviving and of living and of educating their children and of having a proper health system and all of these things. And for 20-something years, different people have spoken about doing these things and why these things should be done. But, Madam Speaker, it is this administration who have done them and who have advanced and who have progressed. And if we think about what do we want and what kind of country do we want and what kind of conversations are we having and what kind of nation that we want for our children. Because in the end, we are just caretakers of the land, of whatever, for those that come after us. There are some of those that think we're going to be here forever, but none of us are going to be here forever. In the end, all the stuff we acquire, whether house, car, land, we will be left for our children to fight over, and we left for other people. What would remain is the mark that you have made on the generation after who will continue your memory. What will remain is your memory that exists in the mind of others on all the things that you have done. Not all the things that you have acquired, is all the things that you have done for them. So our job is to ensure that we make decisions, that the decisions are the right ones. And our job is to also realize that sometimes you make a decision, and when new information comes, you have to reverse it. And there's no shame in saying that this decision was made, but new information came to light, and it has to be reversed. And as I said, Madam Speaker, we're here to discuss the numbers in here. And I know there are those who will speak after me and say what should be done. And that's fine, because that's why we're having a debate. So if you want to spend $2 million more, maybe the others don't want to know, I would like to know, what are you cutting to spend that $2 million? Or alternatively, how are you raising the money to get that $2 million? Because we have to be very, very careful that when we speak, because there's a public that listens to us, because we're spending public funds, give them a false idea of how things work. People are making life decisions based on the things that we say, and people out there are also making life decisions on the decisions that we make. The decisions that we make as the leaders of this country affects the population, and people are making decisions based upon that. And we have to ensure that when we say that this can happen, it can actually happen. So I know there are those who are going to get up after me and proclaim all the wonderful things that should be done, and we're having a debate, so that's fine. You can have different ideas of how things should be done. That is okay and fine. But saying that you should spend $12 when you only have 10 is not a debate, and it is not politics, Madam Speaker. It is called deception and lying. That's what it's called. Those are the words that have to be used. We love to use the word, or it's just politics. If you know you have $10 and you're claiming that you can spend $12, it is not politics, it is lying, and it is deception. And we have to be very careful that when we're dealing with the public funds, that we're talking about the monies that we actually do have. So this administration, when we said that we want to, people have asked for all these wonderful things and we agreed they should get it. Salary increases, such things. We went out and we obtained the money to do them. Then when we got the money is when we spoke about it, and it's something that the Honorable Colonel keep mentioning. Sammy, if you only could do the door, promise the people the door, and if you could do a window, do the window. Do not promise them the house until you have the money for the house. So there are nobody is saying, because I personally believe, for one, that the salaries in Montserrat need to double, not go up by 20%. I personally believe that they should double. But I will not sit. If the TCs can make that money, we can make it too. That's my position. Full stop. So, but But, and that's my point, Madam Speaker, the same thing I was saying about the lying and deception. But I will not come here and tell the people that I can't double their salary because we do not have the money to do it. It's a process, and we have shown by the numbers that I've presented that we have continuously been able to do what the other side cannot do. So they did 1.5% and they pat themselves on the back, and we did 8%. Madam Speaker, so all I'm saying, when we do a budget, it is the money that we expect to get and that we know we can get, and you have to plan accordingly. Telling people things outside of that in which they're going to make their decisions on, it's not politics, and I'm going to repeat it, it is deception and lying. And if you're having an honest discussion about how things should work, that is the debate I expect to hear, Madam Speaker. How can we, and I don't want to hear, Madam Speaker, that I would have gotten the money. So yes, the $2 million is not here, but I would have gotten it. Because, as I pointed out, Madam Speaker, I don't have to speculate. Because they were in the position and they did not get it. None of it. It was completely flat throughout the 5 years, all of it. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, let us have a debate. Let us understand that we have an objective. We have an objective to transform Montserrat into a shining beacon for the world to follow, and we are going to achieve this. We.
Honorable members, the noise level, please. We have one person, one member on the floor. I'm sure everybody else will have their turn. Honorable Minister, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are a couple of human emotions, and I do understand how certain people have certain emotions. And one of the emotions that we have as human beings is called shame. So you try to do something, and you realize it can't be done. Because you thought it could be done, and somebody else did it. And like, oh God, man, I get it do. Shame. So I understand the concept of shame, and I understand that some people will feel shame, but it's fine, Madam Speaker. All you need to say, I couldn't get it done. Thank you for doing it on behalf of the people of Montserrat. And we will say you're welcome, and everybody will be happy. There's no need to feel shame, Madam Speaker. We can all advance and we can all progress. So we, Madam Speaker, have an objective to transform Montserrat into a shining beacon for the world to follow. And we are going to achieve this. All of us together, we are going to do that. And it is all of us working together who can get this done. Because in truth, together, we can.
I recognize the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What shall I say? I'm not being recognized. But I give God thanks. Madam Speaker, much has been said today, and I wish to, from the very outset, because I may not get a chance to do so because the day is quickly waning. Honorable Bufang, thank you for setting the stage of being incremental steps. If we had more money, we would want to do more. I also wish from the very outset to reiterate the thanks which have preceded my approach to this Honorable House this afternoon by the Honorable Charles Kernan, to my ministerial colleagues, the staff of the Ministry of Education, the staff of the Ministry of Health, the staff of the Department of Social Services, the Department of Community, Youth and Sports, the library, to our Honorable FS and her excellent team, the Digi and her team, the AG and her team, all the ministries and departments and staff who all work together to ensure that we deliver services. It would also be remiss of me, and Honorable Kernan has already done that, to thank the United Kingdom government and all our partners, all the NGOs that we have worked with over this 5-year period, which is coming to a close. In this election cycle, this is our last budget speech for this election cycle. So thanks is in order. To the private sector and their staff, many times we seem to forget them. It is you who have stayed with us in the rough times, the hard times, keeping persons employed, supplying goods and services, despite the exorbitant rate of CIF, so that we can maintain a sustainable country. Teachers, those who work at the hospital, can't forget you. And Minister said he saw the men this morning, can't forget you. Our fishermen, our farmers, we can't forget you. And those who work in the construction industry, we cannot forget you. So a huge and enormous thank you for standing with us, for standing with me through the years. As the Honorable Premier said, it was the best of times on some days, and it was the worst of times on other days. Through my sojourn here on this earth, I have come to recognize that wherever we find ourselves, in the animal kingdom, in the plant kingdom, we have something called relationship. And in our relationships, there are roles, responsibilities, rights, reports, meaning you answer to someone, respect, removal, be it voluntary or forced. And in government, all of these exist. They're all determined by law, policy, and the Constitution, which is the highest law of the land. And we must recognize that laws are passed and institutions are created to ensure that the Constitution works, and those who come in to govern or lead in this land must also recognize this. I will not enter into detail of the three arms of government, which ensures we have a separation of powers necessary to avoid a takeover of any arm. But it is absolutely important that those who execute their roles must have a clear understanding of their responsibilities, their sphere of operation, and the others of us must protect this sphere and not give up our powers. We cannot afford to see these. In cabinet, we have the governor who chairs our 4 ministers, the AG, the financial secretary who sits, the deputy governor who also sits, and we have our cabinet secretary who takes our minutes. The parliamentary secretary does not sit in cabinet unless acting as a temporary minister or invited to. I'm just setting the stage. Because we're here today with a budget. And that budget did not originate here. That budget would have originated from discussions with the ministries, taken to cabinet, and then it's brought here today for us to discuss, for us to ask questions, for us to get answers to the questions asked. If details are required, then that should be done. Our CPA, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, provides us, minister probably didn't get one, but when I traveled, I got one, so I brought it back. Recommended benchmarks for democratic legislatures. And it says budget approval and scrutiny procedures shall be clearly specified in the rules of the procedure, the Constitution, or relevant legislation. And the legislature shall have a reasonable period of time in which to adequately scrutinize and debate the proposed national budget. Oversight committees shall provide meaningful opportunities for minority or opposition parties and independent MPs to engage in effective oversight of government expenditures. In addition to the draft annual budget, the legislature shall receive and assess medium-term and annual budget strategies and be informed of the main assumptions that underline the annual budget revenue and expenditure projections. The legislature shall receive regular in-year budget reports and an audited annual financial statement from the government within 12 months after the end of the financial year. The legislature shall also have access to sufficient financial scrutiny resources and/or independent budget and financial expertise to ensure that financial oversight is conducted effectively. And so we are here today. You want a copy? We are here today. I know that there's a budget allocated for the Legislative Assembly. And we will go through that because we want to ensure that the Legislative Assembly which comprises of the government and the opposition, that when we sit to review a budget, we have the necessary resources to advise us that when we come here, we can discuss thoroughly for the people of Montserrat, who elected all of us to do so. When we get to this legislature, it's about the people. We are representing the people. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to set that background. From vision to reality, it's our theme for the budget: transforming our economy, protecting our economy, empowering our community. This budget is to take us forward. The Honorable Minister for Education, Health, and Social Services, in my view, has exhausted our accomplishments and achievements in the past years. So have Honorable Buffon and the Honorable Dr. Sami. And I support those because indeed this government have made progress. We have made steps, and it cannot be denied. I just want to highlight before I get started particularly what we are going to do in respect of adult and social protection. I'll address that again. We look forward to completing a needs assessment of our older persons on Montserrat, the development of a national disability policy, and we've already heard and we're very pleased that the Housing Development Unit have taken these considerations in building. We will update and implement the social protection regulatory framework, that is social welfare, public welfare assistance program, and review the Social Welfare Act. These, Madam Speaker, are long, long overdue. And I know that my honorable friend, or the honorable member, since I'm not in court, on the other side, would be very pleased to hear that, and that is Honorable Romeo. You give Jack his jacket, who have been championing the cause for vulnerable persons and for consideration to be given to review this. Montserrat, Madam Speaker, is on a journey, as Dr. Sami has pointed out. I'm not sure I'll call it a project, because I notice when you do project these days, you write a case, you put it on a shelf, you come back with another one, and nothing changes. So that is really my concern. We must, Madam Speaker, understand that in some cases, we are hemorrhaging, like the woman with the issue of blood. And you ask, why do I say that? Because we have seen where monies have left our country, monies that came in to build this country. And I am pleased to hear Dr. Sammy say that we have our young persons, and Dr. Sammy, we have to also talk about our older persons, because these days with the extension of the pension age, there is no way I'm going to stand and let you throw them on the side. So it's a cross-generational approach that we are going to take in ensuring that once we have our persons here, that it can be done. It is therefore imperative that we challenge the recruiting system and not sneer at our own HR, and it is not strengthened. As I said, those who have responsibility for doing so must do so. Something has to be wrong when persons are running in and running out as if you're playing skipping. I cannot imagine you get rid of a person, you offer one a big salary, and then you send them to train. I cannot imagine you bring someone less qualified and then you pay them bigger money. I appreciate what we are doing. I support the government in the steps it has taken. But we have done the calculations. And like Dr. Sammy said, if we don't have money, we can't give. But my challenge today is, how do we do the balance when we offer such big salaries and then there is no money for our people? The Honorable Premier gave us an example of what a person will get. You do the calculations, it's $54. Have we been to the supermarket recently? Have we considered the cost of living recently, where salaries are being outpaced by cost of living? I am still looking for some money in my bank account, but it was spent, and not frivolously either. So we need to seriously consider, when we come to our people to speak of what we are giving them and what we hear others are paying them, which destroys their morale, which destroys their commitment. We speak of population growth, which destroys the desire to remain here and build the population that we have been told in the budget address, we didn't just pick it up off the road, has fallen. Sports. And the honorable members on this side have spoken to that. We put our money, as Dr. Sammy says, where it is valued. We are very clear in our department that we are here to empower youths, advance sports, strengthen communities. As the budget, vision to reality, the third pillar says, empowering our communities. We want to thank the coaches and all the assistants who have worked to establish a strong foundation as far as is possible in exposing all of our students, irrespective of gender, with the requisite exercise and training, and also the national organizations that are responsible for taking sports to another level, regionally and internationally. And I believe, I do not want to prolong, that the Honorable Minister would have shared that we have spent on basketball, different groups. We have spent on individuals, sent them off to study, given our support $143,864.20 to basketball. Montserrat Sports Association, $49,000. And as Dr. Sammy said, to avoid some of the environment issues, we agreed as a government that money will go across there to assist Netball Association, $28,000, $151,000. And we want to celebrate Coach Val for her continued commitment to basketball. We have our Montserrat Amateur Athletics Association. We have football, $6,500, music, and we have given as well to community organization, taking our total to $320,982.58. Sports infrastructure is critical. Without this, we will not be able to transform our community nor advance our economic development. It requires serious investments if we are looking at sports tourism, professional development, and empowering our youths. Without direction, sports programs will not flourish. For some time now, our ministry has not had a PS and a director. And that needs to be answered. If we are to have overseas meets, we require synthetic grass, but they're running on grass. How can they be competitive with the rest of the world when they're trained in this way? Football, we want to thank our local sports staff, and in particular, Kello, who advances football in Montserrat, in our schools. He works with our schools. But in addition to that, we must thank the Montserrat Football Association, who has allowed not only for Montserrat to have a national team, but for players to be given an opportunity to gain an education, exposure, and ultimately our goal is playing football professionally. With games held here, it also brings in revenue, international exposure for our island, international opportunities for our players. They have spent on grassroots scholarship, domestic competition programs, $710,223.79 on football. Yet, Madam Speaker, there seems to be a problem between us and football, and I know we will say that FIFA is rich, but partnership is vital. It's a company, it's a legal entity with directors which come and go. The focus should be on what can be done for our youths. The SGS 17 of the United Nations advocates partnership. Dr. Sammy spoke about shame. Yes, I feel shame to hear that our Football Association national uniforms came in here, went back out to Antigua, duty-free in Antigua, storage-free in Antigua. This is not about directors. If there are issues, as I said, we have 3 arms of government. Let it be dealt with where it should be dealt with. And don't talk about COVID. Lest we forget, our football families were well taken care of. They got their food packages. In some cases, I may be wrong, even equipment in terms of ITC, computers. And Dr. Sammy did not mention that, but I want to thank that department for the ICT programs that they have been launching among our schools. But we must give recognition to the Montserrat Football Association and endeavor to do what we can to build a relationship going forward if we are going to empower and strengthen our communities. We have boasted of our multipurpose building. We have the commitment to replacing the floor, and I want to publicly thank the Minister of Agriculture to assist us with this. Where we needed our business case, and we didn't have the staff, he got us help. Our windows that we need to be finished and properly addressed, from what I learned, they were only temporary. Essential that we do this. It's also essential that we carry out the necessary works on the multi-purpose center for the safety of everyone. I want to thank my government for the monies allocated to push and to develop sports infrastructure. Madam Speaker, motorsports. Before I even entered my name, I was invited to a conference for women. There was a young lady from Nevis. She's in media. And she said, Mrs. Hector, all I'm asking you to do when you get into government, I don't know if she was a prophet, is to ensure that you support motorsports, because Nevis, we are ready to come. They came to this government, they provided their plans, and I can assure you that every member of this government supported the thrust of the Motorsports Association. I was really disappointed that the race did not go on for St. Patrick's, because I was going to give a little surprise to the public. But I'm putting that one up. Yes, I was going to. Yes, we must have a light moment. But seriously though. And so I remain committed to advancing that sports, and also that it be done in a safe way, and at the level that will attract not only regional participants, but international participants, for it has the potential of not only taking us to the top, but creating revenues job for our people. Lest we forget, no one knows more than we do the losses the people of Montserrat has suffered and are still reeling from today. The loss of lands, not a word to this day, but we have our title deeds. Loss of homes for some, no compensation, but they want to know why we give our people land. Loss of businesses, loss of business opportunities. Pensioners who had already built their homes, nice homes too, and they had to leave them. And today, their age prevents them from getting a mortgage. On top of that, many persons had insurance to take them through retirement, and they suffered severe losses. Not a cent to this day. Other territories have been compensated. Honorable Lewis, I have not forgotten that you raised it in this house. What are we going to do to help get this money back? It is my respectful view, and I say so humbly because I am not exposed to all the financial maneuverings. If government want to take bonds for their losses, take your bonds. But get our people's money. This economy can do well with this milk or blood transfusion, no matter how small. Recently, the Ministry of Education went on a tour. It were the retired persons. Well, some of them were retired who were our guides, creating jobs in many sectors. Back to sports. That is what sports can do for us. Education. Key to transforming any community and empowering our communities is our education system. I reiterate my thanks again to the principals, the head teachers, the staff, the support workers, the PTAs at the school for their contributions to the education development over the years, difficult circumstances. Many programs and sporting events were undertaken by them to ensure that our children are given opportunities to realize their potential from vision to reality. Critical is leadership, plant or physical business, buildings, and the environment of the school and the teaching practices. We have been training our teachers. Honorable Minister would have already shared that. We're investing in our people. But our teachers, we recognize, are frustrated. Parents are frustrated. The community is frustrated. Students are frustrated. Honorable members, we must work together to save our children, our school, and empower communities. We are already embarking on developing strategies for parental engagement and accountability. Challenging us are underperformance of reading, especially our boys. The lookout principal has begun a program for the boys, some of the boys, and we have on board our numeracy, and there was a literacy professional to help strengthen numeracy and literacy in our school. We have our literacy week, and I was very pleased with the Lookout School. Was part of their literacy week. They showed how they were incorporating literacy into every facet of learning. I must also compliment the St. Augustine School for its commitment to continuing the science fair. And our bank manager, who is no longer here, challenged me to challenge government to introduce this into all the schools. I remain committed to advancing this with the help of colleagues. The library through its after-school program, father and children reading program, and summer reading program are endeavoring and working hard to support the teachers and their parents. They provide an invaluable service. We have also expended monies in ensuring that there's a more comfortable environment with our library expansion in what I call the Chalmers Plaza. Please forgive me, Mr. Chalmers, if I'm naming your business before you have done so. But this have provided facilities for the younger children, meeting areas, and the preservation of our documents. I was very pleased when I popped in on Saturday to see a father present there with his children, collecting their books and engaging in the children's section away from the adult section. There is need for financial resources to procure more assistance to help our children and adults. And it is my intention to keep advocating for this and for the use also of our community centers as places for learning, support, and development for both young persons and adults. We will continue our Second Opportunities program, where persons who did not get O-levels or subjects can have another go. I will not say much, as I said, with ICT, as the mandate is given to the Ministry of Communication, Works, Labor, and Energy, and they continue to assist us, but we, the ministry, have also procured computers for our children and for the labs. Teacher retention and recruitment, as we have heard, continues to plague us, especially for some technical subjects. Even with the recent change of Fiscal by the government, we have about some 7 vacancies arising. Clearly, more need to be done to canvass the challenges of teachers prior to exit and on exit to see what we can do to stem the rapid turnover rate. We cannot stop people from going, but we can work with them to see what we can do to retain. The government continues to work on the primary school building, and we regret all the challenges and inconveniences that they're suffering. There also is a leadership vacuum there because there's a need still for substantive principle for our school, and we thank Mrs. Osborne for leading the team there. The Lookout Primary School and the Brace Primary School also once did sewing, and we need to reinstate that for the growth and development of our students. We know that our students are differently able and differently gifted. And so it is important that we pursue that again. St. Augustine may be a private school, and I will not hesitate to say that the teachers and children are our people, our teachers, our children. Across Montserrat for years, students that attended St. Augustine School have made their contribution to the economic, social development of Montserrat. They continue to make their contribution And this government has continued to give us subvention. As we say, if we had more money, we'd want to do more for all of our primary schools. But I remain committed to doing what I can to advance the needs of that school. We are indeed pleased that the teachers and students have now returned to using Block M after all this time. We have heard about the difficulties at all the graduation ceremonies we have attended. As Dr. Sammy says, sometimes just shame, shame, shame. But we have to take the shame. Times have changed, and it is expected that in some areas, not all, that we also need to change. And so I look forward to continuing building our relationship with our parents, our guardians, and our teachers. I've spoken of sewing, and we cannot forget our vocational and technical subjects. We are moving into an era where we have seen a shortage of skilled personnel here. No disrespect, but I am of the view that that generation from the technical college, that they're moving on and the baton is not being passed. So we look forward to building on our vocational and technical subjects in our Montserrat Secondary School as well as the college. CPREG 2 is coming up, and we have discussed it. But I consider it is full time for a new, modern Montserrat Secondary School. The current plant has outlived its capacity, and the master plan needs to be advanced. When I came into government, I had a talk with some young men, and I know that they were already devising a master plan for the Montserrat Secondary School. There also may be need to consider erecting a junior campus. Parents are being forced to take their children away due to the state of the school. This does not augur well for population growth, which the Premier, who has responsibility for immigration, has announced has fallen. And we are all committed and must do what we can to encourage people to remain, to come, work, and live with us. My plea for years, and will continue to be, building a cafeteria at MSS. I am not going to stop until it is done. It is a disgrace for our children not to have a cafeteria, getting soaked on rainy days, running to collect their lunches, even moving from classroom to classroom for classes. I recall a mother having to bring a change of clothes for a child. Some parents can't do that. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing with chilling on the benches on a Sunday, on a sunny day. But we must give our children an alternative. Our cafeteria can provide healthy meals at a subsidized cost. This cafeteria can be multifunctional. Lockers, we have some, and we will endeavor to get those back into operation. And maybe in some cases, if we get our vocational programs going, they can build some for us. Carrying these heavy bags up these steep steps, we want them to be strong, but a health risk to our children. Empowering our community, transforming our economy requires us investing in education. My brothers, Montserrat, and sisters, because I respect the presence of the Honorable FS and our acting AG. Montserrat is one of the safest places to live. As Dr. Sammy says, when they realized Eden was gone, Montserrat was the land. But anyway, it seems as if the serpent came still. But it is still one of the safest, best places that you can live and bring up your family. But many have been deterred because of the condition at MSS, the subject choices. It's mitigating, it's working against population growth. Young parents, ages 35 upwards, are saying, we want to bring our children here. But where are your vocational courses, your technical courses? The construction of the port bears testimony to this. We have to be importing skilled labor, and we need to make that distinction, because it is not that persons do not want work. They have gone down to register. Women have come to me with their forms for their references. But the port requires skilled labor. As a government, we inquired into it, and the report came back to us. At this time, it is skilled laborers, skilled workmen that they're seeking. And I have no doubt that when the hospital comes on stream, that is going to happen. I believe in giving Jack his jacket. He's wearing his jacket already, and he has lots of them. The Honorable Premier, he allocated, Honorable Premier, I respectfully can be corrected, initially about $500,000 to develop a program to run alongside our apprenticeship program. But that program was to be accredited, and despite instructions, the plan did not come back. So I know that NCAA have some wonderful project drafters over there. They're fantastic. I don't want to call any names and then somebody get left out and they treat me badly when I go back over there. They sought to assist us getting the college, trying to get the college and UWI on board. Dr. Sammy, what you say? You have to say you're shame when you shame. No. So, to date, we can't get our program going. And I stand corrected. But the monies are going to go to assist us in developing our youths and sports. So it's not gone. But let me tell the Honorable Premier, or the premiers in waiting, and the opposition, Mrs. Veronica K. Dorset, Hector, Madam Mufasa, according to the Honorable Cranston Buffon, remain resolute that the development of master skills program for youth, men and women will not die. I have spoken to one of the best, note I said one of the best, Sir Garfield Brown, and other diaspora contractors and business owners, and local draftsmen and builder who are skilled. We do not need to look to any foreign person. We will create our own board of examiners and assessment. We have the talent right here in Montserrat. All kinds of colleges and universities in the UK and around the world. Some don't even have a physical presence, but they're issuing certificates. Why can't we? We also have our CARICOM brothers and sisters, and they can be a part of our assessment team to ensure that the integrity is maintained just in case we are questioned. The time has come for us to craft and determine our own destiny. We're going to continue to think global, act local, and impact this world by empowering our communities. And if perchance that we find things are not working for our schools, we will move to school boards. They will deal with recruiting, resources allocation, discipline, raising funds. No, it will not all be government, but the subventions from government will come. But they will still remain accountable to government, and the laws will also be there to govern. It's forward we are moving. I do not want to be derogatory, so I am going to be very careful. You can't be doing the same thing over and over again with the same result and stay in the same place. The St. Augustine School is 150 years old. And if it were not for the volcanic situation, they were already expanding. Now, we assist them, but they manage their school with a board. We have to do things differently. As I said earlier, every relationship is governed by rules. And we have heard lots about the school rules recently. Rules are necessary for all sectors of society to work to keep chaos and confusion at bay. As I always say, if you join a gang, there are rules. If you go down to hell to join Satan, he rules and there are rules. A land without order is doomed for destruction. It is in schools and at home that we prepare, and we were prepared to function effectively in society and the world. Monsterations can be found all over the world, leading companies, impacting societies, making a difference. They grew up here on the rules. Our world has evolved, and it does not mean that every flim and fancy must be followed, but we must examine the reason for the rule. Honorable Hogan will say, what is the mischief one is seeking to avoid? What is the lacuna to be filled? We must think outside the box. I remember my days. I have to open my mouth. Teacher, I have to examine my teeth. My nails, up to this day, I'm still very conscious. Shoes had to be examined. They were preparing us for the world of work, of leadership, of representing our nation. And juxtaposed to this, you better be respectful or manageable, as they would say. We also had to take care of the school property. We had to sweep our classrooms. They taught us responsibility and punctuality. Minister Bufong and I, by now, some teachers would have dealt with us good and plenty. But we're working on the punctuality. When people stop us, yes, I'm putting you in it. When people stop us, we attend to our people. If it's a few minutes and we run into the meeting, we're going to get to the meeting late, but we're going to try and listen. Our schools have been under review. I can assure you, and we must ensure that we do not infringe on people's human rights. We must also ensure that we do not take away the power of parents to bring up their children in the fear of God or their religious choices. I am a Christian. It is not everyone who lives in Montserrat that follows Christianity. It is their constitutional right, and it is our responsibility as Christians to let our light so shine that we can make disciples of them. But we are going to work together. Parents must do all they can to ensure that they support the teachers. In my day, if there's a discussion about a teacher, you could not be present. They would never discuss a teacher, even if the teacher wrong. They're going to go up to school, yes, and hear what the teacher have to say. And you better make sure that you are right. Parents, it is our children's future, not yours, that will be impacted. It is the country or world that they're called to serve that will lose if we do not do what is right by our children. So I say today to this Legislative Assembly and all the community, let us work together to build a strong education system. We had it once. We're going to have it again. You would recall when we sent our children to London, they wanted to know, where did these children come from? I am sure, but they were asking me where I came from. So I told them I grew up in Montserrat. And I know they're asking Honorable Hogan the same thing up there now, because they wanted to know, how come when we come up there, we perform at that level, and those who are born into all sorts of things up there can't touch us? And that is the truth. So that is what we want for our children. Also, the primary schools. We recently called a meeting to discuss and to bring resolutions to our solutions. We must hold our educational professionals accountable. As I said earlier, roles, responsibilities, and reports, all of these must be clearly demarcated and accounted for. Staff coverage has been a problem. In our day, monitor, monitress, prefect, head girl, George Thompson, and I at that time, once they heard my shoes coming down the corridor, all man scatter. Once they heard George's voice, every man came to attention. We assisted the teachers in managing the school. And that went for all the other prefects and the monitress. My teaching career started as a monitress, because when the teacher didn't come, you collected the books and you come down and you will hold that class. Whether they read, whether you ask questions, they do spelling, class was held. Today, life is more demanding. And so we have to consider, especially in the secondary school, how we are going to assist our teachers with coverage when a teacher is absent. In our day, teachers like Mrs. Jemmott, Mrs. Grayson White, Teacher Cato, Mrs. Watts, Mr. Peter White, Mr. Brown, Miss Jubry, Miss James, Mr. Taylor, you name them, Teacher Dorothy, Mr. Daniel. Sometimes you wonder if they can't take sick. You want a little free day, and they're there. Life is more stressful, circumstances are stressful. Our teachers sometimes get ill, they have issues, and we have to support. So we need to consider having, whether it is past teachers, college students, persons in the expatriate community, retirees, even virtual learning, partnership with our colleagues. We have an arrangement. We can dial in, have a responsible adult in the class while the students participate, maybe in a math class in Antigua. If it's revision, you revise. If it's a new concept, you learn it. And when your teacher comes, your teacher could discuss it further with you. I agree, money does not bear on tree. But we can't be saying there is no money. If we can find money to pay a deputy commissioner $176,000, when you go back, check what ours used to get. When we can pay those type of salaries, and I'm not saying that you don't take into account that people leave their homes and need to make adjustments. This budget, and I'm talking money, has it in. How do you expect our people to feel? And yes, we have done, and I'm not going to go over that. Dr. Sammy is the mathematician. He already explained. I'm sorry I missed his class on Tuesday. How the maths work. I will hear what Honorable Hogan has to say about the maths when he comes. All right? But like Dr. Sammy said, talk is cheap. We need to see what we can do to strengthen our education system. Green space and community recreation. And let me say from the outset, before I forget, the sports policy is drafted. It was circled around from what I learned. Minister and I have gone through it. I think I've read about 3 copies of it. And so it is there to be taken. As I said, nothing comes here or anywhere else before it gets to cabinet. And I know he's working towards taking that to cabinet. And so, in that sports policy, because when I say sports, it's going to be for the whole community, but particularly those who are looking for the professional. And we have to also remember, before you get there, you have to start somewhere. We have the medical care when they get hurt, therapy. There is already provision if they have to bring in equipment, sports gear. All they need to do, speak to the organization or come to the ministry for the necessary letter if that is what they need to support their case. But like I said, the policy is coming, so I'm not going to talk much on that. We have agreed as a government that Davy Hill, we have already spoke about Lookout, and Drummonds were to get green spaces and play areas for the children. When we got into government, there was a lot of money in the legislative office, and this government agreed that the money has to go back to the community because it is volcanic relief fund. I recalled hearing about that fund when Ms. Shirley Osborne, the Honorable Speaker, was seeking to find projects to advance it. That will happen at Davy Hill. It is led by Madam Speaker, and they're looking, or they've already bought, in our discussions, the necessary foundation so that the players will not be playing on pure concrete. So steps are being made. Drummond's at the political meeting, because I know what I say, where I say when the children ask for a play area, but as the Honorable Minister has already indicated, construction work is going to happen there, and it does not make sense to construct that area and you are going to build. Infrastructure works are going to take place there. Look out, you have already heard what is going to happen over there, so I won't repeat that. But I know as well, again in partnership, Dr. Sami was already committed to the area, but as we're saying these days, we have to be careful with the foundation, Minister, how you call it? What it is that they play on, what you call that? The floor, the surface, the material for the surface, which is very, very expensive, that they do not get hurt and create challenges for their professional career. The Ministry of Agriculture is already embarking on creating green spaces. We have heard of that. That's happening, I know for sure, in Salem. I also know the Honorable Premier was committed as well to the area in Lookout with the gazebo. Very strong on that. But I know that this, and I remain committed to advancing those as we move from vision to reality. As we said, it's incremental, and so we expect to see some more focus in those areas. I am no cricketer, and I am no sports person, but I know the benefits of sports. And I know the importance of infrastructure. The best and must be properly maintained. From the first day, you can almost say the first week we got into government, we visited our infrastructure to see what needed to be done. And that included Salem Community Center, the park, and I have to address it. I shame like a dog when I hear about Little Bay cricket pitch. We are working on it. And I know they have said to me and to others that the right, and give credit where credit is due, the Right Honorable Basil Morgan is the best in the region. It's important that we get our pitch fixed back to international levels while training our young persons to undertake this role. We must treat people with respect and fairly. So I stand committed going forward from vision to reality. No more complaints from the cricketers. I can assure you that the PS, the minister, the manager for our facilities visited, and there's work to be done at both parks to bring them back to the level that we know Sturge Park used to be. I'm coming to a close. I'm going to give you all a chance. Medical schools and universities are also within the remit of this government or the education department. We continue to welcome, and we cannot underestimate the value that medical schools, universities bring to the country. Many of us live through the golden years of AUC. And I am disappointed that as we look forward to the cutting of ribbon, and I welcome that school that have been with us for over 10 years or just about, that our medical school, that we lost that opportunity. An opportunity to develop one of our best view places that is languishing. Some may say it's an opportunity. But as Dr. Sammy said, we pursue, we work towards, and I pray that that comes. Because I too have a vision for Salem and its surroundings, where we can have employment opportunities, rentals, cars and accommodations, people living off campus, families visiting, restaurants flourishing, private sector flourishing, taxi tours, Salem vibrant. I've heard about Salem City, the potential for a university town because our education facilities are all located there. The opportunity for the upscale of the college and for some of our students to attend the schools. I pray that this opportunity returns because investors are not sitting around with us to take our time and when we're ready. Government cannot create all the employment opportunities in Montserrat for our people who live here and to attract others to come work and live. We need private investors. We need our persons living abroad. Many do not like to be called diaspora, so I am not going to refer to them as that. It is together that we are going to see economic development. It's about people, 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 and not self. We have already spoken about salaries, so I'm not going to go there. And Dr. Sammy have already expressed, yes, we have increased for the public service, and yes, we want more, and yes, they deserve more. But we also have to look at the reduction of the cost of living. Dr. Sammy has received an increase in his maintenance vote and is protecting it like a Rockweiler. But Dr. Sammy needs to congratulate the PAC, because the PAC did their inquiry and came back very strongly that your ministry, Honorable Dr. Sammy, should be supported so that our buildings, our streets, and whatever else can be in the best state for our people. We have to think of the well-being and health of our people. I'm not going to put you on the spot. I will talk to you after about that, about some people's. But I think all is going well because I've heard about the tower. Our Honorable Minister, Premier, and the Finance have outlined, and the other members as well, the assistance that government has given with electricity bills, with assistance of spoilage of food. And some persons, regrettably, were overseas and were not able to benefit from that. And I regret it. I know that this government is doing everything to support MUL. And as Dr. Sammy have already explained what have been purchased, but the infrastructure is still bad. We have, and Honorable Premier has extended, or is going to extend, our white goods. SRNO. All right? Because many persons have lost a lot of appliances and other electricals. I am not ashamed to say that my fridge is not working. Well, someone lent me an old one. But when it is finished, I'm going to get an ice box. Because there is no way I can really go and invest in a fridge for Dr. Sammy to mash it up again. All right, so please, let us be. Okay, so the white goods has been extended for about another year. I don't want to talk out of turn. Another year. And if you think it is not satisfactory, please go and see the Honorable Premier and let him know how much your fridge is going to cost you and what other assistance and the other appliances that you may have lost. Many have lost a lot of things. Social services. Thank you, Minister, for bringing me to that. We have heard of the 6% to be considered. Well, I'm glad to hear in the first instance, because I will say without any water in my mouth, from 2014, and yes, I know some persons get further assistance. I have a mother with a child, and that child is of an adult structure. And another child that requires a lot of attention. And so, yes, I cannot say I am happy with that. But they said incrementally, and so we will discuss further. Honorable Romeo has from time and time again reminded us of the DFID report, which said far back when it was 1,500. And I can be corrected, Honorable Romeo, if needs be. Our assessment is long overdue, but I am pleased that we're now ready. We're going to take the steps to review that. We must also look at unemployment. How do we help our people to transition? What work can we find for them with a little extra? There are some persons with mental health issues, and we can encourage them to work, help them to self-actualize, keep them off the street, but with supervision. We are also in need of our food basket assessment. It's almost 5 years to date, and that needs to be addressed urgently because we need to know where we are moving from. What is the minimal for basic sustenance? We have not even, and that's essential. As I said, the last increase was 2014, 10 years ago. And this is not about making people lazy or encouraging dependency. The vulnerable, if I will put it in modern terms, the Bible says you will always have with you. The United Nations says they want to eliminate poverty in all countries. That includes us. But like Honorable Minister shared, he went all the way to this grand event, but there is no money. I am fully aware, and we have discussed it, there's a need, and we let us be careful. Private sector, I am not putting any pressure on you. The minimum wage in certain jobs. Remember, we are not like America where you have a number of organizations or businesses that you could basically set minimum wage at. So that requires careful thinking. But we must recognize cost of living has gone up, expenses for businesses, and many persons are having it difficult. And they're not spendthrift, some. We must ensure that those who cannot afford will be assisted. We would have heard the advancement of the services. I'm not going to go over those of the hospital. It is critical that as we consider that we remember persons must be able to access the services and not deterred because they cannot afford to. Many who can afford insurance, I encourage that, not only for Montserrat, but there are times when things happen and you need to have your insurance. Social Security is already challenged, but we can perhaps consider a national insurance with a reinsure system in place. As you know, housing, although it belongs to the Honorable Minister, still, and he has dealt quite well with it, also falls within our ministry in the sense that we have to ensure decent housing for our people. I congratulate the Minister for the efforts and all that has been done, and his teams for improving, as he said, the myriad of problems. And I know of them because many a times they will come to me, and Minister Noy will tell him, decent, and I will send them too. Yes. Decent housing for our people is a public good. We as a government and with the ministry have sought and received the assistance, as you would have heard, for repairs. And we are grateful. But many are still living in deplorable conditions. I have visited some of these homes, and I agree with Minister, they need pulling down. I cannot believe that people in Montserrat are living like that. I'm not speaking about dependency here. There are people who are not in a position to help themselves on the meager mortgage, on the meager pensions. As I said earlier, they can't get a loan, they can't get a mortgage because of their age. Families, prior, we had them coming together to build. Now, it's a different world. Many are in need of repairs, and they have accepted the repairs that were done. But you go inside of their homes, cupboards are falling down, tiles are lifting up, bathroom walls. It is not nice. When you leave some of these homes, it is only God who gives you the strength to continue walking or driving. And let me say, we are not like people in some other countries. I recall just getting to England, I was on the bus, and I hear this young man saying, they won't give me my flat. I ain't entitled to my flat. So being a lawyer, I said, but wait. Why they don't give the man his inheritance? Why they don't probate the property? Only to find out the man is talking about council flat. Montserratians don't behave like that. We were taught, go paddle your own canoe, blessed is the man that has his own. It is a volcanic situation that has driven many into the situations that they're in. And I recall when I saw some of those buildings, those houses being built, I said, what is going to happen when the time comes to repair them because of the socioeconomic position of many of the persons that were housed in those places? So we will continue to support the housing agenda in whatever way we can, renovating or rehabilitating incrementally as the minister has advanced. Madam Speaker, lest we forget, nobody, I believe, has ever quantified as one, and I'm not taking credit for it, this gentleman, I don't think he wants his name called, the losses that our people have suffered. It has been the best of times and the worst of times. But as Premier has pointed out, indeed, God has been our helper, and He has helped us unabashed and unashamed. I will declare that He has been our strength And so as a united people, let us go forward to progress our country. We must take a united front, one for all and all for one. Hold fast to the hope that you have for a better Montserrat. No matter what has come our way, what they have done, we shall overcome. Do not give up. Together, we are going to march on, hand in hand, united as one. Please, one for all and all for one. Irrespective of our differences, I call on us all to be one, working together. We must reconstruct our land. We must develop our land. We must take back our land, our destiny, chart our course, pursue our dreams. Tough times, Premier reminded us, don't last, but tough people do. Tough and rough has been our journey. Brothers and sisters, we have lost along the way. Many soldiers and heroes have fallen, and yet we stand. I can hear the voice of the mighty hero. I can hear the voice of Sir Howard. We must stand. We must fight on to keep, protect, preserve our land, our values, our pride. Not that which is handed down by any other man. Together we must fight on. Be you living on this land or driven to another land by the circumstances. When you're ready, pack your case and come home. Nobody can stop you. Let us remain united, no matter the nation from which you come. Many peoples we may be, but one nation. Our mission is achievable. Our vision remains clear. Building a healthy, wholesome, prosperous Montserrat, founded on a thriving modern economy. Not just a friendly, but a caring and vibrant community. No place for grudge and jealousy, to keep down and sideline. A Montserrat which in all our people, through enterprise and initiative, can fulfill their hopes in this truly democratic and God-fearing society. I repeat, one for all and all for one. Together, let us march on. We fight on. And to adopt the words of Premier Meade from our SDP, both native and adopted, whether we're friends and kin, near and far, young and old, we have triumphed for the fierce will, tenacious and resilient spirit, and God's own spirit poured out in this very land. I can assure you we will be victorious. For in our veins runs the blood of our forefathers who survived the slave triangle. We will not only survive, we will be victorious. And we will return to a position, for those who have forgotten, of economic self-sufficiency as our vision stressed by our Premier, transforming our economy. Montserratians, we are blessed and we are gifted. We are talented and we are bright. Are we not done? We have capacity and we have know-how. Do not let anyone fool you and tell you otherwise. And we're not afraid of hard work. We must go on, but we cannot forget our past. We look forward together as a people, as a nation with a purpose, and purposefully. And today I command you to arise and build. Arise and shine. We must take back what is ours. And we must labor together to build our land. Whatever Egyptians we see today, be rest assured, one day we will see them no more forever. Our sons and our daughters, say what you like, shall return with their gold, their silver, their talent, and their time. Ask not, said the American president, what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, for together we can. Arise and build and fight for our children, our future. And our 2023-2024 vision budget statement said, investing in today to secure our future, our Montserrat, our people, our generations to come, honoring those that have passed on. And we can do it. God being our help, we shall overcome. United as one, forward we march on, one for all and all for one. This budget debate is our last budget debate in this political cycle. I thank you, the people, and I thank the Almighty God for giving me the privilege to serve you. And as Minister Cranston has said, I avail myself to serve you if God's will is so inclined, and yours. God bless you. God bless the people of Montserrat. God bless the lands and the waters, the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, and the future of all the peoples of Montserrat. God bless this honorable house. Let it not stifle democracy and the freedoms, nor contrive mischief by statute, but advance this land and the peoples of this land. God bless us all. If it pleases you, Madam Speaker, I take my seat and cede the floor to the next honorable member as we continue to pursue from vision to reality, transforming our economy, protecting our environment, and empowering our communities. Thank you. I rest.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for a short break while we refresh ourselves and come back for the next period. Until 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for a short 10-minute break until 4:50.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House breaks for 10 minutes and return at 4:50. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. We'll break for 10 minutes. House is now back in session. I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Osborne.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've been sitting here today pertaining to this budget statement for 2024-2025. And Madam Speaker, despite all that we need or what we want, and we have to be mindful that we know for sure that we will not be getting everything exactly. No matter what government is in the position, it is difficult at times to get certain things done. But Madam Speaker, we have to try. And my main thing, Madam Speaker, is that despite what we might disagree about, we are still needed at the end of the day if we have the heart of the people on this island in hand. We need to work together, try to work together. I mean, yes, we can have our little arguments, but at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we need to put our best foot forward to build this country. Madam Speaker, there are certain things that I have to say, despite being in opposition, I am a fair person. And as I said, Madam Speaker, I was put here in this position by people who helped me. And I would also, Madam Speaker, until I die, I will put myself out to help all the persons that I can. I can't help everybody, but I'm going to try my best to help as much as I can. And that's what we as the government of this country needs to focus on, Madam Speaker, in terms of helping as much persons as we can. Yes, we went through the pandemic, which the whole world did, and which also put a lot of pressure on us here in Montserrat because of our situation and our location in terms of having or getting certain things done. But, Madam Speaker, we survived. And yes, we expect that the government could have done more, should have done more. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we're out of the COVID situation now. And, Madam Speaker, we have to now understand how we can work together to build this country. Madam Speaker, in this 2024-2025 budget, which is our last budget for this political cycle, we have gotten, well, the civil servants have gotten a little bit of an increase. Yes, we always want more. I mean, it's the same as the government trying to negotiate for whatever project or anything. They're trying to get as much as they can. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the 3% that's given now and the 3% before, that's 6%. Yeah, we still would say it's not enough. And based on the cost of living, Madam Speaker, and the way the cost of living is going in this world, it's a little bit hard. It's pretty hard on us here. Madam Speaker, I do a lot of traveling, and I understand a lot of things, Madam Speaker. I must say that we here in Montserrat, the cost of living in Montserrat is much higher than a lot of the other places. But that is based also because of certain conditions that we have to face here that the others don't face. But we still have to try our best to make sure that we work towards keeping the cost of living down as much as possible. Because, as I said, Madam Speaker, I was in Antigua for a couple of weeks the other day, and, you know, the population, and as I said, population makes a difference. And Madam Speaker, the population in Antigua and what is happening in Antigua is really, really, really moving this country, their country. The amount of projects that are going on there, which means the amount of money they're spending. The amount of tourism that's coming there, which means a lot of money are being spent by the tourists. So everybody is in a happier place, Madam Speaker. And that's why I want Montserrat to get in a happier place. Because, Madam Speaker, we need to find ways as the government of Montserrat. I'm going to say the government, I mean, whether the government empower the opposition, we have to find ways as individual Montserrat to be able to attract, to bring businesses here, to bring investors here on this island. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to be always begging for handouts. Madam Speaker, we are proud people here. And when we prefer to work and make our money, and when we work and make our money, we are free to spend our money how we want to spend the money. And most of the time, 99% of the time, the money that we earn here will be spent here. in Montserrat. These are the kind of things that we have to focus on, Madam Speaker. There are situations, Madam Speaker, that needs to be done to encourage all of this development in our country. Madam Speaker, the access, which is a key problem for us here in Montserrat. As a matter of fact, I went to Barbuda for a Saturday to see exactly what was going on in Barbuda. I mean, I'm not going to say it's the best place. I mean, it's really flat as far as I'm concerned. And one day was good enough for me over there. But the type of development that's going on over there, and the kind of houses I see the locals are building over there, it's amazing. It is amazing. So despite all of that, and I think they say it's like 1,600 persons that are living in Barbuda. But Madam Speaker, I think they say close to 2,000 persons working there on the development. But Madam Speaker, we in Montserrat need to focus on what we can do to help our country, to help our people. So I'm asking the government, this government in power, and this might be their last term, I'm hoping, but before you do depart, some of you actually, because I don't think all of you will depart, I'm asking for you to really put your heads together and do as much as you can for us here on this country. Madam Speaker, there are other things like the port project that is happening at the present moment. I must say I'm kind of lost with what exactly is happening down at the port, and I'm sure that many others are pretty much lost. I'm sure some of the same ministers in the government are kind of lost with exactly the situation. Because I'm going to speak openly. From what we've been told many times, I mean, from what I'm thinking, the port is, how long have they been working on it now? 2 years? And I think it was 2 years? Yeah, and I thought you said it was going to be 18 months. Okay, yes, there's a bit of delay, but how much longer will this continue? And what would the price, the adjustment and the variations on all these things would cost us here in Montserrat? And these are the problems that we face here a lot. And as a government, we need to make sure that when we are dealing with these situations, that we be open to many things that the public needs to know, to understand, so they can better understand. Madam Speaker, let me start now properly with the Education, Health, and Sports Ministry. I'll start with that one first. Madam Speaker, I must give an applaud to the government and also to the Minister of Health, Honorable. Well, we gave him a nickname today as Magandi, the way he's looking today. But Honorable Colonel, the way he's dressed today, you know. So, Madam Speaker, because for this ultrasound machine or the MRI machine that is now that CT scanner that is now is it fully in operation? It's being commissioned, and I'm very happy for that, Madam Speaker, that we are finally getting somewhere with that, and some of the other things that, as he said, are being put in place as of present to facilitate all the medical problems or situations that we face here in Montserrat. Because that is one of the key problems that we are facing here too, Madam Speaker, in Montserrat. And I say that, I mean, I know that some things cannot be done here where they now for a long while, based on our population and our technicians who will be able, with the doctors who will be able to facilitate certain operations, etc. It's just like I said, my sister broke her leg and we had to go to Antigua to get everything properly put in place. She had had the screws and plated and all this kind. Don't expect that to be done here in Montserrat. But I must say, I really do appreciate the service that we got, or how they took care of us in Antigua. And I also met the Minister of Health, Honorable Malvin Joseph, and I had a very good discussion with him pertaining to the whole health system in between Montserrat and Antigua. And Madam Speaker, I can't really say exactly what he said, but he's happy and always ready to work to help Montserratians medically in Antigua. So, Madam Speaker, we have to continue focusing on this. And then, Madam Speaker, there's another situation, Madam Speaker, with the education system. And I ask to be corrected if I'm hearing wrong, because you know sometimes not everything you hear is the truth. You have to hear both sides of the story. But I hear we're having sort of major problems with even the way this here system that they have in the schools. And you know, I have my reservations pertaining to all of that. I remember my mom used to say, since you're small, everybody used to say, cleanliness is next to godliness. I mean, Madam Speaker, the way the world is going right now, persons are wearing their hair how they want to wear their hair, whether they are in school, whether they're in church, whether they're in the medical field, wherever they are, Madam Speaker. And I seem to have a little problem. Yes, I mean, I want people to carry themselves well, dress properly and whatever, but Madam Speaker, we cannot be denying individuals education pertaining to whatever hair they have, Madam Speaker. It's natural hair. And these are the kind of things that we have to really focus on as a government.
Honorable member, let me just, people in the gallery are not allowed to engage with people inside of the square. If you need something, you have to give it to the sergeant at arms, and then he will get it to the person inside the all right? Just a reminder for those who are not aware of that. All right, sorry, honorable member, you may continue.
Okay, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I am not happy in terms of what is going on in terms of children not being able to go to school because of the hairstyle or whatever. I do think that there should be some kind of standard which needs to be known from before, but we can't be too, how should I put the final word, stringent in terms of disallowing a child to be able to get their education because of a hair thing. Madam Speaker, I would hope that the government would actually look into this situation, because also there, Madam Speaker, in terms of their behavior and that kind of thing in school, they need to be well behaved. Madam Speaker, when we were going to school, I can remember my mom was a head teacher, and I think I got more licks from her than anybody else in the world, because I was who I am. You know, even for combing my hair, I got licks. For not combing my hair, I got licks from her. So I want to say to the parents too that we can't really blame all the teachers or the schools for certain things, but you, the parents, needs to step up to the plate and try your best to make sure that you take care of your children and have them put them in a proper manner, dressed whatever to go to school. Madam Speaker, sports is another thing that I want to touch base with this ministry. Madam Speaker, sports is an international thing, and we can benefit, we are benefited as Montserratians are benefiting a lot from sports. And if you see how the world is going with sports, Madam Speaker, we have a very good state-of-the-art facilities at the Montserrat Football Association grounds. And Madam Speaker, we need to encourage, as a government, we need to help the youths to be able to go out there and learn and practice and become top players even in football. Same with cricket, Madam Speaker. Same with all the other sports, even with athletics, Madam Speaker. If you ask any child about Usain Bolt is from Jamaica. Well, any child right now about Usain Bolt, they know about Usain Bolt, because as one of the fastest, if not the fastest, running in the world. And you know what kind of pride that brings to Jamaicans when you hear about Usain Bolt and all the other athletes that are breaking the world record and all this kind of thing, Madam Speaker. Why is it that we, as this little small country, with a very few persons living here, can't be proud of our own people, to encourage our own people, to put things in place to encourage these individuals to be able to excel at what they can excel at. Madam Speaker, it's not everybody that are properly, how should I put it? I mean, some people are mechanically minded, some people are sport minded, some people are more intelligent in terms of being more illiterate and these kind of things, Madam Speaker. But there's some individuals that can only be can only do certain things that please them, that make them happy, and they're good at. So, Madam Speaker, I think that we need to start to properly encourage sports and all of that to develop the sports industry as that, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, we have good basketball players, but if they don't go and practice or if they don't go against proper competition, they will not know how good they are, and they will not push themselves even further. Madam Speaker, you know it is to boast when you know that you have done so good. It's one of the best feelings that you can boast on. And this is what the kids will love to be able to do. So I'm asking for the government, even in terms of, I mean, Antigua is right there, Nevis. I mean, I know we had a few basketball matches over the years, but we need to encourage more. The football matches also that can be done, road relays and all, even get into other bicycle racing and all this kind of thing, Madam Speaker. It's a big industry over there in sports. You can make so much of your life and so much money in all these sports things. Same like the Motor Racing Association, Madam Speaker. I am so happy to hear that the government is now, I think what they said, they found out $1 million, or is it $1.2 million? Huh? Or 1 million for sports. Oh, so that's not the total for thing, but 1 million for sports. Well, it's a start, it's a help, but that would not be able to properly facilitate the racetrack. But, Madam Speaker, these are things. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I got a photo on my phone here with a Montserrat, a child that's belonged to a Montserrat parent, who is now in England learning to race go-karts to be able to, because he wants to be a Formula One race driver. And these are the kind of things that we have to encourage, especially with our youths. You know, and because, Madam Speaker, just imagine, I don't know how old he is, but he's young and he had to start from a young age. Look at, just same as Lewis Hamilton, who is a black and probably the best racing driver in the world has ever seen. But he started from young because he was encouraged to do that. Because Lewis Hamilton's father is from Grenada, and Grenada can boast about that. So I'm happy when I hear young children out there doing what they can do, and they are actually tied to Montserrat. So these are the kind of things that, as a government, we need to develop more. Madam Speaker, as I say, I'm happy. Can't make too much of a noise about the medical facilities. I'm happy that a lot of this is happening. Whatever is happening, because that is well needed here in Montserrat. But I want to now move on. I'll say I'm going to be a short speaker. I want to move on to the Ministry of Agriculture, land houses, housing, and everything. I heard the honorable member. I think the sand mine was one of the first ones that was discussed. And I heard the honorable member saying that, I think I wrote it down here, 1 second, Madam Speaker. Agriculture. Okay. He was promoting the backyard garden. He was happy about the backyard garden. I'm happy to hear. And I myself have my little backyard garden because I love fruits that we can't get here in Montserrat. As I say, I was in Antigua for 2.5 weeks, and I enjoyed myself. I had fruits every morning delivered to me, from bananas to kiwi to orange to everything. And that is what is lacking. I'm in Montserrat, and I can't even get bananas in Montserrat to eat. Thank God the mangoes are coming in, and I have some mango trees in the yard. And I have gotten mangoes this week. Up to this morning, I had a mango. No, he's not the Minister of Agriculture anymore. So I'm happy for all this, but we need to focus on things because, Madam Speaker, in my condition medically, I try my best to eat as much fruits as possibly recommended by the doctor. You get all the natural vitamins and the natural sugars and all this kind of stuff inside there. Madam Speaker, I can openly say I'm a diabetic. I have a heart condition which is called atrial fibrillation of the heart, and that's why I got a stroke because of that. But Madam Speaker, I can proudly say that right now, except for my limp in my walking, I can proudly say I'm in a very, very good condition. Madam Speaker, I check my blood sugar, my blood pressure every day. And I think over the past 6 months, I had a blood sugar reading in the morning, which was 198. The bottom, the normal figure line is 135. Anything above that, it's, you know, I think it was 195. And I was mad, but I knew why it happened. I was a little bit wild that night with some cake and ice cream and all this kind of stuff and so on. No, I told you now. Yeah, but my heart rate it's perfect. I'm way below 135 and that kind of stuff. I'm way below that every morning. This morning I was 115/70, and my pulse rate is always a little bit low. So I was 59 this morning, my pulse rate. But I feel good. I feel proud. I'm happy about that. But we have to, we have to keep teaching and explaining to our people what they have to do and what they can't do. But here what happened, I must say, I eat a lot of fruits, but it does not raise my blood sugar level. And that's the good thing about it. That's why I try to eat as much as I can. So I am asking I'm happy that I heard that the Honorable Minister of Agriculture did say that he got a lot of different type of orange slips that they planted, and also the avocado, because avocado is a very healthy fruit. And you know, we have to encourage our people to do that, because it's what would help us. You know, but I'll say there are a few things that would help to make a difference in terms, because fruits are here in Montserrat are very costly. And I think that there must be some way that the cost of vegetables and that kind of stuff can be a little bit lower. I know Antigua bring in a lot of the vegetables and these kind of stuff, and oranges and all that from elsewhere. But they're relatively cheaper than here in Montserrat. And Madam Speaker, even just a simple egg. I bought 2 dozen eggs last night, because I was going to bake a cake last night for my sisters. And it was $40 for the 2 dozen eggs. Huh? Yeah, I bought it in the same. It was $20 a dozen for eggs. And I said, guys, 20? He said, yes, it's $20. So anyhow, I paid him for it, $40 for 2 dozen eggs. And I'm like, wow. I bought eggs in Antigua, and it was $13 a dozen. Right? So, I mean, these are the kind of things. And remember that everybody in Antigua is working. They're boasting about the amount of money that they're making, etc. Anyhow, that's the egg. But then again, now, still sticking with the agriculture department, I heard the honorable member boasting about the roads that he's been doing and towards the agriculture field and all. I'm happy for that. I am happy for that. I'm glad that he's continuing that, because I know that in my little tenure that I was there, I did put in place a few roads to get to certain farming areas. So I'm happy to hear that he's continuing that. I feel good about that. Makes it easier for the farmers. But and then housing, I mean, as I say, different time, different individuals. In our time, we got what we could have gotten done, but as you know, the times have changed, negotiations have changed, and even the operations of certain donor companies or certain how you call it, certain groups that we have to work in order to get things done for the people of Montserrat have changed their policies on certain things. But I am happy that there's still some kind of progress going on with the development of houses for the individuals. like down in Drummond, somebody is saying, and this kind of stuff. So I'm happy about that. I'm not knocking, as long as everything is being good, is going good for the people of Montserrat, I'm not going to knock it. I'm happy for that. What I would knock is when things are not being done properly or not being done at all. And I said, we don't need to come here and showboat about what I have done and what this kind of thing and so on. It's about letting the people and them understand, let them feel and let them understand what is being done for them. Yeah, and Madam Speaker, I'm going to move on to the sand mining. I heard the Honourable Minister made a wrong statement, and I'm going to correct him on that, pertaining to the sand miners. Because as you say, that is one of the biggest, it's the biggest industry here that we have in Montserrat at present. And we all need, as a government, to help to facilitate the sand miners in everything that they're doing. Because they are employed, after the civil service, they employ the most persons here in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, it costs them a lot for everything that they're doing, from tires for fuel to the workers paying their taxes, everything, and so on. So we have to bear in mind what is happening and encourage them, work with them to make it better. Madam Speaker, I heard the minister said about the past government did not try to facilitate the sand miners by looking for different spots for them to be able to do mining, especially like in Plymouth. And Madam Speaker, I can openly say that's I'm not going to say that's a lie, but that is not correct. But Madam Speaker, if he had actually spoken properly with his technicians, he would know for sure that when I was in my little tenure there, I went with 2 of his technicians, and I can call the name, Nicole Drewbury and Jerome Mead, and it was someone else. I took them into Plymouth because I wanted to try and open up the Plymouth situation in terms of the sand miners to be able to operate inside Plymouth. So in him saying that because of him and now he's doing it is wrong. I went, and Nicole and Jerome Mead can explain to him and show him what the discussions that we had, because we walked into Plymouth up the foot, what's it called? Fort Gut, you call it? Up Fort Gut to a certain area to look at it, and then I don't know what happened after that, what it is, but but we need to work with the sand miners. I still think that to encourage individuals to be able to build in Montserrat, the Ministry of Agriculture have lands also in Lookout that they can sort for others to use. I remember I was there, I did a little, there's some lands I was just sitting there. I know they have this, what, $1, Claude, correct me if I'm wrong, this $1 lot thing that you had to, you can actually acquire. But Madam Speaker, I decided to make a little different change of that. There were some lands that were sitting down there, government not getting a tax on them, nothing, they're sitting there. And I decided, you know what, as long as Montserrat they want the land to buy, sell them the land so they can build on that. When they build on it, people will get work, people will pay taxes. And so I did that. I did 4 lots the first instant. And Madam Speaker, all 4 were sold. And within I think, 1 month's time, 1 house was already started in it. And I think the 4 houses that, the 4 lots that I sold, 3 of the lots have houses on them right now. 1 is a little bit still vacant, but at least it is sold, so they have to be paying their taxes on it. They're not sitting down there as a government land anymore. So these are some ways that the government can help to facilitate the encouragement of persons building houses, etc. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, not going to be too long. I'm going to move on to Comes and Works now. I heard the minister speaking about certain things. I mean, I'm not going to go into all he was talking about, but two of the most important things that we need to discuss. I mean, I'm happy about the electricity problem that, as you said, did you say you finally solved it, or you're on the way to finally solving it? Pardon? Or you're in the process of solving it. I'm happy for that, because it's not a happy thing when persons are losing their appliances all the time, or electricity goes all the time, and this kind of stuff. It's not a good thing. So I'm happy for that. I feel glad that the government, I'm not gonna say you, but the government, because it's a whole government, that are actually working towards putting all these things in place. And then again, going on to the bridges, because I took a drive yesterday down to Happy Hill area, and I am kind of pleased. I'm very pleased to see that there's some work that's going on down in Happy Hill area pertaining to repairing the road, and I'm happy to see that, because it makes a lot of difference. And then also, but there's a question I would like to find out exactly. I don't remember. Pertaining to the hot mix plant as the situation, because I remember this hot mix plant was a big thing when it was to come or whatever, and when it got here. But based on the road conditions that we're still facing here, I'm trying to figure out, or we as the public are trying to figure out what exactly is wrong with the hot mix plant, why we're not being able to produce hot mix, even on a minor level, to be able to fill some of these potholes. I'm driving my Jeep, then falling in the holes and damaging the shocks. As a matter of fact, I need front end and shocks as of present right now. So I'm trying to find out what are the situations with that. I know that I know you guys are trying to patch them with concrete, but it's still not the same. And I don't know why, as if there's a problem, why you haven't looked at the cold patch system. How much? I don't know if it's going to be expensive, or how much it will cost, or whatever it is, because this is what they use wherever in America and whatever, the hot patch and other places. So that could make a difference in that. Yeah, I also heard that you're having a situation with some of your equipment that you can't be able to deliver or carry certain equipment to areas because of a problem with one of your trailers. But I heard you lot talking about I'm just getting back to just a little bit to the Motorsports Association, because I am ready to, I'm encouraging that, I'm for that. I would love to see at least that get started or get done. And my idea, I had a talk with a guy the other day, and I said, well, if the government wants to get the D8 into that area, and plus there's a lot of lands over there that the agriculturists can use and so on, they can just put the equipment on a barge and drop it off in town, and it just tracks up the road. That's just a little thought from me to you guys, which will make a big difference. Yeah, and make a big difference. Just a little thought to help you guys. I mean, because motorsport is really big, and that would help to encourage that. Yeah. Another thing that you were actually discussing pertaining to the electricity department, a mall. Or I'll leave that for the honorable premier. With that. Anyhow, I want to see things. I mean, we have been discussing, we've been talking. We need to see some kind of action. I'm not saying that I agree that your team is the right team to do it, but as long as you're doing something that will make a difference, I will support what you're doing that will make a difference. But I really think that all of us as politicians, being in the position that was put here by the people of Montserrat, needs to be able to work together to deliver for the people of Montserrat. And that is the most important thing. we don't need to be fighting each other. We can have a little sideline curse off between each other, but at the end of the day, we don't need to be spiteful and to each other and because this and that is not going to get us anywhere. Yeah. I'm going to move on to the Honorable Premier in terms of his actual budget and taking. I mean, Honorable Premier, as I said, you know that access is a key problem for Montserrat, to help the development of Montserrat. And we need to properly have certain things in place. I know it's a little bit difficult and a lot expensive to get certain things done. I really, and we the people of Montserrat, we the people of Montserrat really needs to understand in terms of where we are at with this access system, especially with the ferry or the airlines, and also the cost of traveling to and from Montserrat. And these are key things that the people have been asking. If we look at life and how businesses works, if you have something at a very good price, more persons will be able to buy it. So what I'm saying is that I don't know how much, well, based on the contract cost of the ferry that was discussed, that you've been in contract with, and the help from the British government with the FCDO, why is it that there can be a less cost so the people can benefit, and more persons can benefit from being able to travel to and from Montserrat? If we have at a relative price, not all the time, because we have peak seasons and off seasons. So on the off season, work out a way that we can, the government still would not lose the amount of revenue by running a boat free. And I said to that, in that they when I was coming from Antigua with my sisters, and we had to come on the ferry because of my sister's leg, that she broke her leg, and to keep it straight. And when I actually look at it, we came on Saturday lunchtime, because they called us, said the ferry was coming on Saturday lunchtime, and there's another ferry service in the evening again. And coming down on lunchtime, it was only 10 of us on the ferry, and I'm trying to say, does this really make sense? I mean, anybody did it could wait till the evening, because the ferry did not run because of bad weather, they said the day before, whatever it is before. So why does it make sense to be coming down with 10 persons on the ferry the Saturday afternoon, burn the fuel, come down, burn the fuel to go back up, and to come back down with probably another 10 or so persons? I don't know. It doesn't make sense, economical sense to me.
One ferry,
Yeah.
all year, David.
No, but I'm talking about just Saturday. But but all the year, I guess it's thing. But we have to properly manage and that way of running the ferry so that we're not losing totally all the time. But we need proper persons that, there are many ways of using a ferry service to make money. Like excursions, I mean, Antiguans have money, and the ferry is going to Antigua. We can also organize a ferry trip between Antigua, St. Kitts Nevis or Nevis on certain times, because then that would be full, because people are making money in Antigua and they have money to spend. If you don't have money to spend, you can't buy nothing. So these are the kind of things. But anyhow, Honorable Premier, access is something that I definitely need you to work on properly for the people of Montserrat. Honorable Premier, you mentioned that there's a tax cut for persons, which you have moved the level from 15 to 18,000, and there would be a savings of $700 per year. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, $700 a year is nothing, That's only 50-something, was it $53? How much is that? 50. You say $54 a month. If you're buying 2 dozen eggs for $40, and that is nothing. If you have a family, if you have a large family, and you have buy some $54, just call it 54, 53.33, I think it was. So let's call it $54. It's absolutely nothing. If somebody can actually save something like $100 or maybe $150 a month, that would make a lot of difference. That would help to buy more, and it also help probably with the utility bills. So I'm not going to knock it that you're trying that what you can do, but we still have to be mindful. Things are not easy. The cost of living is very high, and especially here in Montserrat. So you have to understand, or we have to understand that little money there does not make that much of a difference for individuals. And I don't know how much for a whole chicken. A whole chicken is probably $20-something, $30-something. Dr. Savin, you could tell someone how much you sell a whole chicken for. You don't sell nothing? Okay, all right, I hear you. You know, but these are the kind of things that I am happy for that. Yes, I am happy that the government has also found ways of being able to help to fix the buildings, the school buildings, etc. As the Premier said, they've got some funds for that, and I'm happy about that. I say education is the key, and the funds for the houses and the repairs of the houses is very good. And one thing I did not quite understand is about with all this new medical equipment that we're getting on our Premier. How are we going to work out? I say we because we're part of the legislators here in Montserrat. How are we going to work out in terms of having someone or persons to be able to go abroad, to study or to train, to be able to properly operate all these equipments that are mostly now. Yes, we can't do some of the reading here, but just to learn how to operate them, because the readings can be done elsewhere, whether in England or whether America, or whether, as a matter of fact, even America, they use in India as a relatively cheap source of getting these kind of reading these results as to what it is. So these are some of the things that I want to understand, Honorable Premier. Times are changing in this world. There's a lot of wars going on with everything, everywhere, with everybody. And individuals are trying to focus, Montserratians, wherever they are, the rest of the world, they're trying to focus, a lot of them are trying to focus on getting back or having some place properly here in Montserrat for them to be able to come back to, because a lot of them right now are even looking at the next American election as to what will happen. As a matter of fact, I have one individual right here now who has just retired and wants to come back home. And I'm encouraging her to come back home also. She's been back December, January, went back up, but she's back now for another 2 months, and deciding as to how or what can be done to help persons here in the Montserrat. She's in the medical field, or was in the medical field. And we have a lot of talented Montserratians in many fields out there that we should be able, we could tap into, to be able to give us ideas, to help, to assist, to use their connections to help us here in Montserrat. What are we going to be doing about all of this? We need to focus on bringing our own people to help us inside here. I mean, a lot of them are saying they come here and they have a hard time because, you know, based on how their knowledge and how they operate, which is different to here, and they're trying to explain or to show how things can be done a little bit different to make it easy and better. And they've been not really forcefully they've been forcefully resented. They're like, you know, the individuals, some individuals are not wanting to work with them or try to understand. I'm not going to say it's easy. It's an easy thing to work with some of them. but we have to be mindful of the knowledge that we can gain from them to make things here better in Montserrat. And these are a couple of things that we need to focus. But we need to look for our Montserratians wherever they are in the world. And, especially the ones that are retired, to even come back and do a little help for a few months, etc. So these are a couple of things that we need to focus on. But Honorable Premier, also the other thing is that how can we, or what do you think as your team can be put in place to help with the cost of living in Montserrat and the cost of utilities, etc.? There must be something or some ways that we can get together to work on finding that, because it's very expensive. I mean, I know the cost of freight might be a little bit higher than other places because of our challenges with the sea conditions. So the port is going to be properly in place just now, as Honorable Joseph said, maybe in another year. I'll keep our fingers crossed for that, and I will be happy for that. But we have to be able to find a way also because I think that a lot of the high costs are based on the importers not being controlled in many ways and can put on whatever price they feel they want in terms of their markup. It's different elsewhere in the world. It's different elsewhere in the world, and we need to work on many things like this because we need to keep down the cost of living here in Montserrat, and we need to make sure that our Montserrat people are well fed, and we also need to make our Montserrat people are well educated and get the ability to do anything that they want to do and achieve what they want to achieve. I'll say there's nothing too much about the budget I can really say, at least as long as we're doing better than how we were doing before. I've got an improvement in that. I cannot say nothing because, every step you make forward is a better step. And we just got to work with that. But we have to understand each other and work with each other. We don't need to come inside here and fight each other. We don't need to come in here and fight each other as we normally do. We need to work together. And this is what the people of Montserrat are waiting for, are wanting to do, for us to work together. And as I say, Honorable Kernan, he's a little bit difficult at times. He does try to work together and teach us a few things and so on. So with that, Madam Speaker, I don't really have much to say because it doesn't make sense. So I finished here.
I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the 2024-25 budget in Montserrat as a Montserratian. Madam Speaker, I have never had a bad thing to say about anybody on the government side or in the Parliament. I respect the sanctity of Parliament and that we're here to find a consensus on the way forward for our country. Obviously, there's a little political mix and jousting here and there. I don't have a problem with that because I can take my licks and I can do my thing. I've picked up a quotation from somewhere. It says, "The servant who knows the master's will and does not get ready or does not do what the master wants will be beaten with many blows." Luke 12:47, New International Version of the Bible. I think that used to read with many stripes, because in those days they used to use hunter whip. I shall not give you too many blows, but my job is to speak to the people of Montserrat and to people who are interested, in love with, including our diaspora, and want to be part of the Montserrat agenda and to help and support Montserrat. And unfortunately, the government side, I don't think they get it. I think they'll get it if everybody falls in line with the Irish mentality that they are the middle managers and they come and tell us whatever the British is saying. But I'm not one of those slaves who will be quick to obey. Okay? So let's get that straight. I'll be talking about inflation and the increase by 3% as a negligible step. And when we look at, when I look at the whole shift of the threshold as they're talking about, and then adding 3%, that in fact, I get the view that there's a trade-off where some people are going to be pushed into higher tax brackets, and the government will make more revenue as a result from that set, which will help pay the rise to 3,000 in the tax threshold, so that it's really a neutral policy. Who it hurts, I guess, but I would like to, as a background, present some facts from the government statistics department. For example, inflation in 2023 was at 6.26%. Consumer price inflation was growing at 3.97. It was maximum out at 6. If you go down in the table on the statistics page under poverty in the Eastern Caribbean region, and Montserrat is said to have the highest rate of poverty in the Eastern Caribbean region, about 37% of our population living in poverty. And you can see people at Casby, and I know my honorable friend has said they should go and find a job, but really and truly, that's one of the most ignoramus statements you can make in the 21st century, because you have to create policy to help people, not just tell people to go and find a job. Secondly, there's a poverty reduction survey on Montserrat called the Bergen Project. And just to highlight from the statistics department, the inflation rate from 2014 to 2023, and if you look under the column under 2023, and under the sectorial areas, you will see the inflation is 102% for food and beverage, clothing and footwear 105%, housing, utilities, gas and fuels 96%, rounding off, hotels and restaurants 105%, health 102%, transport 108%. On the statistics website, you can just go to the statistics and look under economic statistics. Yes, economic statistics. So when we are talking about 3% and delivering 3% and moving tax threshold by 1,800, we have to take it in the context of $40 for a couple dozen of eggs, $80 for a sheet of plywood, and 100 and whatever it is. Maybe. But those are high prices, so you'll make my case better for me. But I'm not here to deride your attempt to, because I know there are a lot of people who think like you do, that we should just sit on our laurels and report on what the public service or public servants are doing and call that the running of government. I assure you that it is not. I'm going to talk about agriculture a little bit and the attempt by the minister to normalize poverty in Montserrat. And I don't like that. I'm going to look at the the roads project, which there's no increase, there's a decline. So I want us to be honest and transparent with our people and tell them what's going on and not create a rivalry between the two sides as if we are the ones deciding all of this. I know this government has this administration, I'm going to make a distinction. Government is always there, but then there's an administration elected to run the government. And this administration takes responsibility, yes, for everything. So everything that has happened, they say, we did it, it's our job, so we are the government. They're running this thing, and they're allowing whatever to happen, and whatever happened to you, and they're taking responsibility, and they're reporting it, all the good parts, apart from the parts which address the needs of the country. A local government is supposed to be about finding things different for people to do other than what the public service is doing, or even to leverage the public service to get them to do additional things that would keep Montserrat buoyant or growing. We cannot grow an economy of budgetary aid, and 5% growth has to be taken in the context of where you're growing from. So if you're growing from a negative position, as Montserrat is with these figures and inflation, because you are taking responsibility for the fact that since 2014, by your own statistics, and the condition of Montserrat was put to the people who were supposed to be helping us, that they did not listen, and that belatedly and occurring at a time when they're showing greater interest in the territory, that you believe is a coincidence that all of these things are happening and you sell it to us as your great ability to negotiate. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. So I want you to take it into context. There was government before you. There were people before us who are working hard for Montserrat since Volcano 1995. Some of the things that we are supposedly rooting and shouting as achievements right now were really something that we were looking for 27 to 30 years. 27 to 30 years. So I'm not even speaking to the government side, because they're settled in their way of being the middle manager, and that everything that is supposed to look good, they're going to tell the people of Montserrat and that they're going to make it look normal, that 3% is better than nothing, I guess. That's what our grandparents used to say. It's the same thing like saying in the modern days you can't put new wine into bottles when you can put new wine into any old bottle, because all the bottles nowadays are glass bottles, right? So we are living like we are in the past, but this is the modern age. So let's try to get Montserrat to be modernized. I want to speak also about not just the misfocused, miseducated, and misinformed agenda and misdirected agenda of this government, leading to very grave mistakes for the future of the people of Montserrat. Not only going to talk about that, I'm going to talk about Montserrat at this juncture, whether it's them or this side or a mix of people in Montserrat elected. Montserrat needs a mandate to look after the Montserrat people and Montserrat. This has nothing to do with what your position is on your side or even my side. And I'm a Montserratian, and I'm free to travel and go and come as I please in Montserrat and talk as I like. And I'm talking for the people of Montserrat. And everybody know I grew up with my grandfather, well, mostly my grandmother, Martha Hogan, who was a white woman, and my grandfather, who I visit a lot, was a black man like me. So I do not have any race thing in me. I have humanity alone in me. So next week, we didn't tell the people next week, we're also going to be talking about doing consultations on economics and governance in Montserrat with overseas, foreign and Commonwealth office team, talking about the clear direction and renewed aims for the UK's relationship with the overseas territories. I'm just setting the context in which we are having these discussions. So when we are talking, we know that there are other things going on. And when you're taking responsibility for where we are or where we're going to be, you have to take account of the fact there are other elephants in the room. Now, there's also the fact that in the context of everything, that the Premier has done a good job of representing whatever agenda the MAP party represents. I don't call them the C, just the MAP, I know what that means. The Premier has done a good job, and they believe that this is how Montserrat should operate and run. They believe that we should lie down and let the British do what they can do and take credit for it. They believe that we are going to be somehow made prosperous by being led by others who are not in ownership of our country. They believe that it's okay to surrender all power for people to do and appoint 4 or 5 or 6 commissioners of police without saying a word. They believe that the Public Accounts Committee should shut up and be told by letter that you cannot interview people who are spending monies from this August House approved. I don't believe that. I don't have a problem if you want to believe that. I don't have a problem if you want to stand by and think that this is fine so long as you get a piece of food. I don't have a problem with that. Or a $12,000 or $16,000 or $20,000 a month salary. I have a problem with no private sector being involved or engaged in our budget process. I have a problem with the absence of a reliance on the Sustainable Development Plan, although in the estimates, all of the departments of government have cited that they are seeking to achieve either SDP goals or Sustainable Development Goals, SDG goals. So our public servants, they're happy. The British public servants who are working here, they're also happy. All of them are happy because you know why? They have a great government who's leading all our people into poverty and not even taking cognizance that 37% of the people in a British overseas territory are in poverty. Let that sink in for a while. 37%, and you don't want to make any noise about that. These are the figures verified by, and we have a great statistician, chief statistician. She has given you all the figures, but you guys are not guided by anything to do with the people of Montserrat. Honourable members, I'm telling you, I have no problems if you think, and I believe that there are a lot of people who think like you in Montserrat. They think that the British government should be allowed to take over the island and we can run it better than we can run it for ourselves. And I'm telling you, that is a mistake. The British have never developed one other country in the world other than England. Not one other country. The Dutch left seawalls in Guyana. The United States people extend everything to their territories, including Social Security. Tell me about any one country in the world after 400 years of slavery or empire that they have a legacy of great development by the British. And we are supposed to keep quiet, continue and keep normal while we allow the governance of this country to fall into the hands of our other brothers and sisters by virtue of a signature on a piece of paper. When my grandfather and grandmother worked here, died here, enslaved here, and I own this country, you expect me not to die for it too? No, I will not be led. I will lead and I will talk. I will not be manipulated like an Irish middle master. This is what the Irish used to be here. My name is Hogan, it's not even my real name. I inherited that name from a plantation where an Irishman was pushing around my grandfather and my great-grandfather. And who do you think he was doing it for? The same British aristocracy people who run FCDO. They're the same people now orchestrating the retaking of the old realms of the empire. And I don't have any problem against the British. I'm very British. I love to be in England a lot. But let me tell you, there's no reason because we are black or we are from an island or that they think we don't have enough, that we cannot assert our independence in the same kingdom in which our forefathers have invested their life and livelihoods. There's no reason why we cannot be equal and call shots for our country with them at our table. We don't have a problem with them being at our table. But I have a problem when you come in here to tell me that the medicine they're giving me, which is poisoning me, and making me feel sick and bad, that I must accept it and just stay quiet. I know that is that spirit in Montserrat, but it's not in me. So let me speak how I speak. Now, you're talking about, you know, when this government was elected, I think I actually voted for, should I say what I voted for? All right, no. But I don't vote for nobody. I know certain people come in a neighborhood, by my neighborhood, and I vote for them. Anyway, let's not go there. You say don't go there. But let me tell you why I believed that administration over there, with a certain premier, why I believe that it could have been a success. I saw a man whom I thought, if he put his head in the sand, like another man I knew, that he will force the right technicians and the right people and our own public servants to deliver the goods for the people of Montserrat. I saw that. I respected that. The battle could go either way. I had a belief that. But what has happened? The whole party, the whole administration has become enveloped in a great wisdom about everything in Montserrat, and everything about democracy, and everything about economy, and everything about ferry, and how everything is supposed to run. Now, they're saying they're doing this and they're doing that, and we have no clue where they're getting the advice from, who they're consulting with. Are they consulting with experts? They become experts by themselves. So the whole thing has gone awry because they've gotten so bright. Let me tell you, Madam Speaker, what we had for the budget, I'll tell you what you do. I want to be short. Next time we're having a budget like this is how the government ministers are going to come here. What we should do as a pre-budget exercise is to invite the permanent secretaries and the directors and let them tell us what they've been doing. Because all the ministers have come to tell us is how they're running up and down behind tillers. They haven't told us about one policy for the future of Montserrat. But they're going from a vision which they didn't write, because the vision that they're implementing is the SDP vision, because they have not published a vision yet. And a manifesto is not a vision. It's their wish list. And there's no SDP that I know approved other than the one that they have succeeded. So I don't know what vision, but what they're doing is consistent with that vision, which was a good thing, because the SDP is the vision of all the people, which they participated in canvassing and bringing to paper and pass in this House. The only thing that I was campaigning for on that SDP is that we should legislate it and let the British have to stick to it, which they refuse to do, because they don't want to commit to giving us the financing for the development that they know we want. Now, look at the meeting I mentioned to you that is coming up to 29th with the FCDO official coming over here. In that meeting, everything in that table is in the STB table that we have. When they wrote me and invited me, I told them, please put our SDP as part of the working documents, because everything that they have coming with as part of the future for the overseas territories is in their paper and in our paper. I don't know if they copied our paper. I more believe they copied our paper more than we copied their paper. But I don't have a problem. They come in with an agenda. And we did not have one. And nor does all of the OTs have one. So they're going to come to see how they can feel us out and mitigate and consolidate their control, not just of Montserrat. That's why Montserrat must also fight, of all the overseas territories. This is a document, the Honorable Premier of Montserrat, his signature is on it. He agreed to it already. So what you are killing yourself here debating about is not even debatable. It's already agreed that they are consolidating how to run this territory, and they're coming to tell us how it's going to go. And it's already going how they say it's going to go. Problem is, no resistance. No resistance in our own country. It doesn't matter that if they win me, they win me. But I'm going down with a fight. If they win me, they win me. Now, let's look at why I believe that our agenda is the right agenda. To fight for our rights and our control, and to subject any authority outside of Montserrat, governor included, to the rule of law in Montserrat. Our constitution, our laws, they must obey them just like how they want us to obey them. Okay? All of us will be equal. And the reason why I know that this mission is correct, I look, for example, at Great Britain and the United Kingdom. And you might not think there's a difference. But Great Britain is a kingdom comprising England, Scotland, and Wales. And the United Kingdom is a second kingdom comprising all of those countries plus Northern Ireland. So there are two kingdoms that make up the United Kingdom. And inside that kingdom, there's at least two countries, maybe all of them, but there are at least two who vehemently, every day, every week, if you listen to the news, Scotland say, we want independence. They want to get out. Or they want more autonomy within the kingdom. They don't want to be controlled by Westminster with the Englishmen from England. It's separate countries they are. So there's no reason why Montserrat cannot stand as a Montserrat-owned country by its own people. And this speech I'm making here, I have people listening for this speech, because I'm not even making this speech for the government side, the administration. I'm making this speech so people will know that there are people in Montserrat who want Montserrat for Montserratians. I want my public servants to be able to wish, even if they don't want to, advise me about the running of my country. I don't want them to advise somebody else to advise me. I want them to feel the pride of owning Montserrat. That's what I want them to feel. I don't want to be in a country run like we're on universal credit. And that is what we are doing. I don't understand that the credit we are getting is not free. This port you come to talk about is not free. This hospital you're talking about is not free. Everything they're going to develop is going to be paid for by our people of Montserrat. When you give that company down there free land on Piper's Pond, they're making a saving. We're going to have payback for that money that they credit to themselves that we did not collect as rent. Okay? Or we must get some benefit for it. Everybody wants to come and in Montserrat and get to places very quickly, make a lot of money and move on. And the people of Montserrat are going around, like one politician told me, like a rotating village colony. They're keeping us like a colony until now they want to make us a territory. So when you report to me properly. Report to me that you're showing resistance. Report to me that this is what they say, but this is what you think, but this is what we're doing. Don't come tell me that I must take it foot, hand, and baggage. Whatever you tell me that this is how it goes and you're going to be vexed with me for pushing back at you. I'm not even about you. I'm just pushing back. Whoever is behind you, they're going to fall on for us anyway. Fall back on them. But don't come to tell me what to do and what not to do. I shall be celebrated in Montserrat, not tolerated. Let me now look at some of the things celebrated, not tolerated. Let me look at some of the things that your ministers have said very briefly before I wrap up on the budget. On health and sports, because you have to push back on some of these narratives you have. I know you don't like it, but it's not about you. Close your ears, go outside. Who is supposed to hear will hear. You're not the only Montserratian in here. And I represent. When you talk, you have to be careful. I'm going to push back. A politician told me, a great one, that if a man throws mud at you and you don't stop him, and you keep throwing mud, some going to stick, you're going to dirty up your clothes. You understand? So when you throw whatever you throw, and some of them hit me, I throw it back. You can't hit me and I don't hit you back. So let me get back at you all for some of the things which I don't want to remain in the minds of the people to believe that something goes on. You have come to say about the hospital, and every one of you, consistently, hospital is going to be built, studies has turned. It's a building. I'm not quoting you. I'm saying that you're saying the hospital is going to be built. Did you say anything else about the hospital going to be built? Is anything else about the hospital? The only place you look in the document to see anything about the hospital, yeah, the only place you look to see anything about the hospital is and I was going to get to that. I want you to let me digress. Is the premium mentioning some kind of health program? What have you told the people about this building that is going to be built? What have you told the people of Montserrat that is going to cost them for health care? What have you told the people that is going to be in this hospital? Not the building that you're going to build. What is the hospital? Is there going to be a maternity ward? Are the children going to be separated from adults in the same ward? Or how is it? What is in the hospital? Is the McDonald's study that we did so long ago that said how health care is to be financed, is that taken into account in the building of this hospital and how the people of Montserrat is going to pay for it? Because we're going to pay for it. Or maybe we can't even access it. How is it going to be paid for? Have you thought about the health insurance scheme that was recommended? Or the only thing you thought about is the next thing is the building of the graveyard? And that we were locked down for 2 years in COVID. And that maybe we need more graveyard. But we need to dream and vision bigger than the refurbishment or building of a building. And you need to talk to the people about the matters that matter to the people. People do not want to live like they're poor. Yes, and what they spoke about is I know what is going on. You want to stay in power. And I'm going to get to you, so don't worry. Let me talk to agriculture, because I don't want to get on Mr. Kernan's case too much, because like me, it might be our last election. It might be my last election. It might be my last budget speech, okay? Because even if I run, I don't know they're going to elect me, right? So both of us are doing our last budget speech. Whatever happened, happened. So now let's get, so Mr. Kernan, congratulations that you have served Montserrat well. I noticed that when you got on to, you did well in your speech, but when you got on to the guys at Casby, you started to be Kernan again, right? You must understand these guys need intervention in their life. They're not sitting at Casby on purpose, right? And it's the government who must represent for them to get, not you, the same people who have the money to count frogs and bushes and trees. They should see the children down there and the young men at the side of the road. How come they're not going to project for that? But they have a project for 5 police commissioners, and you're going to take responsibility that these guys are down here poor. What's wrong with you? Is that about you? Never about you. I know what I'm talking about. So don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. What you have said is a reflection of a thinking in Montserrat that people are poor on purpose. And we are growing poorer, 37% already. So we don't know if the job in Montserrat is permanent. So don't worry about the £175,000 a month they're making. More of them are going to be coming to make that, to look after the people that we are making poor. Right? And I already told you we're going to get food dropping in from Battleship and so on if we continue the way we're going. So all we have heard in agriculture, and I thought at one point that this minister was going to be God's gift to Montserrat, like a certain other man, that the people loved him so much. But I realize now that I miscalculated, that maybe because he was anti-MCAP before, and then he's now MCAP, he got so many votes because people got confused. Because the minister's whole speech was about the operations at his ministry. And you could see that he only wanted to identify with who is who in Montserrat, because he's talking about LDA, but he don't mention that the policies of his government on the housing are implemented by his lowly staff in the housing unit, but he wants to identify with who is who, so he's not going to mention the little people. So now I have doubts about you, and you're going on to tell me that you're going to bring more tillers. What are tillers again? Is them cheap Japanese or Chinese fork? Or I don't even know what a tiller is. But you want to put our farmers now, say you're going to bring bigger tillers. The one that he bring not big enough. I don't have to know what a tiller is. I don't have to know. But what I want to know is that you're putting our people on tillers, and you think it's okay. The way you talk as if it is, you're normalizing poverty. Guys, you're going to be poor, and I'm going to give you more. You know, they used to have a 5p fork. Yes, Marcy used to give out 5p fork. But when we go home for ease, your grandfather used one 3p fork home. Because he only go with the 5p fork because Master said he wanted to put them on tiller, and the tiller when they bring, now moving of size, they bring one bigger tiller. No, we're the fish vessels. If you look up at Montserrat, is the only country in the world that have fish vessels in the mountain. Somebody asked me across, is there a river coming down? Do the boats come down on a river to get into the sea? No, I said, no, this great genius minister decided to transport them up in the bushes because they're giving the land to a company to build a port that these fishers are supposed to be using in the future. Well, if the fishers are not fishing now, and they're not getting any practice in fishing, when are they going to be fishing again? Instead of facilitating the fishers to keep their fishing boat at the water and put a fish market there to help the fishers, the project has actually come and impoverished the fishers further and suspend them from fishing. And what, they're going to just wake up 2 years, 3 years from now and go back to fishing out of the mountain with their boat? You all have to think about what you're doing to people. The same thing, if you come up the road here, Madam Speaker, you see where they're doing the construction on the Piper's Pond that they paid $4.7 million to fill in the pond. If you look very carefully, you will see that there is a fence, and next to the fence, you see where the dogs used to walk, right? The dog trail, that's the trail they left for the humans now. Not even a proper pavement to walk on. The fence come right out to the dog trail, and the dog trail has become a human and people walking trail coming up in Little Bay. Coming up in a little bit, we will have Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Social Security, the consumption that we have at the Little Bay restaurants. You have the port facility. But on top of that, the promise that the manufactured goods will go out on a barge and come around to the project site in Little Bay, vanish into thin air. And now on top of that we don't even have a proper place to walk coming up there to do our business in here at the market and so on. They're going to close the road sometimes. They think I'm not here, but I'm here. They're going to close the road sometimes or for over the next year or whatever to allow these things to transition the road. On the little road that we have that are breaking up with the weight of even trucks. So what do we care about? This economy? Whatever happens, these ministers are going to report to us as the greatest thing since sliced bread. No thinking, no vision. But they say they come from vision to reality. What is the reality? The reality is whatever happens, happens. The fishers used to have on their boats, provided by a funding agency, something called Inshore Vessel Monitoring System, the IVMS. Are they working now? If our officials even take off, if they could get out to the mountain, the ones that can do that, do we know where they're going on the sea these days? Can we find them if they're lost at sea? Is this inshore vessel monitoring system that the government of Montserrat, before this administration, invested in? I'm not saying which one, but there's a government that continues, but has this administration paying attention to that with the fisheries? Is there any money in the budget for the fishermen and their boats and their fish pots? And what I think, I don't even have a problem if you want to put the fishing boats in the mountain. What you do, if you have to park the fishermen's livelihood, you work out what was the average catch over the year and give them a monthly payment. Now you're thinking social policy. It happens all over the world. What's wrong with them? Why they can't get the money that you have disallowed them from doing their fishing? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just policy. But you don't want to do it because who are the fishermen? They're not aristocrats. They're not aristocrats. Now let me go on to the great MCWL. I don't even know which one it is. He have another ministry now. They're giving him, he undermined the premier all the way. And now today, he is paving the way for the premier to leave office, telling him all kind of nice things, how he's so great, and he's a great negotiator. And he didn't tell us, but I am now the leader of the party. Suck that. You should tell him that. So, yeah?
Repeat that.
Yes, he's now the leader of the party, but he has not. They have not told anybody yet. But I know. I have my spies. And the premier was at the last part of his speech where you think he got emotional. Emotional because he said, I was happy to be your premier. Because he go in, he have to go. Sammy push him out. Honorable Joseph push him out. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Honorable Joseph push him out. But I'm going to campaign for him again. I've campaigned for him in secret the last time. Now I'm going to campaign for him because you cannot be premier. No way. You must have some respect. Never happened. Not in this country. As a matter of fact, Honorable Darset spoke more like a premier. You over there trying to insult me. I want to be premier? No, you cannot be premier. Let me get some notes that somebody give me. Let me get some notes that somebody give me about some of the malfeasance of and he down there teach maths in public and radio. X plus y equals square root of 2 into infinity. Everybody can understand that? Madam Speaker, I think we should make him premier, I was watching a movie, and the movie said this guy is a gladiator, and one of the stars was saying to the public, are you entertained? Do we want to be entertained? Let's make him premier. And he mispronounced Sipreg and said Sitbeg, but he's all right. We know that he's a Sitbeg. But here, listen, this Sitbeg you inherited from before your time. Have some respect for the Sitbeg. Because the only new project since Sitbeg, the only new project that has come on stream in this whole 5 years of this administration, not this government, there are many governments, but this administration have one project which was facilitated through the instrumentality of the Madam Speaker, the Parliament building. The only project that never existed before in the history of Sitbeg and any other project, the only project is the new Parliament building. So don't come in here to disparage the past and tell us we have no history and that we have no sense of worth and we have no productivity, and we're going to end up being retarded children if you keep telling us that we're stupid. We are not. We are not. You're not the brightest thing on the face of the earth in here. So when you see Sitbeg, you should look at what genius, who are the genius who pulled this off. then you come and pretending that you are the implementer. Well, you should be happy that there were people who went before you to give you something to implement. And I remember very clearly calling me visitor, you're out of order. I remember very clearly, Madam Speaker, that this administration said that when they came into office, they made no money in the Treasury. And I remember a friend of mine reminded me to remind them that I said to them, we shouldn't be leaving any money. Go and find your own money. That's how budget works. You go and find your money and make up your own budget. I remember now when somebody reminded me, now they're giving government credit for 130-something million and 130 million on this and 30 million one way, and they said that we didn't leave any money. But now they're saying that they spent money that they got there. So how can you make this man Premier of Montserrat? Now the other fallacy, he said, I'm not into no short term. I'm into long term. I'm going to build the geothermal plant. Well, the only reason why the British not giving you the geothermal plant must be because they don't have any faith in you and they don't trust you, because that's what you said, that everybody else who didn't get anything is because they don't have no faith and no trust. So don't take credit for no generator. The British government sent the generators to Montserrat because they have an interest in Montserrat, maybe if not the people, but in Montserrat. So don't come and tell me that don't come and tell me that you negotiated no jetty. As a matter of fact, he went to the UK and they had a meeting. And he came back and told us, you can't get no generator because the UK have signed on to the environmental something pact. And therefore we can't get no generator because that's out. He came back and told us that. And now he's saying he's such a great negotiator for generator. I know that the British probably told him so. But if you so believe that and you come and sell us that, why you go and take generator? Don't take no generator. Go to geothermal, tell you don't want it, you're a great negotiator. So don't set up yourself. Crisis. Every day is a crisis. You misquote Schuler. Yeah, you talk last. I don't care that you talk last. I don't have to listen to you.
Honorable members.
Sorry, Madam.
Let's get some order, please.
Madam Speaker, they interrupted me.
I just said, can we have some order, please? You may continue.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Think me bright? That's what you said the last time. That's why you push you out to the party. You think you're bright. Madam Speaker, the members of this administration are totally oblivious to their place in this life and in the history of this country. And they're oblivious or unconcerned about what history will say about them, so long as they remain in office and they believe that they're joining cohorts with those British public servants who want to run Montserrat. I remember that we had a meeting, because I have one more point on the MCWL. I remember that we had a meeting on the new jetty. And I pointed out in the meeting, that, listen, meeting with the opposition, what you have agreed to build with this administration, the MAP administration, the Montserrat Aristocratic Party administration, is not what we agreed, to be built. What we agreed to be built was a project for a whole port complex, and the main feature of the port is a breakwater. And if you're not building a breakwater, you might as well not build the jetty, because it's just another jetty a couple meters away from the other one. They gave us all kind of building on the landslide. They want to build building all up to the mountainside. Anything to make us drop the breakwater. We wouldn't drop the breakwater. Now this administration comes here and tells people that it's the same project, and thanking the Honorable Lewis for them inheriting the same project, but that they are now inheriting. That is false. It is not the same project. And, how remember all of them things there? I remember very clearly. And they wrote to Minister Lewis, opposition leader then, and said, we didn't know Mr. Hogan was going to tell the public what we discussed in private. How come he did that? I said I didn't know I had a private meeting, and I am not authorized to have private meetings because I'm a public figure, and I have to report back to the people of Montserrat what I have discussed with you. It is not, there's no breakwater in it. I did say that, and I stand by it. And no British public servant could come and tell me and swear me to secrecy. They have to bring a letter from a minister to tell me, due to matters of state, they want this to be a secret. But don't have a meeting with me, and I will always tell people, yes, I broke the news about it, that there was supposed to be a breakwater. This is not the project that was conceived. This project that is now being born is going to come out stillbirth because the boats were supposed to stop here all year round and increase the traffic. It's not going to happen. We're still going to have the disruptions. Maybe there might be a calm spot by where the old jetty is now. Maybe because the new jetty might block some of the wave motion. Maybe. But a jetty is not expected to be a breakwater. And they tried to explain to me that they have some kind of feature coming off the land. I said, that's coastal defense. That is not breakwater. So I really want to have a good relationship with the British. The people, the FCDO people are not the only British people. I want to have a good relationship with them too. But I want them to know that I will tell who asks me and who don't ask me anything they're doing in Montserrat that I'm not comfortable with. And I'm not comfortable with a lot of things, which include the exclusion of the people of Montserrat and the suppression of the people of Montserrat, either by attacking our Public Accounts Committee, which was pure sacrilege. When I went to UK with Honorable Lewis and I told them that we got this letter the morning of the hearing, that we can't interview with some people and whatever, one of the ministers told us we used to have a little cell under the Tower of London, and when anybody would resist the public accounts, they would put them in the little building for the day, so everybody could pass and see them and say, see, he's there for his wayward ways, not wanting to account for public monies. Am I shame them? Minister Lewis, you weren't there when he said that? Yes. Yes, a little cell under the Tower of London, everybody pass and see them there for resisting public accounts money, and we took it all the way to the House of Commons. And when the thing getting bad, Louis run up by my house and said, Clark, boy, I mean, not so big the thing is going to be, you know. Seriously. Anyway, let's continue. I'm going to skip some pages. Madam Speaker, under international, I'm not going to go into too much what the Premier said. But I know for a fact that the UK, since Brexit, has gone on a mission to recapture and rekindle and reunite with its Commonwealth territories and have formed new treaties even with Japan, so that the incorporation of the OTs is not going to be a surprise to me. But I'm pleasantly surprised that the discussion we're going to have next Monday does not say incorporation. So if the administration is working towards incorporation and just run around with their hands in the air and trying to live off the fat of the land, they're saying they want to have a relationship with us. They don't want to incorporate us. So we're not going to be a council so that you all don't have to do any work and then come here and tell us what they're doing and what they're not doing and pretending it's you. Now, on transport, we had one ferry with a policy that had reduced rates for cargo. We allowed passengers to bring whatever they wanted. I explained that in the meeting as well, that that was preferred to a closed economy system. Well, this administration introduced the cargo boat. It's not free. Cargo boat, by design, closes the system so that all duties and all costs and everything are accounted for. You have to actually go through the full customs process. So in fact, if you see your disposable income dwindling by the constant imports through this cargo vessel, you might not even notice, but that is one of the things that is making you poor. And the thing about that cargo vessel is that the government might tell you, the administration, not the government, the administration, because the government tells us the truth, all the figures here are the truth. The administration will tell you that government is subsidizing the cargo vessel, but they will not tell you how much that you are also paying. And from my reckoning, and I don't need to go into the figures here, the people of Montserrat are actually paying for the operation of that cargo vessel. That is why, when it comes to the ferry passenger operation, I've said you cannot talk about a trip with 10 people or a trip with 5 people. Because if you look at the data from the operation of the ferry, over the period of a year, the ferry has always made money. And the government of Montserrat is allowed to collect all of the revenue from the operation of the ferry. It used to be additional, like a windfall, when the ferry does well. All the boarding passes, all the departure taxes went into the government of Montserrat treasury while the British was paying for the ferry itself and the ring fence, which you all don't understand the ring fence. The government of Montserrat has no money to ring fence anything. No money. So the ferry was operated ring fence not by us. The ring fence was with the FCDO, with the British. That's how the ring fence operated. Nobody in finance ever explained to them how the ring fence worked. Now the premier came and said, on the advice of the physicist apparently, that he has ring fenced a ferry for 17 million. Now, do you know what that means? When you make an announcement like that, and he did that with his ZJB as well, because they tried to give away ZJB. When you make a statement like that up front, before the technicians have negotiated the sectorial policies and the services to support those policies with the same different people, how much budget do you think you're going to get? It is automatic that 17 million is already going to seem like you're getting too much money. So you cannot announce in front that you're going to ring fence, because if you decide you're ring fence, that means they're going to automatically cut other things to squeeze you out. So if you all don't understand ring fence, the government of Montserrat cannot afford to ring fence. You're in budgetary aid. The ring fences was done as additional. How was it done? In case you want to learn something. It's the British ministers you go to about the importance and the gravity of the ferry. And they would approve that separately. Separately. That's why we say that is additional resources. Minister of Finance, they come in here, behave like they're bright, but they don't even know how ring fence work. But nobody ever told them. I can tell you now because you're outgoing government. Now, on the air support, this is the only government that doesn't understand public service obligation on a route. They believe it's just a matter of getting some money and dividing it out and giving it as a substitute to an airline. So what has been happening? The airline can never lose. Because when it's high season, we the people who are traveling, we have to pay the market rate, which could be anything from 800 to 900, right? When it's the low season, no benefit to the people again. We the people again have to pay indirectly because the government tops up the airfare again. Why are we doing it? Nobody knows up to this day because they believe that they're helping the people. They're not helping the people because you're paying twice. You're paying when you're paying and you're paying when the government is paying. So there's no benefit to the country out of the subsidy. There's no public service obligation on the airline. And I'm not going to explain what that is for you because you all might get bright. Now, they have said on the local that they have done a good thing and a manifestation of strategic vision underscored by importance of stabilizing our population numbers. They said they have allowed CARICOM nationals to seek employment in Montserrat without returning home and to also register and bring their children or whatever. I think that has happened in Montserrat before. And I don't have a problem with population engineering. What I have a problem with, and one of the honorable ministers seem to have a problem with, or maybe all of them, is that there is no engineering to include the Montserratians who were forced out of Montserrat by no fault of their own. There is no engineering of how they can benefit from Montserrat in the diaspora or moving between. Because as far as this administration is concerned, if you're not here, you don't know anything about Montserrat. Or if you're not from Montserrat, you don't need to say nothing about Montserrat. And you shouldn't even be participating in anything to do with Montserrat because you don't live here. And they have actually played this out in election policy and legislation, regulation. Because now, a Montserratian can only vote in Montserrat by virtue of residency, no matter which way you look. They have redefined domicile of origin to include a residency period. They have redefined domicile of choice to include a residency period. And the only other people who can vote must also be resident. So how and where is the doorway or opportunity for Montserratians in the diaspora? Nil. What will happen is that they get you how they could. They choose, just like how the English had us choosing whether we live in UK or we live in Montserrat. The Montserrat government has now said, you live there, you live here. You work it out how you could. There's no facilitation for you. So hence, the minister is upset that the law allows me to spend 1 year out of every 5 years in Montserrat. I spend more than that. The law allows me that. That's my freedom of movement and my right as a parliamentarian. You all don't even know the laws that we work under. The law allows me to qualify to run here. Once I satisfy being a Montserratian, etc., and register to vote, that I only need to spend 1 year out of the last 5. Did they read that? Well, maybe I should not tell them because they're afraid to go away and work for themselves and bring home money to Montserrat. They have everybody like we in a prison. This is not a prison island. I'm not a prisoner of yours. I go where I want to go and I come when I want. I'm following the rules of the land. You're infringing my rights. Now, the minister, there's one thing he did good. I'll come to that probably. The minister says that something about the asset care and maintenance of the cultural center. And I think they have disbanded the board, but now they're going to rehabilitate this center through whatever mechanism. I believe that's a bad move. I believe you should put new members, because you see, this is another thing you don't understand. Everything else, the only thing.
Members, please remember to turn off your cell phones, as your cell phones are not allowed.
My laptop, sorry.
But close the laptop. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only thing I've been wondering about this cultural center is what management arrangements could be there outside what it was before. So if you moved it from being a separate body, independent under the law, and you're saying that it's either going to be MAC or you're going to give it to somebody to run as something. I don't know what other mechanism or management arrangement could be there. So, and the point I was coming to on that is that what the government doesn't understand is that the major power of direction and control you have in Montserrat is over things like mall, social security, and government companies. And the way you help the people of Montserrat to be involved in the life and make a living in Montserrat is to try to form as many of these companies as possible that are run by boards which are populated by the people of Montserrat where you can, not shutting them down because you're not possibly going to be able to reopen them again if you're challenged about the recurrent expenditure to run them. And possibly they don't want to absorb them in the public service because they become a noose around the public purse. So the best vehicle for them, to me, as an investment, is to put it outside government so they can raise funds from other than the public purse. So a subvention would be nice, but then you let them free to do other things other than what MAC is doing, for example. Now you talk about a number of investment matters here. But there's no, and what they call investment is misused. It's that the investment that is being made in a medium speed generator, that could be termed an investment because MOL is a company, albeit a government-owned company. A new CT scanner, a 3D mammography machine, the neonatal transport incubator, medical crash cars, these are not what we call investment, or at least not investment that the government will make in the economy. These are investments that the British are making in the public service of Montserrat. And it's not investment in the sense of the classic term of putting something in the market that makes money. Yes, we can use the word investment, but you all are mixing up everything as investment and reporting the operation of the public service as it's the economy. The public service is only one part of the economy, and there's nothing else in the budget about anything. In fact, there's a new educational institution I heard cut a ribbon here in Montserrat, and that's an avenue for making soft cash in Montserrat in education. And I have not heard one thing about that private sector initiative in Montserrat, a proper investment in the economy that could put other people to work other than those that are in the public service, which, mark you, the public service does not belong to the administration. The public service belongs to the public service and falls under, you know, where it falls. And they already said they don't have nothing to do with the public service, but everything that they're doing, they report here as if it's their work. The public service is doing their job. They're doing their job. You need to do your job and put things on the table that are about the people of Montserrat, investment in the economy, and creating opportunities. You have come again to talk about, on page 18, minimum wage, minimum salary. We already went through this, and I told you the minimum wage was already set when they collapsed the bottom part of the salary scale of the public service. I don't see any avenue for any other minimum wage in Montserrat, and there's nothing in here that you're doing for the private sector. In fact, the only thing they mention about the private sector, and I'm going to tell you what it is, and nobody knows what this means. I am pleased to announce an additional fiscal intervention to boost local revenue collection. The volcanic sand is a national asset. That's paragraph 120, page 22. It's a national asset, a key export and a driver of our economy. But it is vital that we feel the benefit of this activity. Well, maybe during the discussion we'll find out what is this fiscal intervention. It sounds a bit negative to me because we have not invested anything in mining. I'm not even sure if the miners are able to go into Fort Gott yet. So I don't know how that becomes some great fiscal intervention. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go under the elephant in the room, security. We have had about 4 or 5 police commissioners acting or otherwise. And I want to advise, because I think the administration is afraid of FCDO and whoever else, and they have given them total control over Montserrat. But Montserrat is run as a territory with laws. And you should not read a veto power or power of control and direction to mean that one single individual could go around and be appointing commissioners of police, and they're leaving or they're not leaving, or they're fired or they're not fired. We need to have a process in which the people of Montserrat participate. And that process, as far as I know, we have a recruitment process under the HR unit of Montserrat. If something is wrong with it, let us embellish it and use it and give the governor the chance to make an appointment or veto or whatever. But you cannot have stability in an island where you have 4 acting commissioners of police in 4 months, and that the people of that territory have not had a say at all in those appointments. And one person is going around and finding these people and bringing them to the table. It is not possible under the laws of Montserrat. So if you have yielded to that, it's some literal reading of the law. There is another point on which you can challenge that. It is not natural justice. Especially when the person doing the choosing is not even of the territory itself. They might be becoming members of the territory eventually, but in the meantime, you have to use the resources of the territory so that we know. I want to know that a Montserratian is involved in the recruitment of a commissioner of police not because they're in the police force. In the police forces in England, they're finding out they're doing all sorts of things in the police force. So forces up there. I want to know that somebody from Montserrat is involved, and I feel comfortable that 1 or 2 people are on the panel. Even if they don't talk, they hear what's going on. So I could know, they could say to me, boy, yeah, the man good or the man no good. See what I'm saying? This is how you run a territory owned by people who own their country. You must have an eye in there, so we must know, yeah, man, I heard Mr. So-and-so was on the panel, and if that is the man they select, I have confidence. There's no way in the world you could go where one person will go and be selecting high-level appointments like that. And we have procedures in Montserrat, but only because there's no resistance from the administration, because this is what they want to be done. I don't have a problem if that is what they want to be done. I have a point to make that I don't like it. If you don't like me saying it, proper smoke your pipe, because I will say what needs to be said. So it's a person versus a system of natural justice. And anybody could take that to court, that a process must be followed. You can ask for judicial review if that process is not followed. The law doesn't even care what the end result of the policy is. What the law is concerned with is that the process is there, the process is followed, and that there is no breach of natural justice. So don't tell me that you're going to sit there and believe some literal interpretation and think that security is improving in the island when the commissioner is changing so often. There's no stability. And we could wake up and be locked up any morning because we don't know who you're hiring. And you're not taking any responsibility for that. And when we went to the PAC, we did the government a favor. When we went to the PAC in England, because if this parliament does not have a public accounts committee, if this parliament shirks its responsibility to give account for the public funds approved under the Minister of Finance, and if this parliament does not have the capacity to follow where that money goes, where they even go in the governor's office, if this parliament cannot do that, we do not need a Minister of Finance. They will tell us they will send somebody to watch their own money for them. So you're actually outmoding legislation and democracy in Montserrat, and control and accountability for the Parliament, which should be the highest decision-making body of Montserrat. And the highest official we have appointed as Minister of Finance has been quiet on that PAC event until now. Even now, still quiet, because if you look on page under 125, and this would not normally raise my head. If you look on the 125, program 125, on the program 125, at the top, it says governor. That's what it says, right? And let me tell you what it reads. To assist in the provision of administrative support and hospitality services to Her Excellency, to enable her to carry out her responsibilities as head of territory. And that normally don't raise my head. Is the budget estimate you never see yet, Minister? As head of, you don't have no page numbers, I can't tell you the page number, I can tell you the program number 125. As head of territory, I know that the Premier is the head of government in Montserrat. I've always assumed that he's also the head of territory, right? So, because you're giving up and telling me read the other one because you're glad they're taking over, you're happy with that? I'm not happy with it. If I lose, I lose. At least I die trying. The British, I heard a Montserratian saying that the British have pumped a lot of money into Montserrat. And if he were the British, he would definitely send his own people to Montserrat because he wants to know where all his money have gone. You see, this is the kind of thinking that we have among Montserratians. That it is okay for the British to take over because so much money has been spent and pumped into Montserrat, and apparently somebody is absconding with it. Not to mention, of course, that they don't know the politics of how money is allocated and spent here. They don't know how the administration barely able to get through with anything, that they're so glad to come and report everything to us without doing nothing. I know your hands are tied. You don't have to tell me your hands are tied, but don't come here to pretend that your hands are not tied and that what you're doing it on purpose, that you're intentionally telling people that these things that is happening to them, that it is correct. You could pick and choose. You could pick and choose. Now and again, one of the members over there have a little fight in him. Can't find the words to push back. You come here to tell me about 3% on your fiscal measures tax thing. Here you come like you're bright again. You think I'm bright, you say, I think I'm bright. You think you're bright. You get tied up with this 3% on the tax scales. And they have you thinking that you are the brightest thing since sliced bread because you know about tax scales, and you come in here to tell us about tax scales. So let me tell you what the tax scales looks like, Madam Speaker, if I could just refer to my electronic device here. And a certain economist sent me the tax scales. And the tax scales, in case you don't know, for every dollar of the first 5,000, and this is the income tax returns. You can find it on the income tax returns paper. Every dollar of the first 5,000 of taxable income, 5 cents. On every dollar of the next 5,000, from 5,001 to 10,000, 15 cents. On every dollar of the next 5,000, from 10,000 to 15,000, 25 cents in the dollar. On every dollar of the next 120,000, viz. from 15,001 to 135,000, 30 cents in the dollar. On every dollar beyond 135,000, 40 cents in the dollar. So when you announce 3% salary increase, and you raise the tax threshold to 18, you would realize that you're going to push some people into different bands. So unless you do something about the higher tax bands, you're actually not, well, you're helping somebody. You're helping the people who get the tax threshold moved. So let's give you some credit for that. But don't tell anybody that you get enough, that don't require too much new money, because some people are going to be paying more. And as my colleagues have already said, you're only talking about $50 a month. In any case, for the people whose tax threshold have moved to 18,000. The ones above is unknown, because you have not brought any figures about that. And even so, they're going to be negatively, they could be negatively impacted. Because my thing is going to go, my 135 now is going to go into the 40% tax bracket. I'm going to be able to pay for 10 of the people that get $50 a month. So there's no new money. And I'm going to bring you to that realization when I get back to the last figures where they say they have gotten so much money, which is a fabrication. So let us be celebrated and not tolerated in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, under immigration, and I'm going to be less than 2 hours, which is what one of the ministers took to talk about running behind Tiller. So I'm going to be less than that. I'm going to skip forward. Madam Speaker, we have under paragraph 154, and this could show you that this government, they could go to jail, you know, because they're good at fabricating or writing stuff to make it look how they want to look. Under paragraph 154, and they spoke about a ministry, a new ministry. One of the PSs told me they're going to need a new PS. They need a new Ministry of Communication and Digital Transformation, which my learned friend, Denfield Morris, learned in cybersecurity, has been trying to get a foot root in on the cybersecurity side. Apparently this ministry is going to cover all of that. And all of this is going to be part of the whole extension of the UK security network to the overseas territories. So it's not a Montserrat thing alone. It's just that Montserrat is behind. So you know what the future is. You have the textbook for this. You have the textbooks for this cybersecurity. Because they only told you you're getting a new ministry. It's not your ministry, it's the governor's ministry. It's not your ministry in any case. So when they're talking about, they know about cybersecurity. And hear what they put, which is the point I'm telling you, what he's trying to tell you. Hear what he put. This strategic move, you're just a fabricator, underscores our dedication to harnessing technology to drive economic growth, enhance public services, and empower citizens. It's a regulatory body. It's a regulatory body. It's another body that what you're saying that this body is going to do cannot be done by this body. This body is a regulator. This paragraph 155 has to be a separate engine you set up in as part of the economy to do this kind of thing. A ministry of transformation and digital transformation and cybersecurity could do that kind of work. They don't know, either they're intentional or they're fabricating this thing and making us believe we don't know what we're saying. This cannot be done by a ministry. Ministry is a regulatory function. You don't even know what it's there for. You will learn in due course. Governments, they continue. Governments around the globe are embracing the process of digital transformation to drive economic growth and global competition. You know what? I believe that they told you all of this, and you bought into it, and you believe that this ministry is really going to do all of this. It's not. You have work to do. It's just like the Companies Act. You have to go form a company to promote the development and registration of companies if you want it other than under, what do we have, financial FSC. So it's another, you have to set up something like that. So don't put a regulatory body and tell us that you're some bright technician in ICT and cyber and think you're fooling me. You're not fooling me. I know what this means. No, you come. You should be ashamed of yourself to trying to deceive us like that. You come to tell us you're misleading the Honorable Premier about ICT training. Let's move on to housing. Talk is cheap. Another thing they try to do here, Madam Speaker, they try to mix up housing like the only housing we have in Montserrat. But I understand why you could have this problem where in your last budget you had at least one fiscally sensible idea to get into a joint venture with the private sector. I wouldn't say which, I don't know. With the private sector to develop affordable housing. That is a real thing. That is possible. In fact, people from this same administration tried this already in Davy Hill. And they should thank me for cleaning up how they left it haphazard. Haphazard. Right? And if that is what you're going to try again, it can't work. But there's a plan. There's a plan that was developed, Madam Speaker, by an Australian economist. An Australian economist for the same people, but they don't know anything about private sector anyway, and investment. There was a plan developed by the Australian which needed financing. I think the plan was to deliver, but you have to get it financed. And you have to get a housing trust or somebody who will now deal with it away, arm's length from government. Because what happened in Davy Hill is that the project was so overpriced and over-ambitious that we ended up having to transform affordable housing into social housing. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between the two. That means the people were not able to afford the payments. So government had to divest them under special arrangements for them to pay either into building society or however they wanted to arrange payments at social housing prices after we had deducted the 40,000 in grants that they should have gotten. That is how that project was reconciled. I was there, I know what I'm talking about. They don't know the difference because they come and they talk about housing, social housing and affordable housing and everything in one breath. Everything is the same thing because I know why they have become owners of the public service and that whatever the public service is doing, this is what they're doing. This is their job. And this is what they're going to fool the people of Montserrat to say, this is our performance. This is not your performance. These are public services where it comes to social housing. Get out there and implement your project. Get out there and leverage the financing. Get out there and get the studies going. Get out there and try to push something for the people of Montserrat. Get out there and be a government. Government does not run around behind public servants and pretend to be government. Government do things. In the private sector, you have no ownership of anything. If you're voted out of government tomorrow, or very shortly, which you shall be, you will just be on the street like anybody else. You will not have anything to show as a legacy. Nothing. No ownership, no pride. And you're enjoying the little political limelight and thinking that this is the life. This is not the life. The life is to be able to accomplish things for your people. And let me tell you one thing that you actually accomplish. You actually said that you're now going to have tourism as a board. I believe you all should thank me for that too, for telling you all that a department cannot, in the 21st century, promote the investment and the access that tourism needs around the world from a government department. They just cannot get into certain places and can't do certain things. They're totally hamstrung. So you should thank me for that, but you actually did it. But I'm not going to tell anybody why you did it. They can guess that you have a strong interest in the tourist board being a board. That might be a bit of a legacy for you. Because, anyway, you know what I'm saying. But let us stay there. Nothing else in this whole budget has created anything for anybody. They're running around behind the public service and want me to come out here and think that I'm afraid of y'all. I'm not afraid of you. I don't live by you, and I don't eat out. Give me dark, yes, because of a long run. So there has been no SDP, Madam Speaker. They have no vision. When the Premier stands up, he's going to make up a vision and say that I should have known that he had a vision. The Premier is hoodwinking us with Robin Hood economics, pretending to be 3%, raising 3% and moving tax threshold at the same time, and trying to tell us that it's a great negotiating strategy. If it's a great negotiating strategy, I don't know what is not great. I'm going to wrap up now, Madam Speaker, because, as I said before, there was nothing in the budget to talk about. But before I go to my wrap-up, I have to pick on one of the Premier's quotes. He said, Robert Schuller said, "Tough times don't last, tough people do." Well, I don't know if I know what the Premier think that means. But time always outlasts people. And what that quote from Schuller, who is a powerful writer, American I think it is, you know what it means? He says, people who can get through tough times are good enough to handle anything. Yeah. Strong people can persevere. That is what the meaning of that. But this is not about you. This is about the people of Montserrat. This is about the people of Montserrat. This is not about you. This is about the people of Montserrat who have come through tough times and are good enough to handle anything, including you. Including you. We will handle you and the British government and all you bring to try to make us into slaves. We will not surrender. Never surrender. So let me tell you, this is not about you. It's about us. Let me turn it around for you. So in wrapping up now, Madam Speaker, we need to have, I'm going to recommend, I've already recommended some areas for them to deal with the poverty in Montserrat, to deal with investment, real investment in Montserrat. They have educational institutions who always want to set up in Montserrat, medical schools. They have, but they don't concern about these things. They're coming to report on the public service. Why didn't we bring the PSCs? Because what we could do is bring the PSCs. When the PSCs finish telling us all they have done, we could ask the ministers, what do you think your policy was as an outcome of all of these things? What do you think it is? When they've decided from what has been done, well, this should have been my policy, we tell you, okay, go on, make that your policy and come back and tell us. And when they come back and we score them, because they can't understand the difference between policy and operation, a member from over here is supposed to go on the other side and be the minister when they fail. I don't believe in this two-side government. You see, because you believe you have to follow this detrimental line leading the people down the road that they must be quiet, be still, and let the British do what they want with us. But that has never worked in any period of life in the life of the world. Right? So we should be able to vote you out during the time and somebody who have more sense go over there to run the people's business. Not hold on to this. We're holding on to this pathway to nowhere for 5 years and they still believe that they're going in the right path. How could you find in the 21st century some black people who behave like they were born during the time when we were in slavery and they are Irish middlemen? How did that get in our genes? I heard that in the St. Patrick's Day lecture where Peter White said, the Irishness is in our genes. And he is exhibited. These people won't even give up. They believe that they're right. They believe that we must sit down, Paul, and be mendicants in our own country. You have done a good thing with the tourism board. I have to give you some little credit because they say you're the outgoing premier. You're fired. Oh, I was told not to say that. But it slipped out. And you need to try to, and let me tell you, I was going to make a point about you being bright on this tax table. I didn't finish the point. You really should tell them, forget about the tax table. If you really want to help Montserrat, with 100% inflation rates in sectors, food so expensive, you really need to tell them, listen, let us suspend the tax table for 5 years. I'll vote for you for the next 5. if you commit to suspending the tax table for 5 years and do one flat tax. Let the people of Montserrat get a break. Volcano almost kill us. COVID nearly kill us. Then they put the map. They have us nearly dead. If they have one more year over these 5 years, Montserrat finish under this tax table. So right now, the only thing that could save Montserrat is to abolish the tax table or just suspend it for 5 years and say one flat tax until we recover. If you all really think that 3% could help Montserrat in the face of 100% inflation, you all are not working on the real world scale. You all are working in physics and talking about maths into infinity. Don't follow Dr. Sammy. Dr. Sammy is a half French man. Guadeloupe, mother from. He's not going to tell you about reducing duty on imports. He don't know about that. Right? He doesn't know about giving you a real chance. He believes that this system that he wants to implement on the people of Montserrat should be implemented here. It's not right. Give the UK a real bill for the grant aid of Montserrat. Suspend the tax scale. Suspend the tax scale. Let us ease up on the testing and the resilience of the people of Montserrat. Let us try to arrest the poverty. Send them to make interventions in the lives of the guys down at Cars Bay. Tell them you want the 30% reduce, not increase, because that is what is going to happen. And they will never be out of work. Public servants will be happy. And they will be happy because they could bring more people to look after poor people. And we were not poor before. We have never had this kind of poverty. I thought a former premier was bringing us into endemic poverty. But this has come into being during an administration which said there was so much of a great negotiators and they could get Britain to do so much things in Montserrat. And now they are humble like poodles. Humble like poodles. You could play with them and they don't bite. On transportation, stop going ahead in the negotiations, let the technicians do their work. Then you go afterwards and see if you will get extra. You did the same thing with Radio Montserrat. Instead of you calling in the people in the media and say, listen, I'm not happy with the media. Can you guys sit down and form a committee and let's do something about our media? I want you own the media. It's the second time in the history of Montserrat. Montserrat politicians are always trying to give away Radio Montserrat. If you bring in a man to do what you say must be done, which is what the Premier did from the beginning, say how we want the outcome. When in fact the media belong to the media people, totally disrespectful of the people of Montserrat who have come to learn they should not, cannot, will not, and may never own anything or be part of anything other than be living in Montserrat. Poor. Who want to live like that? And they go tell me I don't travel, so you're going to stay here and be poor like them? No, I will know a Cars Bay, and they're not going to send the British government with nobody to do a survey to see what I can do or can't do and what work they could find for me to put me into gainful employment. No intervention like that. They're going to find frogs. They're going to look for seawall. They're going to build. The last time I campaigned, I said, they promised the people bright lights from the Middle East on skyscrapers, and people would vote for that. Right now, the people of Montserrat are happy with port, hospital, anything that is building. People of Montserrat like the idea of building. They don't even care that the burden is going to be on them later on. They don't even care. They love Montserrat so much. They just want something built. They want a town so bad. If you could just say every day we wake up, call a minister in England and say, oh, Lord, man, we need a town. I bet you they'll give us a town now. Not 3%, they're not giving us 3% and they'll be happy. They will give us a town now because they want Montserrat. They will give us a town. Ask them for the town now. Maybe you're right. It's the right time to ask for the town. But don't just sit there and think that they could do what they like. I mean, some of us will live with it. I will not live with it. And tell your guard dog to stop barking at my door. When I come into Montserrat, I don't want him to be watching when I come and when I go. He don't buy no ticket for me. I don't work. Where the place name where you work up there? You don't work up there. Don't be trust when or calling me visitor. He call me visitor. He out of mind, I'm born here. In respect of my winding up, I've promoted that MUL should remain a strong company. I think I heard some rhetoric in the budget speech about reorganize and reoperationalizing. I don't know what you can reorganize and reoperationalize in a company. But do God bless you all, stop bringing the cabinet into company operations and let the company do their work. You are going to get in trouble. You all must stop interfering with things that don't interfere with you. Leave MUL alone. Go and form other companies to interfere with. Are you entertained? You guys are just being entertained. I don't know what's going on. No, just do what they tell you to do. If they tell you to approve this money for the generator, just do that and leave them alone. You don't need to get involved. It's not your generator, it's our generator. You're put there to represent us, and you're put there to do what the company tells you to do. You all are trying to be the company. The company have board of directors and chairman and everything. Do what you're told. When you get directions from the company, don't just you guys are just mashing up the country. Make and promote policies that look after and take account of the people of Montserrat. We have, I don't have any proof. Oh, we have overgrown villages. I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm not accusing them of anything. All I'm saying that it seems to me that the government of Montserrat is overly involved in the operations of MUL, and the minister is the one that has come here and pretending like he's running MUL. He's not running MUL as a company. And they must be creating headaches for the Attorney General's department. Headaches. Create employment. Reduce poverty. Where's the additional welfare checks that you promised the people to increase from 900? If that is what you want to do, just do that. But create enterprise, that's what government's supposed to do. Invest in our people, put them to work. Send a team down by cars, they keep repeating it. Pay the fishermen to be parking their boats. That is good policy. Invest in a call center that you're allowed to fail. That was here in Montserrat. Lift the ban on the sanitize. No, they're going to cause it to fail, that's what I mean. They're going to cause it to fail. No, they're causing the thing to fail. They didn't mention it. They didn't mention it in the budget, no. And this is one of the best things that ever happened in Montserrat for the last 15 years. And they're going to cause it to fail. Private sector institution come here, cut ribbon. You don't even mention that. Give us a flat tax. Give us a flat tax. Mandate to set a different standard for Montserrat. Let the mandate be that the standard for Montserrat is that the people of Montserrat own and are participating in Montserrat. Once the 5 of you are participating in Montserrat, you think that is Montserrat. But the rest of us out here can't get an extra dollar. We can't get nothing new to do. And you're coming to tell us that everybody is doing everything. You're complaining about the salary scale of the TCs, but you don't realize that the only thing, as Bob Marley said, the only thing the people at Casby have, they're so poor that the only thing they have is money. The only thing they could get is money. They sell breadfruit, they sell coconut. The only thing they have is money. And all these houses you have in Drummond's, Lookout, and you're coming here to boast to us that you have $1 million and you're helping to refurbish. Do you know how much money people have to pay a month to keep living in these things? Do you think it's a good thing? You should be fighting for better housing conditions for these people. Instead, your honorable minister is normalizing poverty. He's telling the people it's okay to be like this. Just wait, we come in with 20,000 next month, you're getting 10. That is extra, we don't mind getting that on the side, but that can't be the life. We have to get proper, you have to promote big big projects that make the people rich, prosper. Now, you started off by saying, I'm going to end on these figures, Madam Speaker, because I don't like to be misled. And I don't want the people to be misled. I want you to get the real picture. The people will decide. You think repairing people house that the British government gives some cheap T111 house that leaking since the last 15 years, you think that is some great gift? You're normalizing poverty, mate. Tell them that we need to get new houses and proper housing. And when you invest in housing, the money will come back to you because these people are going to end up having to pay land tax. They're going to have electricity bill. They're going to help pay people's salaries that work in the company. They pay water bill. They're going to clean their yard. They're going to have gardeners, all kind of thing. But you just want some poor people. You want poor people so that you can just ride on them, living off British taxpayers' money, calling it budgetary aid and coming in here to describing it as the genius of your negotiations. Let me tell you, let me put the figures properly to the people because you didn't put it right, and you must make sure you put them right. In 2023, 24 last year, we approved a budget of 150,500,000, okay? During that time, up to this point, you are allowed to spend over that which was approved by this House, 12 million more, which ended up that you had a budget outturn last year of 230,900,000. Yes, obviously because the 12 million was justified in the social conditions in Montserrat, and this figure is going to increase this year again because as people get poorer, you're going to have more maintenance costs and more social support. So it will go up. They allowed you to keep the 12 million they gave you, and so the budget outturn comes up to be 236 million for this year's budget. What is the genius about that? What is the genius about the fact that public services increase by 12 million? And obviously, if it's public services that are justified, you don't need to negotiate about that because this is the public sector budget. This is nothing to do with the government say we brought in 10 million from farming or 10 million from mining or 50 more million from whatever. This is free money they gave you. You're telling us to negotiate that people who are sick and need welfare and more fly out and so on, you negotiate that too? There's a 12 million of social service money and you're going to tell us to negotiate it? Come on, let's be real. Let's deal with real figures. So and to compound it, the minister tells us, and there are many economists in this room, that the actual figure increase of budgetary aid from 2015 or whenever he said it was, the actual figure increase means that the negotiator is becoming more effective. That's basically what he's saying, he's doing better. And he is a physicist who was teaching maths. And he should know that maybe 77 million in 2014 have more spending power than 100 million in 2024. So why would you want to tell the people and amplifying it on the numbers, on the numbers, on the numbers? Come on. You're one of the brightest man over there. Tell the people what are the real figures mean. On the numbers, on the numbers. You're actually not being honest. The people want just honesty and where we're going and how they can participate. That's all they need here in Montserrat. And they voted for you twice. They must be sleeping. They better wake up and smell the coffee. And now, we have the opportunity for the people of Montserrat to give a mandate very shortly. I have set out, Madam Speaker, a new and enlightened vision for Montserrat that requires hard work. If it's not enlightened, it's at least transparent and plain to all to see what I'm talking about. And it's for the administration to try to build it into their plan or their very clever words. They might be able to invent somewhere to say they're doing everything that I just said, in addition to what the public service is doing regarding the private sector, investment, housing, and education institutions coming here, medical schools, and other things that we can do here, and creating a study to take the people off the side of the road and putting them to work, and going back to the fishers and looking after them properly in terms of their livelihood. Because those are the same people who are now left on the brink. By next year, I'm telling you, the statistics will be reporting that we reach 40-something%, because inflation is still going up. Very small, it's moving very, very slightly, like about 2%. But all those sectors are already at 100 plus, so they'll be going up and up and up. And I have not said all the worst things I could say about this government, because they did, not the government, the administration. I keep saying government, but they're not the government. They are the administration of the government. We say government euphemistically to credit them, since they're taking credit for everything. So I've not said everything that I could have said bad. They didn't do all bad, but they're 90% bad, if not 95% bad. But they have an opportunity in the next few months to adjust their ways and go look for the people of Montserrat on the side of the street, go look for the poor people that they say they will look after, and put them into employment because they're able-bodied. They don't need to be rejected and left. And they need a government that is. If the government was doing what governments were supposed to do, we would not be in the position we are now. I'm not blaming the British government for that. In fact, the British government has done a wonderful job to keep this country going, and all of us have been riding the bandwagon, including the administration, just riding the bandwagon. And we can leverage and put those British funds to better use in Montserrat if there was some care, honesty, transparency, and all this ringing around will stop if we can focus on what governments is supposed to do. But it's not their fault either. They were elected. And now the people of Montserrat have another opportunity to elect them again, or another set of people, or to do whatever they feel like doing. Madam Speaker, I leave the mandate to the people. God bless you for bearing out 5 years in this honorable house. I'm not supporting no vote or no confidence against you. I want to say that publicly up front. I'm not supporting nobody in this house, because it's not easy doing that job. You are directed by this administration. What do you expect you to do? You do what the government tells you to do. And no, Madam Speaker, how hard can you push back?
Honorable Hogan. Yes, I'm correcting you. You need to apologize, because what you are saying to the public is that I'm doing the bidding of the government, which is not true. So you need to apologize to the public.
Madam Speaker, that's not what I was saying. But,
you need to correct what you said.
Yeah, I'm going to do it now. I was saying that the agenda for this parliament is set by the government, not the Speaker. The agenda, the leader of government business sets the agenda for this house. And the Speaker, that's what I said. The Speaker is a servant of the government. Yes, the Speaker is a servant of the government with the government agenda.
Okay. I'll speak.
That is what I'm saying.
My light is on. The Speaker is a servant of the House, not of the government, of the House. All right? The Speaker is the agent of the House. There's a difference between the agenda of the government and the Speaker. Don't amalgamate the two. They're two different things. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very clear, and I was talking about the agenda is set by the government for this House. The agenda of this House. Whatever they might want to interpret it to mean, the people will interpret what I'm saying, that the agenda of the House is set by the government, and therefore, when the agenda comes through from the speaker, having done whatever with certain parts of it, with questions or whatever, all those areas which in your domain and discretion which you can have. Other than that, I cannot feel we can bring a vote of no confidence on an agenda item, because it's the government who sets the agenda. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did not want to end on a controversial matter. I'm not a constitution, I'm not a parliamentary scholar. I've only been here long, but I'm not a scholar in parliamentary affairs. But I know very well that I will not be cooperating, supporting, or promoting any vote of no confidence against anybody who could work for 5 years under this administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, it's now 7:25. We're not closing. Can we break for a snack is outside, Madam Speaker? Can I break for 15 minutes? Get back here at 7:45? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move the motion.
There's a motion on the floor. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Education.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Okay. The motion, there is a motion on the floor that has been moved and seconded for a break of 15 minutes. There's some snacks outside. All those in favor, say
Point
aye.
of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker, if you don't mind.
Honorable Member, once the question is being put, the discussion comes to an end. Yes? So, we are here, the motion has been moved, it has been seconded, and the question is on the floor. So this is where we are now. Again, it has been moved and seconded that we break for 15 minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the ayes have it. We break for 15 minutes. The House is now back in session.
Okay, so just tell me you're not doing it.
I recognize the honourable member of the opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise, as Honorable Hogan did, to speak to the 2024-25 budget before us. I don't know what happened to Honorable Hogan tonight, but I ate fish. What did you eat, Honorable Hogan? Crab. Crab? Well, it's very late. Honorable Lewis will be following, so I'm already being pressured by many to be short. But the important thing is that I'm following a very, very strong presentation by Honorable Hogan. Strong and thorough, which means there are a lot of things that I wanted to cover that he's covered. So it allows me to just touch on a few areas. I want to first start by joining the Honorable Premier in thanking God for bringing us so far as a people and as individuals. Because as he said, once God is with us, there is hope. With a budget that has total expenditure of $155.07 million, revenue estimate for 2024 to 2025 is $155.07 million. 155.07, the same figure. As the Honorable Premier said, a 3% increase over the 2023-24 approved estimates. And what is interesting, this includes a budgetary aid amount of $100.17 million. And why I say interesting is that 64% of the revenue is from the UK. That's the $100.17 million. And 36% is local Montserrat revenue. A lot of that, of course, is from monies, revenue earned from projects, but a lot of it is from taxes and duties that we pay. Also, we have a capital expenditure for 2024-25 of $80.6 million. And all of this is from overseas. You remember the popular phrase, we don't need DFID. The popular phrase that all we talk about is DFID, DFID, DFID. Well, all that I've heard for the day is about revenue from DFID and projects from DFID, as Honorable Hogan said. But guess what, Madam Speaker? We've been 60% dependent on average for 26 plus years. What does that mean? I'm advised that to get out of dependence on the United Kingdom, we're going to have to grow our economy by 4 times the size of our present economy, or more. 4 times. And Madam Speaker, that is why during my term, I focused on getting solid agreements to advance the transformational projects that you're hearing about, the hospital, the port, the fiber, the core of this administration's achievements over the past 4 years. But guess what? That's part of the $200 million that was denied. And I'm saying that up front because it's important. I will not join anybody in saying that the 200 million is not in the bank, or that the 157 million, 55 million not in the bank. We know full well, and I'm fully convinced, that the government has agreement to get 100.17 million and 80 plus million for capital. I will not say it's not in the bank. There's an agreement. That's why we're here debating it. So I'm hoping that the Honourable Premier, when he stands, will at last, before he leaves office, tell the truth that the 200 million did exist. Because I want to tell you, truth is going to set us free. And I believe a lot of the problems that we have is because of not telling the truth to the public. Madam Speaker, Honourable Hogan is absolutely right. He might sound like Johnny Mac to some people, but we need big, big projects, as he said. We need the fibre and the port and the hospital too. They're big projects. But what he's talking about, he wants to see transformational activity. Look at the other overseas territories. BVI is a wealthy territory. They depend on financial services and tourism and more. They have a vibrant economy. We are, what did Honourable Hogan say? We started in the minus. We're way down in the minus. We're 60% dependent for 20 odd years. And somebody has to answer why. And this budget should be guiding us forward out of this hole. That's what the conversation coming from the government should be. Madam Speaker, Honourable Dr. Samuel Joseph said, hopefully we can fix things in the committee stage. I don't think he can be serious about that. How are we going to fix things in the committee stage? We can only rob Peter to pay Paul. It needs to be fixed before you get to this stage. That's why all the debates we have, the discussions we have, take place in Parliament to allow government to be sharp and wise in its decisions and its policies, hear the ideas of the opposition. That's why you consult the public. But by the time you come to the budget, this is time to provide solutions. And as Honourable Hogan, I'm going to keep quoting him for the night, said, we are the policies. We are the policies that are going to, the alternatives to be dependent on DFID and FCDO. To get our monies in Bank of Montserrat moving. What are we waiting for? What is this government waiting for? What we should have been discussing is a path to national self-determination. That's what we're supposed to be discussing. I know Honourable Hogan was very humorous, but that is what he's talking about. And Madam Speaker, the only committee that's going to help us, guess what committee it is, Dr. Joseph? The one you mentioned when you spoke about the Constitution, the Decolonization Committee. That is the committee that we work with, that will empower us to do the radical things that Honourable Hogan is talking about. If BVI does not need the UK government for aid, and they're forced to go to the United Nations, call CARICOM for help, call the OECS territories, and are now calling on all the overseas territories to support them, to stop a takeover by the British government. How much more will we have to do to stop a takeover? A lot of people talking about governor this and all kinds of stuff, but how are we going to address it? This challenge we have has to be fought at a higher level than talking in this house and talking on the radio. I'm glad that Honourable Hogan paved the way for me to make these statements up front, because as I planned to make these statements, I thought I was going to be lonely in here. Lonely. How do we get the radical things done that Honorable Hogan just said? We're going to have to do just like BVI. We're going to have to get wise and smart. Madam Speaker, guess what? One thing I disagree with Honorable Hogan with, maybe he didn't mean it, is that our hands are tied. Were you saying that, Honorable Hogan? That our hands are tied? Or their hands are tied? Well, the BVI people's hands not tied. They united their parliament, they united their people, and they took advantage of mechanisms that are already in place before I was born, that were not used by Barbados or Jamaica or Guyana. They did not use what BVI is using properly. They rushed to independence. And the only way out of the hole we're in, to get control of our destiny, to get the infrastructure we need, not a half port, a whole port, not a half airport, a proper airport in the right place, a futuristic airport. The only how we're going to be able to put financial services back under our control is going to take a move that is far greater than has been discussed in this House. It's been trashed for a long time. And Madam Speaker, I struggle because I've learned one thing in this House. If you throw pearls, somebody may come tomorrow and grind them up. Instead of agreeing with what you say makes sense, just to counter you, they're going to grind it up, and I hesitate. So it has to be done on the compelled trail, Madam Speaker. Because the worst thing that could happen is that you're making sense, and the government comes and trashes what you say before the public and confuses them. But guess what? It's going to be on the compelled trail. What should we be doing today? What should we be doing over the past few years? After we got these projects in place, that's just a start. We need to fix our relationship with Britain first. That's number one. We should be building on the CIPREG program in a positive way. I don't know what's next. We have no idea what's next. You're going into election and you can't tell us what's next. What's going to happen to our schools? Al Dorset spoke about the secondary school, the new school. By now, we should be clear what we're going to do about that. We can't even keep the electricity on, and we got generators. What are we going to do about water storage and getting water pumped to the right place? When are we going to deal with those things? We're going to spend another 5 years doing that? When are we going to actually equip our farmers to do something transformational before our community dwindles away and the majority of us in here at our age will be out of here? We're not moving at a pace that's going to save Montserrat. And let me tell you why. The 2005 Country Policy Plan, this is what DFID said, and I read it before. Without substantial external support, there is no likelihood of Montserrat achieving its ambitions. The population will decline further, and more people will become more heavily dependent on public services that the government will increasingly struggle to fund and implement. This will lead inexorably to the collapse of the island's social, people leaving, population too small, declines of our social, economic, and governance structures. Once the economy fails, the social part of our society fails. Madam Speaker, governance structures. There will be a collapse of our governance structures. If our private sector for 2 years got no help during COVID, come on, let's be frank, let's be real. What is happening right now? Exactly what that statement said in 2005 is happening right now. Imagine DFID told us so. Yet, we continued and continued and we're now proving them right. So one thing I've heard repeated on the other side is that we had COVID for 2 years. We must remember that we couldn't get anything done. That excuse is not good enough. Why? While we were under lock and key here, the UK government spent hundreds of billions during the same 2 years to help their businesses and people. How many times have I said that? Hadn't they done that, the government would have been out of power before COVID was over. But guess what? People here are resilient. And the other thing is they pick up and leave and go to where they can get help. If you shut off the airport and people could not leave and escape to the UK for what they're not getting here, I'm sure things would have been different in Montserrat. But there's a way to escape reality. By failing to address the needs of the people during COVID has made things worse. That's the reality and truth we must face. But the truth is, something positive is happening. Not sufficient. But, Madam Speaker, we cannot put a bandage on a broken bone. And I'm going to join Honorable Hogan in establishing the context in which we're discussing the budget tonight, or debating. The FCDO has agreed to increase its share in the total cost of the recurrent budget, where necessary. So, if we have a disaster or a problem, they will increase their share, but it's still 60-64. They will cover a shortfall if we can't, if our taxpayers can't carry the burden. Are you following me, sir? If our taxpayers cannot carry the burden, they will carry the shortfall. But guess what? We boast about having a, what is it called? Surplus. A surplus on the backs of the people. The people have covered the shortfall that allowed you to use monies to do what you want. Madam Speaker, they have acknowledged in writing that there is no shortage of funds to help us. This is the government we're negotiating with. They have also agreed that we are too small a population, too small a private sector to tax us any more than we're taxed. Yet, who is paying the extra charges on the freight and the cost of goods over the past 4 years with inflation? Who has been paying it? Who has been paying it? The people have been paying it. We have been paying more in taxes, far more than the 3% that you're giving civil servants. Don't you know that? That's the reality. They have also said they have an obligation to get us out of dependence on the UK government. They have admitted that. The very document that goes along with the SIPREG, our recurrent budget, says so over and over. But it takes us coming into government for 4 years to discover we need DFID and FCDO. And then guess what? Still, where is the private sector investment? Where is the policy that's going to encourage construction from people in the private sector? People from overseas who have money to spend. The diaspora that you met with, where are the policies that are going to encourage them to spend money now? What are we doing to make it easy for them to borrow money at Bank of Montserrat? They can't even get money into Montserrat if they want to. Madam Speaker, they have said they're willing to help us, with public-private partnerships. So we should be having a public-private partnership with an airline provider, a ferry, if necessary. They have said they're willing to help us rebuild our population. We have thousands of Montserratians who would want to come home, hundreds in involuntary exile, but they can't come home to this. So where is the plan to repopulate Montserrat even with Montserratians overseas? We should be discussing that now. We have evacuees on island who are still not housed. And forgive me, Old Cranston. Hundreds still not properly housed in hurricane-worthy houses after 20-something years. And if you want to say, I didn't do it, that's up to you. Madam Speaker, as I said before, we should be talking about what we're going to do with regards to the digital economy. I'm so happy that we have fiber. You don't know, every time I think about undersea fiber, I get excited because I know this is the means by which our young people are going to work from Montserrat or wherever they choose and make more money than every one of us in this room. They're going to be young people on Montserrat who are going to be able to go to the bank with a more credible record, with more credible backing than us. The fiber optic cable, just that, just policies, just where are they, Honorable Dr. Joseph? If you remember, you told me all I talk about is infrastructure projects. You asked me where the policies, where the plans to make use of the fiber. You've had nearly 5 years. Where are they? Madam Speaker, I felt so sad for most of the day when I'm sitting here thinking about a 3% increase. I was so glad that Honorable Hogan came before me to quote the significant sums in inflation that are available to all of us. What are we targeting? Madam Speaker, we should be talking about a program to target inflation. We should be reducing taxes, as Honorable Hogan said, on essential items especially. We should be finding ways to support those with weak incomes, the working poor and others. I'm going to get to that. And Madam Speaker, we should be defending our democracy and our God-given fundamental rights. But we have to empower our people with free speech and give them a forum in which they can represent themselves and speak to us. And I'm talking about our youth, our women, our non-national groups, members of the diaspora, expats. Just allowing people to speak freely makes a whole big difference. And I tell you why. That is why the government can come before the public with a statement like this. This is the theme of the budget. From vision to reality, transforming our economy, protecting our environment, and empowering our communities. And then here's the statement. From the outset, our administration was committed to building a prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive future for all Montserratians. And Madam Speaker, this is what the Honorable Premier said. As I stand here today, I'm proud to say that we have made significant strides towards realizing our vision. Is this really true? What is the reality? Has the MCAP government fulfilled its commitment to building a prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive future for all Montserratians? Well, Madam Speaker, I would normally have to come and describe a lot to show that that's not true, but my job is not very difficult today. Because our audience knows the reality. They feel the reality every day. Madam Speaker, Honorable Cranston spoke about the fact that he's willing to be a champion for the weak and the poor, and I believe him wholeheartedly. He said we have to work on lowering tax for overtime. Well, this is when you're supposed to be implementing that, Honorable Cranston. This is the time to fix it, isn't it? Okay. Madam Speaker, I don't have such a difficult job tonight, you know, because all we have to do is visit the farms of our farmers and talk to them. There's one in the room here right now. He left. If he were to take the mic from me now and tell you about what's happening with farming, you would know whether what the positives we hear of are correct. And there are a lot of good being done. I heard the Honorable Cranston speak about Ray, the chicken farmer. I wish Ray could come here and speak right now. And we would hear of the good help he got, no question. But guess what? Not substantial enough. That's the key thing. Please understand. Please, it's not enough to save them. It's not enough to help them to grow. It's just not enough. It's just simply not enough. Don't feel bad. Just face the reality. It's not enough. It's not enough. Especially since COVID, especially since the Ukraine war, especially all that has happened since, added to the volcano crisis. We're in a totally different time to when I was in office. That is a reality. The 3% we did is just a start to helping people. In fact, they should have gotten 3% every year for 3 years. That's what I wanted to happen back then, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our Premier boasts of many achievements his government has made. One such achievement is another record in the amount of monies in total raised for a second year. He said last year the government secured the largest ever increase in budgetary aid in recent times, with an increase of 25% to the recurrent contribution. Then he said, however, Madam Speaker, I am proud to announce that my government has secured that increase for another year, which is this year. And we have surpassed it further still with an additional 2.23 million, you see. Sounds like big money, but it's not the amount of money. I'm joining him in being thankful, but I want to warn him, it's not important. What is most important is not how large the money is, I'm talking plain, but the positive impact on the lives of the people in light of the challenges we face right now. If the 3% were a higher figure, then you could talk. I'm sorry, and I'm going to get to that. Madam Speaker, as heads of households will tell you, what matters is not how much you earn, but how well you manage what you earn. What matters is the priorities one has. If I'm a real good cook, am I going to judge myself by tasting my own food and say I'm a good cook? You have to hear what the customers in the restaurant say. You have to hear what people who eat your food say. And Madam Speaker, I want to tell the government that they are not in reality. Madam Speaker, anybody who drives on our roads know that what is claimed in this, because remember, we don't have much time tonight, so I'm going to summarize things. Well, the claim of, I forget how long a distance of roads that you've covered and repaved, Madam Speaker. I drive to my home every day in Old Town, and I'm telling you, once I get off the main road, I don't want to drive anymore. Especially the closer I get to my house, the worse it gets. And remember, you know, I'm thankful that they're patching the roads. However, please, let's face it, something is wrong. It's been too long. It took 3 years to get the happenings planned. And still, but guess what? All right, take time. But what is going to happen to the damage done to people's cars? You won't even do duty-free concessions for parts. The people are paying for it. They're carrying the burden, not you. That's the point. You're telling people be patient, but you're wrecking their car. They're patient, and you wouldn't even give them a duty-free concession on parts. If their car is more wrecked than normal, they will buy more parts. It's common sense. Madam Speaker, just go to people's homes and do a survey and find out how many people have lost TVs, refrigerators. It's the people who have been carrying the burden of the failure to provide stable electricity. They have been carrying the burden. They are carrying the losses. One man said to me today, Don, I hope they don't end this white goods thing, you know. At least extend the white goods concession as long as you can so people can buy a new TV. Are you fine? Very good, because he was worried. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry I missed it. Very good. So do the same thing for car parts. Do the same thing for car parts. The bus drivers raised their fare from $3 to $5. Fuel gone up another $2+ the other day. They're going to have the most damage on their vehicles. You know? Madam Speaker, if you want to travel to Antigua for 2 days, go buy a ticket up at the airport. For 2 long years, I've been begging the government to subsidize the airplane enough to reduce the cost to travel by air. And what do we still have? $1,000+ to travel by air to Antigua. While we're uncertain about a ferry, we're still paying the same high cost for the airfare. And we've been uncertain for how long? I won't even talk about the ferry. Everybody talk about the ferry already. Good gracious, reduce the cost of the airfare by subsidizing it. Just like you could find 17 million, take just $500,000 out of that and subsidize the airline. Madam Speaker, all you have to do, Madam Speaker, is go into the supermarket with $300 and shop for a week and see what you come up with. $300. And add 6% to the $300 and see how much that is. $20. No, sorry, nearly $20. $20 you're giving people. $54 you're giving people. I'll come into that. Madam Speaker, we should be here talking about the DFID and XCO taking a larger share of the burden, which they've done for their people in the United Kingdom. Hundreds of billions spent during COVID for the first. We didn't do it for our people. They're in more dire straits than before. So we got to negotiate it now. And we can't wait till next budget. Something has to be done fast to address and provide relief to the people of Montserrat. They are carrying the cost of our failure. And I'm saying our failure in this house. Madam Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, work permits should be reduced down to little or nothing to help the non-national catch their hand. Some of them here for 10, 15 years. It's just a few dollars. It's not much revenue. They are carrying the burden too. They have to eat, sleep, rent, pay transport like us. They're not living in their own house or their mother's house. Madam Speaker, we should have a special challenge fund for the businesses now. And I'll come to that. Because I want to show the public that it's not really that hard. Madam Speaker, the small increases we give to the nurses and the teachers are not going to keep them. Let's face it. You're going to end up bringing in people by contract to replace people who just needed a few more dollars. Less than half of what you spend to bring in the contracted workers. You're talking about your own, that we're going to defend our own. I heard that today. That you need to negotiate something better for the nurses. Anywhere in the world, if you're going to keep your nurses, you're going to have to pay them far better than you're paying them here now. They love Montserrat, they want to stay. All they need is something more reasonable. Teachers. You can't get teachers. Come on. A British overseas territory can't get teachers from another territory in the region? I will try it, but I wouldn't try it. Yes, they must have discovered that when they come here, whatever they paid, get done in the supermarket. One person told me, Don, I took a contract to come here. I never knew what the cost of living was going to be. If I knew, I would not come. Not a teacher. Another so-called TC, technical person. I'm calling them a TC, so you don't know who I'm talking about. Madam Speaker, so let me bring you quickly to a few things. I won't even talk about the ferry. I'm tired of talking about it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to mention something good. It's good that we're having a parliament building project. Started by the previous speaker, championed by you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, vision is coming to reality along that line. But Madam Speaker, is the opposition going to have to wait till the building is built to get the support that it requested this year? 2 years in a row? All we've asked for are a few extra dollars to be able to hire support for research and other basic assistance to each member of parliament in the opposition. The proposal was put 2 years ago to the FCDO, to finance. All we ask for is for monies to pay for travel for our only staff, monies to pay for gratuity for our only staff. So after 5 years, there's no gratuity. Government changes, nothing. We made any member of staff in government working under the same terms would have a gratuity. I asked for that. Are we going to have to wait till a parliament building is built for us to have the quality support that we need? And we only ask for a few dollars. A few dollars. Travel expenses, telephone expenses for the only staff we have in the office. So if I'm in Antigua and I want the member of staff to go do something, I can't call her and tell her use her car. When her car breaks down, who's going to help her fix her car? That's not fair. Every department in government has funds for travel for staff. It's just one member of staff. These things speak volumes. Let me tell you why. I will never, whenever I get on that side, be afraid to empower the opposition. I will give them the staff. I will give them the equipment. Trust me. I will argue for it, but the British government knows that they should do for us what they do in England. That's why we got the office in the first place. I made the argument, and I got it. Because, Madam Speaker, one thing I've learned in the past 4 years is what they say, a strong opposition makes government stronger. So the funds you hold back from making us stronger make you weaker. I will empower the opposition. I will empower the media. I will have 2 What's on Your Mind program, not 1. Because I think one of the reasons why we are not in reality, and you think you're in reality, is because you shut off what's on your mind. Whatever you don't like about it, you don't even know what people are thinking, Madam Speaker. We had a debate in here. They're going to fix it after the election. One person told me, Dan, it will never happen under this government. They will never restructure it. They will never make it happen. And they have proven. I thought that you might not allow yourselves to be so disgraced to destroy what you used to get in power in bold, bright daylight. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is one thing I want to touch on. We have supported 43 local businesses with a financial support through the Small Business Fund. 43 businesses. I forgot the total figure. I didn't note it. That was spent on these businesses. And Premier, how much was it? You remember? Honorable Lewis, what was the figure? For the 43 business, the small business, how much was it? Is $1 million? Was it $1 million? Wasn't $1 million. Okay. Madam Speaker, I know the government did the best they could in their view, but it is not enough to help save these businesses. It's just not enough. They're thankful, but trust me, it's not enough. And let me tell you something. Do you know in the SIPREG program, the SIPREG business case which you have in your hand, Honorable Premier, you have access to, that there's a discussion over £4 million for challenge funds since 2018. £4 million, £1 million per year, 2018 to 23. That's $14 million put into the SIPREG program, but not agreed to in the disbursement of the 30 million, which is 100 million EC, that you say it didn't exist, that you're spending now. So, Madam Speaker, they were considering an additional £4 million, 14 million EC, and I've warned you about it many times. And that's since 2018, not 2099, a year before elections. Which means when COVID hit, all you had to do was say, the same challenge fund that you had on the table, we need it now. £4 million. The argument was made, they agreed to the amount, and Madam Speaker, it's very simple. All they have to go and read the SIPREG program, which says, and I'm going to read it because they're shaking their head. Under this option, DFID could provide up to £38 million, which is £8 million additional to the £30 million that they agreed to, over 5 years to invest in an ambitious capital infrastructure program comprising of both economic and social development projects. This includes 2.5 times the allocation, £1 million annually, 3.5 million, let's use 3.5, EC, for the challenge fund. Now, it's written there. And it also speaks to almost twice as much technical assistance, allocation of £1 million for technical assistance for housing, for social housing. But it also speaks about £1 million per year for housing. So there's a challenge fund worth 14 million EC and a housing fund, social housing, worth 14 million. You're trying to tell me that this is in the SIPREG business case. COVID has hit you. Your businesses are suffering. And in 3 years, you can't convince the government, British government, to do for us what they do for their people? So let me just tell you what £4 million could have done for housing. You're doing designs for new construction, Madam Speaker. You're doing designs for apartment building. But my argument for that 14 million issue, guess what it's for? To fix Davy Hill, fix Lookout, and fix the T111 problems that we have. £14 million could have been built. 40 new houses costing $350,000. You could have built 46 houses worth $300,000. And if you didn't want to build whole houses, you could have given grants of $90,000 to those who want to go to the bank and borrow, which is not a program I would subscribe to for people beyond a certain age. They deserve better because they've waited 20-odd years. $90,000 grants. That's $3.5 million alone. 38 houses in Davy Hill could have benefited from a $90,000 grant if you want to do it that way. And on top of helping Davy Hill and Lookout with 38 houses each, you could have also built 20 T111 houses. 20 new houses for those people living in T111 houses since 1998 that they were built, 97, 96, 97. Madam Speaker, it is in your CIPREG program. It is there. They would not put it there if it wasn't argued for and agreed to. They came up with an excuse. But guess what? I went back to England and insisted that this be reopened. And that's what I was trying to tell Alma Cranston at the beginning, that there is money that he can access with a special argument. But guess what? You spend time arguing for new houses when you should have been using that time to get assistance to rebuild the Davy Hill houses, the Lookout houses. They have the infrastructure already. They already have the roads, they have the water, they have the septic. All you had to do is to make the argument that the people are living in houses that are not hurricane worthy and that the government sold it to them for little or nothing because they were no good. No, my friend, if you're going to keep singing about what I didn't do and not take advantage of what I actually did, I went back and make the argument. It's in the CIPREG business case. The first argument made for housing in 2015 was a simple letter to the FID, a letter, and there was 7 million EC. And this 4 point some, the CIPREG business case is a letter to the Prime Minister of England that led to that. So, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to speak to things that are realistic. And you come and tell the public if it's not in the CIPREG business case, if it was not considered in the business case, Madam Speaker. But guess what? They made the excuse that we didn't have the capacity, that we were slow to spend money already. But it was there. They made the excuse that it didn't fit in with the theme of the CIPREG program to create resilient economic growth. Ridiculous. How could you refuse to provide money for housing for people who have been waiting for 20-odd years when there are over 300 people on your territory who have been waiting for 20-odd years? There's no argument to block that. So if they even said it doesn't fit the program, that's why I went back. I confronted Lord Ahmed, I confronted Lord Bates together, and they agreed to relook it. So all I'm saying is it's an opening for this government, any government, because the designs that you're doing now are not for Davy Hill and Lookout. And Madam Speaker, I'm told that the architect who did the designs for the social housing has not even been paid. That's what he told me. I got his permission to say so. I don't know why he's not paid, but he said he's not paid. Sorry? So, clear me up. Tell the truth. Let me know what the truth be. Sir, I said I was given permission to say so. So please verify. I'd like you to verify. Sorry, I asked. Madam Speaker, you wanted to talk about that? Madam Speaker, the government spoke. Page 1257. We have 5 major miners. It is estimated that this sector will grow 5 to 10% this year, with exports exceeding that of last year's. If external demand expectations are met, positive spill-offs will be left in the transportation sector. Now, Madam Speaker, let me ask you a question now that you need to answer. And don't tell me I should have asked you before. You gave concessions to a sand mining company, huge sums of concessions in 2020. Is that sand mining company one of the 5? Has the sand mining company come forward? What happened after the other sand mining companies complained about the huge concessions given to that one company when they couldn't get smaller concessions? Don't tell me I should have asked nobody. Tell us the answer to that. I have the SRNO. It's public information. Where is that company? And why was that company given such huge concessions when you're in your budget speaking about how you handle concessions? Madam Speaker, back to the point, Madam Speaker. It's time for us to discuss adding value to sand. I'm tired of seeing barges going out of here with sand, sand, sand. It's time we start talking about constructing products, building products on island from sand. So we ship out blocks on a barge, we ship out cement board on a barge, we ship out, you name it. You don't need the feed. You could figure that out. Yes. Yes, sure, sure. That is true. Yes, maybe. Madam Speaker, that's a serious one. That's what Honorable Hogan is speaking about. What we should be discussing now, and we have to have that discussion very quickly. We have to have action. What's that? Oh yeah, FCDO. People remember DFID more than FCDO. So that's why sometimes I use DFID. Madam Speaker, we need to begin to discuss adding value to this sand. Public-private partnerships, if you may. But don't worry, on the campaign trail, you'll hear ideas of how to make that happen. If I put those ideas down in here, you're going to trample them. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am a human being. I thought that the Honorable House was going to give us a chance to come back tomorrow. Honorable Lewis has to come after me. The people in their homes listening is after 9. Madam Speaker. And I'm not repeating some of the things Honorable Hogan mentioned, although I might want to touch on an angle or two. Madam Speaker, I want to touch on a very serious one. And well, let me go back to one Honorable Hogan touched on. Governance, security, and justice. And this is what you said in '93. In the pursuit of good governance and the continuous improvement of public service delivery, Madam Speaker, we will be reviewing key legislation and policies that are critical to the efficiency of our public sector operations. What in the world is that saying? Just a lot of fancy words, skirting around the fact that this government has lost control. That everywhere I go, people are saying that the governor is in control of Montserrat. You cannot be writing complicated statements like this when practical action needs to be taken. And that's why I said, Madam Speaker, shouting is not going to help on that matter. You have to be strategic, Madam Speaker, and you have to aim your challenge at a higher level so that people at the low level will behave. Because, Madam Speaker, how in the world could we go through 8 appointments, is 8, Honorable Hogan, of a commissioner in just over how long? 2 years? Not even 2 years? 8? How is that possible? Clearly, Madam Speaker, you can't be talking about governance, security, and justice when this is happening. What do you think the police, the younger police, are thinking? What do you think is happening to the police force, Madam Speaker? And this is happening at the hands of the one who leads our area of governance. Madam Speaker, not only is there the imposition of commissioners or whatever, Madam Speaker, but 8? Come on, man. Madam Speaker, we as a government stand committed to upholding the island's reputation by maintaining law and order and support for the efforts to guarantee the safety and security of our residents and tourists. And we can't even have security at the airport. Then under justice, this is what he said, Madam Speaker. We believe in protecting the rights and promoting equity and fairness. And so, Madam Speaker, there is a system in place to ensure access to justice for all. What about the prisoners who can't afford a lawyer? What happened to the poor people who can't hire a lawyer? How many times do I have to mention it? This is incorrect, this statement. It's false. We believe in protecting the rights and promoting equity and fairness. And so, Madam Speaker, there's a system in place to ensure access to justice for all. Madam Speaker, not if you're in prison. And most people in prison, as I know, are unemployed. Madam Speaker, until there is access to legal aid for those who are poor and weak, there is no justice in Montserrat. We are able to bring in monies to hire TCs to prosecute the same people. But we can't find money to help at least the appearance of justice to be carried out. Madam Speaker, a government that does not protect rights, fight for the poor and the weak, will not have the wisdom to solve the country's problems. And I'm putting it to you today. You will not have the wisdom. I'm trying to scroll through my points so I don't cover what Honorable Hogan covered. But there's one important point I want to make here. Page 17, 18 of the budget statement. Madam Speaker, meeting the needs of the vulnerable in society has always been a priority of this government. And so, Madam Speaker, this budget includes an allocation to support the undertaking of an enhanced country poverty assessment, which will include a household budget survey. After 4 years, they will do a survey. When we already have a DFID study that is 12 years old that says it would take $1,200 to $1,400 to feed an adult. And let me take out my glasses to make it plain. Not to feed somebody on welfare, to feed an adult. Not to feed people on welfare, to feed an adult. Madam Speaker, and this has been ignored Although I've come to this House repeatedly, Madam Speaker, and I'm telling you, this is the point I want to make. The most vulnerable are not just senior citizens, or those on welfare. 40% of the public service are considered working poor. Let me repeat that. The vulnerable are not just senior citizens or those on welfare. So if you think those are the only people I've been fighting for, no way. 40% of the public service are considered working poor. Madam Speaker, there are many working poor in the public and the private sector. How are we going to help those in the private sector? What is the percentage in the private sector? Are they allowed to go and get fridge and stove too? Madam Speaker, some of these vulnerable people are politicians, retired politicians. Some are retired nurses. Some are police officers, retired police officers. Some are retired head teachers, Madam Speaker, and regular teachers, many of whom get less than $2,000 a month in pensions. So they now get a 3% increase. Great. Some have worked 30 plus years in the public service. Madam Speaker, there are non-nationals who've been here for donkey years. They passed the age of 60 and 65, Madam Speaker, and they don't qualify to get assistance unless they have a passport. And they're going to have to find money to do their residency and the works. But this is where they want to be. They want to stay here, and they don't qualify. There are households, Madam Speaker, whose combined pensions are less than 1,000 EC dollars, or just a little more. But they can't have more than savings of $8,000 to get help with the fridge and the stove. So they have to become poor, dirt poor, to get help. There are policemen who were forced to retire at 55, 10 years before they had planned. And now their mortgage payments are higher than their pension, $1,000 more in some cases. But guess what? Until the little gratuity or whatever they got reduces to less than $8,000, they get no help, Madam Speaker. Forced into retirement. Madam Speaker, there are people who work for Mull who have to retire at 55, and they want to stay here. One young man, I don't know how long he worked in Mull, tell me his income is less than $700 a month. But if he has savings over $8,000, he can't get help either. So, Madam Speaker, what this House has overlooked, what you have overlooked is the simple point that the main reason why I always speak to the welfare study is that it speaks to $1,200 to $1,400 as the baseline for providing food, Madam Speaker. And that is 2012. Are you telling me, with the sort of inflation Honorable Hogan spoke about, that these elderly people have to carry, that all you could do is 6%? Come on, tell me. Tell me, is that all we can do? I'm glad Honorable Hogan raised it. And let me tell you, if he raised it, it have to be bad. So in committee stage, we could fix it. Oh, yes. Madam Speaker, please, I'm asking all the people on Montserrat to realize that the issue is not about welfare. The issue is that it takes $1,200 to $1,400 to feed an adult properly. And that's 12 years ago. 12 years ago, that's before I was in office. And I'm simply highlighting this because it's a burden that I know the whole country carries. There needs to be a solution to the economic insecurity of a large portion of our population. That is why they're leaving the country. Madam Speaker, and I will have the opportunity to speak to the solution in a different debate. But Madam Speaker, the solution is simple. There needs to be a minimum level of income for pensioners, for the working poor, for the other vulnerable persons in our society. There has to be a minimum that is set, as is done in the UK, as is done all around the world. And the other important thing, Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about minimum wage, you know. Minimum income, pensioners are not working. A former premier said on the radio a few months ago that people should be, their performance should be assessed for them to get an increase. No. In the United Kingdom, all around the world, salaries are adjusted in line with inflation. And not just those at the bottom of the scale. It's everybody. Almost everybody. So, Madam Speaker, I have been in this House arguing on the basis that is being ignored. What does it take to feed one individual? What is it for a month? And if we end this session and in committee stage don't fix it, we will be guilty of a crime against the weakest people in our society. And Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about those on welfare. I'm talking about the working poor. Because guess what? I'm not saying you have to increase their salary by 50% or double like Dr. Joseph says. I'm saying they have to get support, especially those who have children. And Madam Speaker, I am going to read lastly on this point. And that's why you see at this time of night, people are tired. Well, they don't want to hear this. So you force us into late into the night. You force us into 9:40. Dr. Lewis has to speak after me. People are tired. But Madam Speaker, I hope I've made the point, you know. Because guess what? Do you know why those police officers, head teachers, and senior nurses' salaries are under 2,000? The same reason why public servants will leave the public service with very low salaries. Because every year in the United Kingdom and around the world, salaries are adjusted in line with inflation. Adjusted. Okay. In the UK, they don't do adjust. Sometimes they freeze it. Okay, hold on. Maybe not. But they provide assistance. They provide assistance to people. And it's not just by increasing income that you provide assistance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fine. Not everywhere. But in England, they do. Consider inflation. Hold on. Sometimes they freeze the increase. Right? However, next year, pensioners in England will have their income increased by 8.5%. It's going to be increased by 8.5%. You stand up and say that. Madam Speaker, their pension credit, there's no sense talking. Like I said, I don't want to throw things out for pearls for people. But I'm going to read this. I'm reading this for the record. And this is what the study said. In addition to the elderly and disabled, Montserrat has to come to grips with an increasing number of the working poor. Salaries and wages to civil servants have not been increased for a considerable period. And as such, even civil servants with dependents are finding it increasingly difficult to make ends meet. This is 2012. Then it says the conundrum the government faces is whether it is possible to address the needs of one group of the population without addressing the needs of all of the population. So the action we're taking to assist civil servants, the action we're taking to help those who are receiving income from government, what about those who are in the private sector? Madam Speaker, this point makes the argument for a one-time catch-up. There needs to be a catch-up on inflation. Because if someone is getting under 2,000 who was a head teacher. No, it means that because salaries were not increased in line with inflation, for whatever time, they had so few increases that, guess what? They end up with $2,000 as pension. Civil servants know, because you have not had increases in 17 years beyond the 3%, it will affect your salary that you end up with at the end. And it will affect the gratuity that you receive at the end. There needs to be a catch-up. And the British government knows exactly what needs to be done. No British civil servant can come before me again and not have this fixed. Has to be addressed. Because this has to be taken to the highest level. There is no way that this is put before the Prime Minister of England and others, and they do not address it. I guarantee you. They cannot. We have to take our arguments to the highest level for the drastic change that Honorable Hogan is speaking about. Madam Speaker, I didn't plan to do all this, but I'm going to round up because people are tired in this room. And I know some people don't want to hear my voice in here. You know. Madam Speaker, but I'm going to end by saying, if you want to know the reality, let the contractors come in here and speak about the shovel-ready jobs they've been waiting for. Let the teachers and students come in here and speak. Let the police come in here and speak, Madam Speaker. Let the public servants themselves come in here and speak. Madam Speaker, open up what's on your mind for 2 weeks. Let the people of Montserrat speak. Madam Speaker, our government is living in fantasy while the people are suffering. You have to admit you've done your best, but you've not been able to address the urgent needs of the people of Montserrat. And Madam Speaker, I would have been happy to have joined you and take the blame with you if we fail. But it has come to an end. 5 years have passed. The people are suffering. They cannot wait for elections. Our debating here will not change the circumstances. Committee stage will not change the circumstances. And even if I went on the campaign trail and made all sorts of promises, it will not change the circumstances. Unless the next team is able to present a realistic, proper plan and strategy that is legally, morally, and politically sound, we are in trouble. Madam Speaker, I'm being asked to tell the public, the team. All I can tell you is going to take a progressive movement to fix this. Madam Speaker, I am going to sit. No, I'm not going to say anymore. There has to be a better place. I'm very discouraged to speak in here. I'm very discouraged to repeat things over and over. I'm very discouraged to see the outcome that we have today. I can't explain to you in words how disappointed I am that you're laughing while we are not touching on the main issue that is hurting the people of Montserrat. Inflation, the cost of living, we are not touching on it, Madam Speaker. We are not addressing how we're going to get out of dependency on the UK government. We're not talking about a SIPREG program, a new program, Madam Speaker. We're not talking about a new airport. We're not even talking about addressing the present access issues we have. We can't even tell the people what you're going to do about access next week. People don't know whether you're going to have a ferry or not. Never mind knowing that we're going to have one for a year or not. They don't know whether you're going to have Twin Otters or Islanders. Nothing. Madam, they don't even know if the Hatnex plant will work next week. Madam Speaker, not to mention what we're going to do for our schools. Honorable Case spoke. Madam Speaker, I'm going to sit. I tell you, I'm really disappointed. And I cannot express in words my disappointment. I'm going to sit. Go ahead.
Huh? Yeah, man. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I see everybody sleeping now.
There are two lights on. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I intended to go on until 11 o'clock. But I noticed that members seem to be, and they have children at the back and other things. While I would love to go on a little later, I just thought that I would be sympathetic to the auxiliary staff at the back. And they have children. So, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I wish to move a motion for the adjournment until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is Friday, tomorrow at 9 o'clock? 9:30? Huh? 10? Why 10? Madam Speaker, huh? Madam Speaker? Yes. 10 o'clock is fine with you? Okay, Madam Speaker, the consensus seems to be that I move a motion for the adjournment of this Honourable House until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's willing.
I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Hogan.
Madam Speaker, I would like to second that 10 o'clock in the morning for the adjournment.
It has been moved and seconded that this House Honourable House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. And the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.